Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our September meeting. I'm pleased to call to order the 261st meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council conducted via webinar. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with their comments on any agenda item taken up by the council. In planning to testify, it is important for anyone wishing to testify to understand that the time when the council will take public comment on a particular agenda item cannot always be accurately forecast in advance. In particular, people should be aware that agenda items currently scheduled for the end of the day might be taken up the next day. Agenda items may also be moved up by a day. Please note that the chat feature should be used for technical issues only and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the September Council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an agenda item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit individual testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and 10 minutes for groups or individuals representing organizations. Some agenda items may have many people wishing to testify, or we may have other time management constraints. And if necessary, to allow time for everyone to be heard and for our agenda to be completed timely, I will reduce the amount of time per individual or group. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include a presentation with their comment needs to submit presentations prior to 5 p.m. on the day before the agenda item is scheduled. Documents need to be submitted to Chris Kleinschmidt and Sandra Kraus. Please contact Chris Kleinschmidt or the Secretariat if you have questions. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of this meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available from the council website, or you may purchase audio recording copies from the meeting recorder, Mr. Craig Hess. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into the microphones so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. And that concludes my opening comments. I have a few introductions to make, new folks around the table. I'd like to welcome Lieutenant Commander Brett Ettinger, who is the principal designee for Rear Admiral Bobulis, who has taken over for Rear Admiral Vogt as the Coast Guard's principal official. Also, Corey Ridings, a new appointee to the California obligatory seat, and Keely Kent, NMFS designee, who now is the Groundfish branch chief. So welcome all. And at this point, I'd like to ask Mr. Ryan Wolf to formally appoint the incoming council members, Ms. Corey Ridings and Mr. Bob Dooley, who was reappointed, and to administer the oath, I assume. So Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I will administer the oaths, I believe, simultaneously here. So if Corey and Bob can unmute their microphones and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Bob Dooley,
Corey Ridings,
as a duly appointed member of a regional fishery management council,
as a
as a duly appointed member
of a regional
of a regional fishery management council.
Sorry, this is really difficult.
I'll go slow. Established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act.
Established
Under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act.
Hereby promise to conserve and manage.
Hereby promise
To conserve and manage
The living marine resources of the United States of America.
living marine resources of the United States of America
By carrying out the business of the council.
by
by carrying out the business of the council
For the greatest overall benefit of the nation.
for the greatest
overall benefit of the nation.
I recognize my responsibility
I
I
recognize
recognize my responsibility
to serve
as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee
to serve
as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee
of the nation's marine fisheries resources,
of the nation's marine fisheries resources,
being careful to balance competing private or regional interests
being careful to balance competing private or regional interests,
and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources.
and always aware
of the
and protective of the public interest in those resources.
I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements
I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements
of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law,
of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law,
and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct
and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct
prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce.
prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce.
This oath is freely given and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
This
oath is freely given and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And with that, and my apologies for the awkwardness of this virtually, congratulations and welcome to the council.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
All right, welcome back, Bob, for another term, and welcome, Corey, to your first term. So now that you've been sworn in, I can ask the Executive Director, Chuck Tracy, to conduct a roll call of attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, as I call your name, please acknowledge your presence. Corey Niles. Corey, we did not hear you. I did not hear you.
Can you hear me? Present. Can you hear me, Chuck?
And now I can hear you. Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Here.
Carla Bush.
Here.
Michael Clark.
Here.
Bob Dooley.
Here.
Brett Ettinger.
Here.
Mark Gorelnik.
Still here.
Dave Hansen.
Here.
Pete Hassemer.
Here.
David Hogan. Absent. Maggie Selmer.
Here.
Virgil Moore.
Here.
Joe Oatman.
Here.
Brad Pettinger.
Here again.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Brian Wolf.
Here.
And Marcy Yaremko.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Chuck. May I toss back to you for the executive director's report?
Yes, thank you. So just very briefly, the executive director's report provides information on the informational reports, points of emphasis or updates on the proposed agenda, matters of interest not on the proposed agenda, and other matters associated with optimizing the council process. So just to start off with, I'm just going to run through the informational reports that are available for your perusal. The first is a report from the National Academy of Science on managing recreational fisheries with ACLs. Then we've got a number of reports on EFPs as a requirement of EFPs to report periodically on progress. So we have reports for the electronic monitoring EFP, Monterey rockfish, year-round midwater trawl, and yellowtail rockfish jigging. And I will also note that we do not have a report from the Oregon midwater trawl hook and line EFP. We also just received a supplemental informational report 8, which is a notice of intent to sue for violations of the Endangered Species Act related to the California, Oregon, Washington sablefish pot fishery. So that's new. And I also neglected to mention, we also have the West Coast Region Electronic Technology Plan, which is supplemental informational report 6. And we have the salmon in-season landing. So this is just a compilation of salmon landings coastwide or by state to date compared to some historical averages. So, so I encourage you to take a look at those if they are of interest to you. I want to touch on the CCC business a little bit. We are planning to have our CCC meeting October 19th, 20th, and 21st in Monterey. Again, Pacific Council's turn to host that. So we are planning to have that be a sort of a hybrid meeting. So we plan to be there in person, but we will have an opportunity for others to connect remotely using some new technology for us, I guess. So as you know, all of our council meetings so far in the COVID area have been 100% virtual. So this will provide an opportunity to have a combination of in-person and virtual meetings. And we will be testing that actually at this meeting on day last, perhaps the day before, so that you can see how it works. There's a few subtle differences, but we also want to make sure that all of our sound systems works, which is sort of the technology challenge part of making that work. So look for a trial of that on day last year. Other CCC business, just to note, the CCC had planned to sponsor a council member ongoing development program, which was intended to sort of take the place or carry on the tradition from the Fishery Sustainability Forum, which is no longer in place. So they had planned an in-person meeting in Denver at the first week in November, in which we were to send 3 council members and 1 staff. That meeting has been postponed to next year due to COVID concerns, and the sort of the primacy of that meeting was to make connections and have discussions in person. And so with the risk that that would not be possible for everybody, the decision was made to postpone that until next year. I was hoping to have a draft agenda for you for the October meeting, but I don't have that yet. But I will be working on that through the course of the week, and I will try to let you know when we have a draft agenda available for your perusal. So that, Mr. Chairman. One other, I guess, update for folks. We are planning to have our a closed session on October 12th for the council to select a new executive director, as I will be retiring at the end of the year. The process for interviews is ongoing. And so we plan to conclude that again October 12th. At this point, we're planning an in-person meeting in Foster City. Again, it's closed session only though, so no public, no advisory bodies, just the council for that one specific purpose. So with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks very much, Chuck. Let me see if there are any hands up for questions on your report. And I don't see any hands because you did such a thorough job. So next we need to go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I did have one other
Sure.
one other thing. So we will be the approval of the agenda comes up next, and I did want to let council members know that under open comment there is a request for consideration of an emergency rule to extend the season dates for the sablefish fixed gear directed fishery, as was done last year. So with that, I guess I would just let the council know that they may want to consider that request before finalizing the agenda approval. So there's been some recommendations that if that was to occur, that the council was to grant the request to consider emergency action, that that would be scheduled for Tuesday, September 14th, and that we would delay groundfish in-season adjustments, which is currently scheduled for that morning, to day last, and that would give the council a chance to approve or not the emergency request, and then for the GMT consider the results of that decision in their in-season action recommendations. So, so again, if the council were to consider that, staff is recommending we take that up in place of C7 on Tuesday, September 14th, and then postpone C7 until Wednesday, September 15th. So with that, we can consider the agenda issue.
Okay, thanks for that, Chuck. I guess there's two ways to go, and I'm not sure if either would be appropriate. So I'm going to ask Dr. Hansen, our parliamentarian, to make sure I don't go run afoul here. Next on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Is it appropriate to simply defer that until after the open comment period, or should we take that up now and amend the agenda if appropriate after open comment? Dr. Hansen?
Well, I think it's appropriate to just go ahead.
To go ahead and
take public comment.
Okay, great. All right, and that's what we'll do. So we'll hold off on agenda item A5, which is approval of the council agenda, and go now to open public comment. I've got a number of folks signed up for this, and so I'll first call on Bob Alverson to speak. And at some point, the list of attendees will go up. And if you can just raise your hand, then we can find you and unmute you when it's time for you to speak. So, Bob?
Yes, Chairman Gorlink, can you pick me up?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, council members and Chairman Gorlink. On behalf of the members of the Fishing Vessel Owners Association, the association requests the Pacific Fishery Management Council enact emergency action that would move the sablefish tiered fishery season and closing date to December 31st, and also extend the incidental halibut retention to the last date allowed by the Halibut Commission. The council supported a similar emergency action in 2020, which we were very grateful for. For a long-term solution to this request, the council is looking to address the sablefish tiered fishing program through the 5-year mandatory review in the spring of 2022, where an extended season can be permanently examined for this fishery. For the purposes of Section 305C of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the phrase "an emergency" exists involving any fishery when defined resulting from recent unforeseen events or recently discovered circumstances, present serious conservation or management problems for the fishing, or can be addressed through emergency regulations for which immediate benefits outweigh the rate of advance notice. This emergency action request is a continuation of the unforeseen events resulting from the COVID pandemic in 2020 and additional unforeseen events into 2021. These unforeseen events have resulted in management problems for the harvesting, processing, and sales managers to catch, process, and market sable fish in a timely manner that fit within the current opening and closing dates. The current tiered season opens April 1st and closes October 31st. The unforeseen events during 2020 have resulted in additional unforeseen circumstances for this year for the fleet, processors, and markets. After the 2021 season, it was hoped that the vaccinations that were developed for COVID would correct how industry and sablefish consuming markets adjusted to the pandemic during 2020. Going into 2021 season, many processors have had problems keeping a full contingent of process workers. A number of shoreside processors did not open when the season for sablefish opened. These processors were dealing with unvaccinated workers and keeping their operations safe going into the 2021 season. FUA vessel owners have experienced sailing with less than full crews in 2021. A typical crew is 5 to 6 person. This year, many boats are shipping a crew short of full. The reason for this is multifaceted. Markets for sablefish crashed during 2020, resulting in prices of 50% reduction in price. This resulted in depressing crew earnings, and consequently, crews were not excited to return this spring to sablefish operations in 2021. Sablefish prices only rebounded about 15% to date through 2021. Additionally, government assistance programs that became effective during 2021 have reduced the supply of fishing crews and processing personnel. These encumbrances have resulted in delays of harvesting and processing and justify a longer season. Based on a recent import-export information from the Department of Commerce, the nation of Japan still consumes about 60 to 65% of sablefish exported from the United States. It was hoped going into 2021 that nation states like Japan would have vaccinated quicker and allowed their populations to resume retail and restaurant consumption patterns. Reuters reported as of June 28th, only 8% of Japan had been vaccinated, and that was documented by the World Trade Association. Based on landing numbers from PACFIN, which I have through August 24th, I tried to update them, but it shows only that 34% have been landed and 66 remaining. It's still probably a little over 60% remaining. The price for the vessel level currently in Bellingham is about $280 to $310 per dress pound. That's an average. Ensuring the harvest of the quota would result in $5 to $6 million of fish being delivered to the coastal communities. This would result in an economic impact of 15 to 18 million for coastal community economy. In conclusion, we believe our request meets the 3 requirements of the council considering an emergency action. The 2021 effects from COVID pandemic and more recent Delta variant were completely unforeseen. These unforeseen events have negatively affected harvester, processor, and the marketing of sablefish, which has been identified in past council literature as the most important single species for the fishing industry off Washington, Oregon, and California. We believe that taking this emergency action will provide Washington, Oregon, and California economic benefits that otherwise would be foregone due to the season ending October 31st. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks very much, Bob. Are there any questions from council members? Bob Alverson. Thank you very much, Bob.
You bet.
Paul Clampett is next. Paul?
Thank you, Chairman Garment. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you very much. I'm Paul Clampett. I own the fishing vessel Augustine. My family has fished for sablefish using fixed gear off the coast of Washington, Oregon, and California for the past 35 years. The conditions facing the industry due to the pandemic are similar to last season. The vaccines for COVID-19 brought us hope, but now the Delta variant is looming over us. The movement of our crews and those who must find their way to a vessel still face significant exposure to the virus and could put us into a quarantine at any moment. At this moment, some of the processors in Alaska are not taking sablefish because they're busy with salmon and lack the crew to handle both sablefish and salmon because of COVID-19 infections. Along with this, we are dealing with part shortages. Breakdowns can take weeks to repair as opposed to days. We also have a 20% more fish to catch this year than last, and we appreciate the extra fish, but it's also putting pressure on us to harvest in time. Considering the conditions that the pandemic is putting us under, we request the council support an emergency action extension of the season through the end of the year for both halibut, incidental catch, and sablefish. That's all I have, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Paul. Questions for Paul? Thank you, Paul. Next, Harley. Harley Ettelbaugh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Yes, Harley Ettelbaugh here. I own a boat called the Gene C. I own 3 tiered permits off the coast. I'm a newbie here. I've never testified at a Pacific Council meeting, so thank you for giving me the opportunity. I've been involved in the tiered fishery for about 15 years, and to be honest, we're behind the extra fish. And with what's going on, I'll give you an example. My boat right now, we're in Hoona, and we needed ice. Well, the ice machine cannot be fixed because the parts needed aren't being manufactured due to COVID-19. Little tweaks in the system this year have put us so far behind that, yes, please extend the season if you can. And my family and I'd be very gracious of that. And that's all I have to add here. Thank you.
Thank you, Harley, and thank you for coming to the council and offering your testimony. We really appreciate it. Let me see if there are any questions from around the table. And I'm not seeing any, so thank you again, Harley. Tyler Goodnight. Tyler, oh, there you go. You're unmuted now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello all, I'm Tyler Goodnight of Northport Fisheries. We buy tier sablefish off the Washington coast. I don't know if I have a whole lot to add that hasn't already been said, but with the tier season traditionally going to October 31st and the Alaskan season going to November and actually December this year, every year we always have boats that already struggle to get their tier fish landed by the closure. And this year, like last year with extra COVID delays, it's just putting people even further behind. We've just to start the year had, a number of boats have to wait to get their COVID shots before they could head north and had to be quarantined as they get up north. We've seen many boats because of COVID have problems with staffing, have to wait for deckhands to get on the boat, and we've seen a number of processors as well be shorthanded having troubles getting crew together, and that just pushes off when boats can deliver, and just another reason for delay. It's been a challenging year to stay on schedule, and many people are behind because of COVID, and just want to consider that as we talk about extending the season here. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Tyler. Any questions for Tyler? David Hellawell. There you go. You're unmuted now, David. Go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me now?
You bet.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, council members. My name is David Hellawell with the fishing vessel Corregidor. And we need to cook salmon on the barbecue, not in the river. As we know, salmon need cold water. We have the opportunity to encourage the Bureau of Reclamation, who owns and operates Whiskeytown Reservoir, to install floating solar panels to shade the reservoir. Generated electricity would plug directly into the grid at the Judge Carr Powerhouse. Shade would reduce the loss of water by evaporation and cool the water for out-migrating salmon smolts downstream. Water in a trough in the sun loses 11.5 degrees when shaded. In addition to the cooler temperature achieved, shaded water loses less water to evaporation, 70 to 95% less. In the case of Whiskeytown Reservoir, operated by the Bureau of Reclamation, the reservoir lost 8,452 acre-feet of water to evaporation in 2013. Had Whiskeytown had a shade cover in 2013, it would have retained 6,000 to 8,000 acre-feet of water and been in the neighborhood of 11.5 degrees cooler. We know that hot water discharged from Whiskeytown Reservoir into the Sacramento is a significant fish killer. The 1997 Zadonis and Newcomb study in the Trinity drainage observed 50% mortality for out-migrating fall smolts at a water temperature of 73.4 degrees, whereas at 68 degrees, survival rates were 90%. A drop of 5 degrees Fahrenheit in the temperature of the water increased salmon survival rates by 40%. If Whiskeytown had a cover of solar panels, the temperature would drop to salmon survival levels. Additionally, electricity would be generated and immediately plugged into the grid at the Carr Powerhouse. As water cools, the efficiency of the generation process increases. Solar panels over moving canal water experience a 7% increase in efficiency due to the temperature drop in the shaded water. Whiskeytown Reservoir is currently a preheater to the Sacramento River, often creating lethal temperatures to out-migrating salmon smolts. An array of solar panels on the reservoir would lower the discharge temperature to salmon survival levels, conveniently provide electrical generation to the Carr Powerhouse at temperatures of increased generating efficiency and salmon survival, and retain currently lost water in the neighborhood of 3.3 acre-feet of cooler water per acre of panels per year. A state-of-the-art Haliade wind turbine produces 74 gigawatts of electricity per year. Deployed and serviced on an unpredictable ocean, and 207 acres of solar panels on Whiskeytown Reservoir would produce 74 gigawatts per year. If half of Whiskeytown Reservoir were populated with solar panels, 1,729 acres, they would produce in the neighborhood of 600 gigawatts of electricity annually, equal to 8 Haliade wind turbines at significantly less installation and maintenance costs. If half the reservoir was shaded by solar panels, the ability to manage temperature for salmon survival would be marvelous indeed. The council is uniquely positioned to urge the Bureau of Reclamation to cool Sacramento River water for salmon. The council is created to protect and encourage the growth and abundance of fish of the United States. The Bureau of Reclamation, the Department of Water Resources, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife sometimes have conflicting mandates. The council is here to protect and enhance the fish and the fisheries of the United States. I would like to propose that the Pacific Fishery Management Council ask the Habitat Committee to draft a letter to the Bureau of Reclamation, asking the Bureau to design and implement a pilot project to install solar panels on Whiskeytown Reservoir, with an eye to contributing to our responsibility to cool the planet by the creation of clean energy, conserve water, and create a cold water environment for successful salmon survival. Cold water will produce more salmon for in-river fisheries, ocean fisheries, whales, returning spawners, markets, and barbecues. Let's cook salmon on the barbecue and not in the river. Thank you. Any questions, I'd be happy to attempt to answer.
Thank you very much, David. Are there any questions of David? I see one hand. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, David, for your testimony. This is a suggestion that you've been shopping around in a number of circles, and I was curious if the Habitat Committee will be considering your request, or if you've received responses from other agencies on your idea.
I sent a letter to the Bureau of Reclamation, and I haven't heard back from them, and I haven't been able to contact the other ones because I've been fishing. So sometimes a person has to make a living as well.
Any further questions?
But thank you for your
Thank you.
thanks, Marcy.
All right, thank you, David. And our last speaker under open public comment is Lynn Walton. Lynn? And you're muted on your end, it looks like.
Mic check, Mr. Chairman.
You sound loud and clear.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Lynn Langford Walton. I'm speaking on behalf of my clients who participate in the Alaskan sablefish IFQ fishery and the West Coast sablefish fixed gear tiered fishery. We offer support for a season closing date extension to December 31, 2021 for the tiered sablefish harvest, and the latest date allowed by the IPHC for incidental halibut retention. We understand that emergency action is likely the only vehicle available to accommodate this, the season extension. We would support an alternative means if one is available that reduces staff and administrative burden and still meets this short time frame. Our goal is to seek a permanent season end date change within the fixed gear limited entry program review, which, as you know, is underway. I think that Robert Alverson's letter on behalf of FEOA cited clearly language demonstrating how this request meets the criteria for such action. He and others have spoken to the specifics of the situation in which we find ourselves, the economic consequences likely to occur to the harvesters directly, and our coastal communities that are reliant on this fishery. In the interest of time, I won't reiterate their comments, but we share their concerns. I thank you for your consideration of our collective comments and this request for emergency action, and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions around the table. And I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Lynn. So that concludes open public comment and takes us to our council discussion and comments. There were two clearly articulated requests during open public comment. One has to do with the request to extend the season to December 31st, and the other was Dave Hellowell's request that this topic be referred to the Habitat Committee. So let's see what the council's pleasure is on these requests during open public comment. I know that somebody has something to say. Corey Niles, followed by Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of nervous. How's my volume sounding?
It's still pretty low.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Apologies for that. I'll hopefully figure it out here. So I wanted to thank folks for the testimony on the extending the season. It's very compelling, continues to be compelling to us. And yeah, I wish it wasn't the same this year, but we heard some specific reasons why things are going slower in Alaska than normal. And I do think the council should take up consideration of the emergency action. I see in process. We should be unfortunately used to this process by now, given we did it a few times. But I understand that the task would be for us to take up approving the agenda and adding this item.
All right, Maggie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with Mr. Niles' comments. Also found the written and verbal testimony compelling evidence of these unforeseen events, and suggest the council consider it, and would ask if a motion is necessary to do so.
Yeah, I think that a motion will be necessary to amend the agenda as we adopt it. Chuck?
Sorry, yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, an adoption under A5, the adoption of the agenda would be appropriate, not under B, council, this agenda item, council discussion.
Thank you.
Pete Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Regarding the comments from Mr. Hellwell, I appreciate that information there. I was just wondering if at this point, since the request was for an assignment to the Habitat Committee, that the appropriate place for us to bring that up would be workload planning, or is there a different place where we would take that issue up? Thanks.
Well, my take is that the Habitat Committee already has an agenda for this meeting. So I think if it's something we wanted the Habitat Committee to take up, I think you're right, it would be during workload planning. Any further discussion on open comment before we backtrack to agenda item A5? And I'm not seeing any hands, so that will conclude the open comment period. And now we will return to the agenda. There is a published agenda, and we have heard during open comment a request to add an agenda item, and staff has proffered a suggestion. So let's see if we have any discussion or simply a motion under A5. Maggie Summer, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grolnick. I could offer a motion to address the Sablefish Tier Program Emergency Rule.
Please.
Thank you. I emailed two emails. Please use the second one moments ago. And if you haven't gotten it yet, I will just read it.
So we haven't received the second motion, Maggie. So would you like to read it into the record?
I would be happy to, and thank you to whoever is behind the curtain there typing. I move the council add a new item to the September 2021 meeting agenda on Tuesday, September 14th, to consider an emergency action that would extend the sablefish tier fishery regulatory closure date to December 31st and extend the incidental Pacific halibut retention to the last date possible. Comma, and move I-1 groundfish in season to Wednesday, September 15th.
Maggie, can you just double check? Did you mean I-1 or C7?
I'm sure I meant the appropriate numbering for the groundfish in season item at this meeting. And let me try and.
I think that's C7. Thanks.
It is C7. My apologies. I-1 was.
No problem.
Habitat. Thank you for the catch. That motion now reads as I intended, and I would be hoping for input from Director Tracy or others if I have put in so much detail with those dates that it's causing any problems for you.
All right, thank you for the motion. Maggie, Chuck, did you have something to say before I ask for a second?
No, just that looks fine to me. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right, great. All right, so let me see if there's a second to this motion. It looks like I have a hand from Corey Niles. So the motion is seconded, and please speak to your motion as you wish.
Thanks, Chair Grolick. I found the request and the rationale we heard in verbal testimony as well as in the written comments in the briefing book compelling, certainly describing a number of unforeseen impacts related to the pandemic, both in terms of health and safety aspects, such as vessel and processing crew shortages, and the production and supply chain issues related to parts for equipment necessary for fishing and processing. These clearly present management problems for the fishery. They could be addressed through emergency regulations. Mr. Alverson's written testimony noted that 66% of the allocation was unharvested as of August 24th and provided a rough estimate of significant economic benefits for coastal communities from extending the time available to fish in this sector. It seems reasonable to think that the benefits of such an emergency rule would outweigh the normal process of advance notice and comment. So I do think that's worth the council's consideration at this meeting. I'll note that we do have some analysis from last year to build on and update based on current data and conditions, and would hope that that can help reduce workload associated with an emergency rule, understanding that an emergency action would take priority with the National Marine Fisheries Service over in-season or other actions, and expect to have those discussions on workload and timing, et cetera, certainly under a new agenda item if the council approves that. And finally, I just wanted to acknowledge that this is the second year of this request and appreciate the comments made in public testimony about addressing the season duration in permanent rule through the tier program review that could help address this kind of issue in future years. Thanks.
All right, thanks for that, Maggie. Let's see if there are any questions for Maggie on her motion or any discussion on the motion. And after a reasonable pause, I don't see any hands, so I assume there are no questions or no further discussion. So I will call the question on this motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Maggie, for the motion. And we now have an agenda for our meeting, so we know where to go next. Pete Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If you wish, I think all we did was just approve a change to the published agenda. I would be prepared to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended, if you desire.
Okay. Why not? So please make your motion.
I move to approve the agenda A5 as amended by the previous motion.
All right, Pete, so that simple language on the screen reads correctly?
Yes.
And a second by Virgil Moore. So any discussion on this motion or questions? And I am not seeing any hands, so I will call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. So now we have an agenda. And that concludes agenda item A5, unless anyone else has any business here. I'm not seeing any hands. And we've concluded our open comment period. So we will move to our first FMP topic, groundfish management. And we have a NMFS report, and I'll turn to Todd for an overview. I don't see Todd being with us.
Good morning. There was some little background information or things that needed to happen here. Good morning.
Right, welcome.
This is, of course, as the chair just recognized, the first agenda item for groundfish management, C1, which is the National Marine Fisheries Service report. So under today's agenda item for this, we will be hearing from the National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast region, and they're going to be providing updates to the council regarding rulemakings and notices posted in the Federal Register, and also plan to update the council on current workload and future rulemaking plans for the remainder of the year. The NMFS West Coast region also plans to provide a report on the update the council on the non-trawl logbooks for council discussion. The Science Center will discuss groundfish-related science and research activities with the council, and they have provided two reports for council discussion, which is the estimated discard and catch of groundfish species in the 2020 U.S. West Coast fisheries. That's listed as NMFS Report 1, and it comes with an accompanying groundfish mortality tables for better data examination, should the council wish to examine that. And the second report, which is the Pacific Pacific halibut bycatch in the U.S. West Coast fisheries for 2002 to 2020. And again, that also accompanies an Excel file with more data for the council to view. Looking at your reference material, other than the two items that I just noted, the West Coast region has provided a report on their rulemaking, and they've also provided a report on the non-trawl logbook for council discussion. Additionally, there is a supplemental report from the EC and a supplemental report from the GAP, and both of those center on the logbook item. And I would here at this particular juncture note that the GMT is generally in favor of a logbook for the fixed gear fleet, and look forward to hearing more from the council. Your action today is council guidance and discussion as appropriate for these agenda items. And with that, Mr. Chair, I conclude my overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
All right, thank you, Todd. Let's see if there are any questions of Todd on the overview. And I don't see any, so we will go straight to NMFS and welcome Keely Kent.
Thank you very much. Quick mic check.
Loud and clear.
And just to be clear, Ryan Wolf is sitting in the chair for NMFS for this agenda item, but I will be walking through the NMFS reports. So the first report that I'm going to walk through is the supplemental NMFS report 1. This is our typical rulemaking report for you. We have one Federal Register notice that was published between the time that we last met and by the time that I needed to submit this report, and that was the final rule for the 2021 harvest specifications for Pacific whiting. We have a link to that in our report. On the second page of our report, we have our usual chart that shows the workload and the agenda items and our staff assignments. I think as you all know, as I spoke to at the June meeting, we've had some changes in the Groundfish branch staffing, and we've been working diligently to assess any agenda items where our lead has left and make sure we're filling in those holes. You'll see hopefully over time, we have added some names to agenda items. We still have a few holes, but we are working on filling those. But if there are questions on any of those items in that chart, I'm happy to answer them. Since we published this report, we did have an additional Federal Register notice we wanted to bring to your attention. That is a notice that opened up a nomination period for 2 seats on the Whiting Treaty Advisory Panel. And the nominations for that are due to Frank Lockhart by September 27th. We also have 2 other general updates of the groundfish world. One is related to the humpback whale biological opinion. As you may recollect from our presentation earlier this spring, when we completed the biological opinion, the critical habitat for humpback whale at that time was still in the proposed phase. But since that rule has been finalized, we have gone back and confirmed the not likely to adversely affect conference opinion on humpback whale critical habitat and adopted that in August. And then finally, we have just wanted to share with you, we've talked a bit about the hiring we've been working on, particularly our catch share lead job that will be coming to the Groundfish branch. That job announcement is open currently and will close on September 12th. That's all I have for the rulemaking report. I wanted to see if there was any questions before I turn to Lynn Massey on our supplemental report on the logbook.
Thank you, Keely. Any questions at this point? I don't see any, so Lynn, welcome.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. I'll be summarizing supplemental NMFS report 2 on our groundfish fixed gear logbook action. During the June 2008 council meeting for the 2009-2010 groundfish harvest specifications action, the council recommended that NMFS initiate rulemaking for a mandatory logbook requirement for the limited entry and open access fixed gear fishing fleets. And as you all know, this rule has been on the back burner for quite some time now due to competing workload priorities and resource constraints. However, there are many benefits to gain by implementing this action. One of the most relevant is the Council's recent prioritization of modifying non-trawl rockfish conservation area management measures. Data from a fixed gear logbook would provide area-specific catch information needed for this action. As far as the data structure of the logbook, the environmental impact statement for the 2009-2010 harvest specifications action outlines data elements proposed for inclusion on a fixed gear logbook by the groundfish management team, which is included as attachment 1 at the end of this report. NMFS has not formally drafted a paper form of the logbook. However, we did have the opportunity to beta test a slightly adapted version of Oregon's fixed gear logbook on EFP vessels that took EFP trips under a waiver of observer coverage in 2020 and also earlier in 2021. The West Coast Groundfish Observer Program reported that the logbook worked generally well, but they did recommend some tweaks to better optimize the logbook for use for open access fishermen, and we'll definitely take their feedback into account. One of the big reasons for submitting this report is to get the council's clarification on exactly which fishery sectors you intend the logbook to apply to. The motion from 2008 mandates logbooks for the limited entry and open access fixed gear fleets. The fixed gear fleet portion of that includes gear switchers under the shore-based IFQ program, the sablefish primary fishery, and the limited entry daily trip limit fishery. It's less clear what this means in terms of open access sectors. Based on our reading of the motion compared with open access regulations, NMFS interprets the motion to mean that the logbook would apply to all participants in the directed open access fishery and the incidental open access fishery. This would include halibut fishermen that retain groundfish under open access trip limits. The logbook would not apply to vessels that catch groundfish but don't retain it. In terms of the logbook format, NMFS intends to make this an electronic logbook. However, we do understand that this may be challenging for some boats that don't have onboard computers, tablets, or smartphones. So we definitely welcome feedback from the council and its advisory bodies on how to balance the benefits of an electronic logbook with vessel operation limitations. Additionally, we're also investigating creating provisions such that any vessels already under a comparable logbook requirement for the same sort of fishery activities, so for example, Oregon's fixed gear logbook, would be able to submit their existing logbook in order to satisfy the federal requirement to avoid being under duplicative reporting requirements. And then lastly, in terms of the rule schedule, we intend to initiate the rulemaking process for this in late 2021. Moving forward, we'll partner with Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission to build the database and ultimately house the new logbook data for use by the Council for Fisheries Management. And we definitely plan to consult the states as necessary on that. The final target implementation date would be January 1, 2023. However, that largely depends on whether the Council has any concerns with this report that may warrant discussing this at a future councilman meeting. That concludes my summary, and Keely and I are here to answer any questions about this.
Thank you, Lynn. Any questions? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Keely. Appreciate the report. I appreciate you having the discussion with the GAP and EC, and I'll look forward to their statements here shortly. My question for you at this point is, in the report, you're suggesting that if we have concerns with the approach, that we recommend revisiting this topic at a future meeting. I'm trying to reconcile that statement with your plan to initiate the rulemaking late in 2021. It sounds like you're open to input from the council, which I think is much appreciated, and I think is certainly appreciated by our advisors. And I think you'll see in the GAP report a recommendation for some regional discussions with industry. And so I'm just wondering how committed are you to this late 2021 timeline for the rulemaking to initiate?
Thanks for that question, Mr. Remco. So we are not committed to starting the rule in late 2021 if the council wishes to postpone it until discussing it at a future councilman meeting. Another option is that we could continue with our plan as outlined in the NMFS report. And if you want modifications to it, then we could also add those as a separate action later. We're open to either. The message here is, if you're okay with what we've outlined here, then we'll start. And if not, then we can stop until everything is clarified and we have a plan moving forward.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, it does. And I guess we'll bring this back up in discussion on this item. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on the NMFS report here? Supplemental report 1 or 2? And I'm not seeing any hands. So Keely and Lynn, thanks very much. And as Marcy said, we'll return to this during council discussion. Next on our agenda is the Science Center presentation. And I understand that Craig Russell will be presenting that. So Craig, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Fantastic. Good morning, and good morning, council members and participants. My name is Craig Russell. I'm the Director of the Fishery Resource Analysis and Monitoring Division with the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And today I will provide a Science Center summary and briefly discuss 5 topics. Next slide, please. Just a second here. While that's being pulled up, the 5 topics will include survey updates, groundfish mortality report, Pacific halibut bycatch report, the quota share owner survey of 2019, and a published science update. Next slide, please. First is survey updates. The Northwest Fisheries Science Center plans to field our full suite of surveys for the remainder of 2021. And these surveys include, next slide, the full 4-boat 2021 West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey. The annual bottom trawl survey, as you know, is a cornerstone of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center's mission to ensure healthy ecosystems with productive and sustainable fisheries as mandated by the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Our top priority is providing a long-term time series data for the scientific management of West Coast groundfishes and their ecosystem. The survey collects fishery independent data on abundance, distribution, and biology of the 90+ species included in the West Coast Groundfish Management Plan and coastwide environmental sampling for monitoring change within the California current ecosystem. We are conducting the 2021 Groundfish Survey from Cape Flattery, Washington to the U.S.-Mexico border between May 14th and October 22nd, 2021. The survey will sample the entire coast using 2 chartered West Coast fishing vessels for Pass 1 of the annual survey from May 14th to July 23rd, and 2 vessels for Pass 2 from August 16th to October 22nd. Pass 1 was completed as scheduled. I'm happy to report. And next slide, please. Mobilization for Pass 2 occurred in Newport, Oregon, August 16th through 20th. The chartered fishing vessels Excalibur and Noah's Ark departed for Leg 1 late August 20th and early August 21st, respectively, with sampling beginning on August 21st. The survey will consist of 5 legs, roughly 8 to 10 days each, with 3-day port calls between legs, and cover the area from U.S.-Canada border to the U.S.-Mexico border at depths of 55 to 1,280 meters. Port calls are scheduled for Newport, Oregon, Brookings, Oregon, San Francisco, California, and Santa Barbara, California. Scientists will depart the vessels on October 18th in Long Beach, California, and both vessels will transit to Newport, Oregon for demobilization on October 25th through 26th. I want to thank the captains, the crew, and the survey staff for ensuring that these surveys got underway safely as planned. One final note on this survey: on Leg 2 on September 3rd and 4th, both survey vessels encountered hypoxic conditions or low near bottom dissolved oxygen levels near Walport, Oregon, with little or no catch at depths of and rancid dead crabs at depths of less than 150 meters. Next slide, please. The next survey is the Joint U.S.-Canada Integrated Ecosystem and Pacific Hake Acoustic Trawl Survey. This survey will be conducted jointly by the Northwest Fisheries Science Center on the NOAA ship Belle M. Shimada and by the Fisheries and Oceans Canada Pacific region on the Canadian fishing vessel Nordic Pearl, which stepped in to replace the effort previously scheduled on the Canadian Coast Guard vessel Franklin, which will be out of commission until mid-October. Shimada gear trials completed in early June. The U.S. survey effort on the Shimada began on June 27th and completed Leg 1 July 17th and Leg 2 August 8th, surveying transects 1 through 59 at 10 nautical mile spacing, except for the region from north of San Francisco to roughly 65 nautical miles south of the California-Oregon border, which was surveyed at 20 nautical mile spacing. Leg 3 of the Shimada portion of the survey began September 3rd and will continue to survey north at 10 nautical mile transect spacing, covering the rest of Oregon and Washington, a portion of the west coast of Vancouver Island and Dixon Entrance, Alaska. The Shimada is scheduled to complete their survey efforts with a calibration in Seattle on September 23rd. The Canadian survey effort began on August 17th on the Nordic Pearl, and Nordic Pearl completed calibration August 18th and is currently surveying along the west coast of Vancouver Island, and it will continue surveying north to cover Queen Charlotte Sound, Hecate Strait, and the west coast of Haida Gwaii, concluding their survey efforts with the calibration on September 13th. Next slide, please. The Southern California Rockfish Hook and Line Survey is planned to be conducted in fall of 2021. This cooperative research effort charters 3 vessels, the Mirage, Tornado, and Aggressor, from the commercial sport fishing fleet to generate abundance, biological, genetic, and ecosystem information used to assess and manage groundfish species and shelf depths throughout Southern California. The hook and line survey complements the bottom trawl survey by sampling hard bottom habitats and areas of structure that we cannot easily access using trawl nets. The 2021 hook and line survey is the 17th survey in a time series that dates to 2004. And the proposed dates for this year's survey are September 22nd through October 7th. The plan is to mobilize in Oxnard, California, September 20th to 21st, and demobilize in Long Beach, October 8th. As we previously reported, assorted other smaller surveys and field operations were also completed in 2021. Now, our survey teams continue to diligently research and plan ways to ensure we accomplish our surveys this year. This includes our strong safety and travel protocols, contingency plans, staffing options, contract options, and progress on gear readiness. We're also working closely with our assessment team to identify data collection contingencies. And critically, we believe we have the minimum staffing identified for all surveys. At this point, we are on track to execute the full suite of Northwest Fisheries Science Center surveys planned for 2021. That said, things can change. We may encounter weather, unexpected staff shortages, or other conditions that would force us to reevaluate one or more surveys. We'll continue to keep the council informed on our survey status throughout the year at regular council meetings. In addition, we stand ready to provide additional updates as requested, and of course, welcome discussion on our surveys. Next slide, please. Next, I will discuss the annual Pacific halibut bycatch and groundfish mortality reports. These reports and data tables were provided in the briefing book under C1B, NMFS reports 1 through 4. And I'll now share a few slides and highlights from these reports. The first is the estimated discard and catch of groundfish species in the 2020 U.S. West Coast fishery, which was produced by Kaylee Summers, Jason Janet, Kate Richardson, Vanessa Tuttle, and John McVeigh. The groundfish expanded multi-year data product for 2002 to 2020 is available in a table format in the report, as well as on the FRAM data warehouse. If any additional information is needed, please reach out to Kaylee Summers. Okay, so we'll stay right here on this slide. Thank you. This figure here is also shown as figure 3 in the report and shows harvest goal attainment in 2020 for groundfish species that are highly targeted and or attained and species of concern, all compared to 2015 to 2019. The gray points display annual estimates from 2015 to 2019, and the 2020 points are colored as indicated in the legend. Attainment of Pacific hake compared to total allowable catch, nearshore rockfish north of 40-10 degrees and widow rockfish were all within the previous 5-year range. Attainment of Dover sole, yellow eye rockfish, sablefish north of 36 degrees latitude, and petrale sole were below the 5-year range. Attainment of cowcod rockfish and black blue rockfish in Oregon were above. And just a note that the black and blue rockfish in Oregon has only been managed as a complex since 2019, so there's only one data point there. Next slide, please. This figure shows more species and groupings as shown in figure 4 of the report. This shows the 3 highest attained groupings, as well as now rebuilt cowcod and still rebuilding yellow eye. Note that the x-axis shows the contribution of each sector to the total mortality percentage indicated at the top, while the color shows the percentage of catch discarded by the given sector. No groupings exceeded 2020 annual catch limits. 3 groupings attained 75% or more of their ACL. These are a majority of the black blue deacon rockfish in Oregon was from recreational catch, followed by commercial fixed gear landings outside of the catch share program. Another note, nearly all mortality of petrale sole was from catch share bottom trawl landings, and nearly all mortality of widow rockfish was from midwater rockfish landings. Next slide, please. Next, I'll discuss the Pacific halibut bycatch in U.S. West Coast fisheries from 2002 to 2020, which was produced by Jason Janet, Kate Richardson, Kaylee Summers, Vanessa Tuttle, Crystal Callway, and John McVeigh. Next slide, please. The infographic shown is similar to last year's Pacific halibut bycatch infographic, and a few observations to note. Catch share's bottom trawl sector has the largest amount of bycatch. Pacific halibut 2A directed fishery sector had the second largest amount of bycatch. Limited entry sable fish endorsed sector had a close third largest amount of bycatch. Bycatch is concentrated north of Point Chehalis. Electronic monitoring numbers are included in the catch shares value. Catch shares individual bycatch quota total allocation north of 4010 degrees was 66.3 metric tons. An important note is that is reported as 72.3 metric tons in the draft report. That is wrong and will be corrected in the final report. Also, the catch share individual bycatch quota attainment was 29.15 metric tons, roughly 44% of quota. And also an important note, it is reported as 25.4 metric tons in the infographic. That is incorrect and will also be fixed in the final report. Next slide, please. Electronic, couple additional observations here. The electronic monitoring EFP, the time on deck discard mortality rate comparisons are provided in the appendix. Sablefish and open access fixed gear, more than 80% of mortality in this mixed sector is from limited entry sablefish endorsed fishery. And long line and hook and line vessels decreased landings by 20 to 30%. The Pacific halibut derby, where is that? Was first observed in 2017. Both discarded at sea and retained are given here. Higher discard ratio than previous years equates to more discards, but the low sample size is due to low observer coverage, due in part to COVID safety protocols, including self-isolation times, and prioritizing coverage in some other sectors. Also, more Pacific halibut is landing with moderate or more serious injuries, equating to more discards. But again, there is a low sample size due to low observer coverage. And finally, state fisheries include California ridgeback prawn, also first observed in 2017 nearshore and Oregon, California, pink strip, Washington, Oregon, and California, and California halibut. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now I'm going to turn to the quota share owner survey. I want to thank Aaron Steiner and Catherine Connolly for pulling this information together. And if any further questions arise, please reach out to Aaron Steiner for any follow-up. Quota share owner survey background, just real briefly. The survey was requested by Council as part of the Trawl Catch Share Program review. The 5-year review requested follow-on actions to fill an information gap in the distribution of benefits of the quota program. I'll describe this information gap in the next few slides. The agency took the recommendations to implement a new survey, developed the survey instrument and rule package, and the final rule published at the end of 2019. The survey was first fielded at the end of 2020 as part of the quota share permit renewal for 2021. The survey collected data for 2019 activities. Next slide, please. Should have covered that right here. To the next slide, please. So in the context of typical NMFS econ surveys, this survey is quite simple and it's designed to answer 2 questions. Those are what types of fishery participants are receiving quota lease and how much are these fishery participants receiving? Next slide, please. Prior to the quota share survey, we collected data about expenses and revenue related to quota leasing through the cost and earnings economic data collection program, only from vessels and processors. The light blue bar on the left represents the total cost reported by vessels and processors on the economic data collection program, or EDC forms. The dark blue bar represents the total quota earnings reported by vessels and processors. As you can see here on the vessel processor forms, 2 times the quota cost reported compared to the revenue. And this information gap about who is receiving those payments is what triggered Council's interest in the new data collection. Next slide, please. On this slide, we can see that we filled the revenue gap and now account for all expenses on quota in the Trawl Catch Share program. Note the discrepancy between the total cost reported and total revenue reported can be attributed to several factors, including differences in reporting requirements, such as the costs were reported on a fiscal year basis rather than calendar year, and a small number of vessels that can trade quota but are not required to submit an EDC form. Based on fielding the first survey of the year, we added new data quality checks into the survey to continue to make sure that we're getting the best information available. Next slide, please. So the first question we sought to answer was what types of fishery participants are receiving quota lease earnings? And we summarize that information. Sorry. Can you still hear me? I just lost my hangout.
No, you're good.
Okay. Sorry about that. My application just quit. I'm going to get back to where I am in a hard copy here. Okay. So the first question we sought to answer is what types of fishery participants are receiving quota lease earnings? And we summarize that information by the number of quota share owners that are associated with each participation type, as well as the percentage of quota owned reported in quota pound equivalents. The survey asked for the participation type of each quota owner, and here are the top 7 responses. The percentages do not sum to 100% because no one person can have many participation types, or because one person can have many participation types. And as can be seen here, 70% of quota was owned by people who owned a fishing vessel in 2019, and 15% of quota was owned by people who fished on the West Coast in 2019. Other participation types include previous owner of a fishing vessel, dealer or processor, employee of a fish dealer or fish processor, vessel operator or crew member who did not fish, and or deceased. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, okay, there we are. Let's see. So each quota share owner was assigned a category based on whether they actually fished on a vessel or worked in a processing plant, and whether they owned a vessel and or processing plant. And the quota earnings associated with that person and their permit or permits were then allocated to their participation category. The largest share of quota earnings were paid to inactive capital owner, roughly 40% of quota earnings. Quota owners that owned capital, primarily vessels, but did not go out to fish in 2019. Payments to active quota share owners amounted to 1.37 million, or 20% of total quota payments. The payments to capital owner quota share owners amounted to 4.22 million, or 64% of total quota payments. The technical memorandum summarizing the results of this first quota share owner survey is currently going through center review. The data will be included in the next 5-year review of the trawl catch share program, which is on the year at a glance for March 2022. If you have any questions about how the survey was designed or implemented, the analysis, or if you have any comments about the categories that have been developed for the report, please contact Aaron Steiner at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And next slide, please. And one more, please. Finally, I'd like to highlight a recent article of interest published August 24th, 2021, in the prestigious Proceedings of the National Academies of Sciences of the United States. The article is Reproductive Hyperallometry and Managing the World's Fisheries by Dustin Marshall, and includes notably Southwest Fisheries Science Center's E.J. Dick as a co-author. This paper highlights the importance of larger, older fish in replenishing fish populations. Science for major fisheries around the world often assumes that productivity of small fish is the same as large fish per unit weight, when this is not the case, risking overharvest. Most West Coast groundfish assessments take this effect into consideration, but additional research is needed. For example, spatial and temporal variability in fecundity and multiple brooding in rockfish have not been accounted for. Where this effect is not considered, recalibration of target harvest rates is recommended to account for the proportionally greater reproductive capacity of larger fish. Next slide, please. And this concludes the Northwest Science Center report. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your time.
Craig, thanks for presenting all that information. Well done. And let me see if there are any questions on your presentation, although you did invite offline questions as well. Chuck Tracy, or rather Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Craig. Hopefully you can hear me okay. On, I think it was slide 20. And I believe you, I think you might have suggested emailing questions, but if you could, what's the example? Can you give an example of inactive no capital category? What's the difference between inactive capital owner versus inactive no capital?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Mr. Niles. Perhaps what I can do is run through all the definitions here. I'll start with inactive capital owner, inactive no capital, and then define the others. But certainly welcome feedback on if there's other ways to parse these out. So inactive capital owners are individuals who owned quota shares and were also owners of a vessel, a fish dealer, or a processor in 2019. These individuals were not captains, crew members, or employees of a fish dealer or processor in 2019. Inactive no capital were individuals who neither owned a vessel, were not a fish dealer, processor, nor were a captain, crew member, or employee of a fish dealer or processor in 2019. Active capital owner are individuals who owned a vessel, both owned a vessel, fish dealer or processor owner, and were also a captain, crew member, or employee of a fish dealer or processor in 2019. Inactive no capital were individuals who are a captain, crew member, or employee of a fish dealer or processor in 2019, but did not own a vessel, fish dealer, or processor in 2019. And then the other category there includes, as you can see in the smaller font there, I'm not sure it's legible, trust estates, not-for-profits, publicly held corporations, government entities, and some unknowns. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, now I'm cluing into what those two bottom rows mean better. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Further questions for Craig on his presentation? Thank you, Craig. I don't see any other hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so that completes the presentation of the Science Center, which takes us to advisory body reports. I have two. First we'll have Tom Libby presenting the GAP report. Welcome, Tom. You're muted on your end. There you go.
Good morning, Chair Grolick, members of the council.
Good morning.
Tom Libby reading agenda item C1, Supplemental GAP Report 1, September 2021, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on the National Marine Fisheries Service Report. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed the briefing book documents and received presentations from Ms. Keely Kent, Ms. Lynn Massey, National Marine Fisheries Service, West Coast Region, and Mr. Craig Russell and Ms. Erin Steiner, Northwest Fisheries Science Center, under this agenda item and offers the following comments. Fixed gear logbooks. The GAP appreciates the NMFS emphasis on moving forward with groundfish fixed gear logbooks, last considered during council action in 2008 for the 2009-2010 harvest specifications. Generally, the GAP supports moving forward with federal logbook rulemaking anticipated by the end of 2022 for implementation in 2023. As noted in the supplemental NMFS Report 2, under this agenda item, logbooks would help inform opening areas of the non-trawl rockfish conservation area, an issue that is important to many GAP members. Logbooks may also be key to retaining access to groundfish stocks in which commingling species may be taken incidentally. However, the GAP would also appreciate more outreach to the fixed gear fleets in the form of workshops this fall and held regionally in areas such as Seattle, Newport, Northern California, and Southern California. Fishermen anticipate asking questions to clarify which fleets would require logbooks, how and when paper logbooks would transition to electronic logbooks, etc. At the same time, the fishing fleet could provide valuable input on the logbook design. The GAP appreciates the thought put into the design and testing of the logbook so far and would like to see this effort move forward. And that concludes our statement.
Thanks very much, Tom. Are there questions of Tom on the GAP report? Marcy Yaremko.
Grolnick, thank you, Tom. So the GAP is looking to ask questions of NMFS to clarify which fleets would require logbooks. And that would be presumably in the open access fisheries. Did the GAP itself have any initial thinking about that, recognizing that the open access fishery is quite diverse? And what is incidental open access versus directed open access? That spans, again, a number of fisheries. So was it the GAP's thinking that you hold a workshop that would then, is the purpose of the workshop to be information gathering, or is it just to ask questions about a proposal that has already been developed?
I think that the way that we looked at it was these would be information gathering meetings to assist in developing the logbooks.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Thank you, Tom. Now we will hear from the enforcement consultants. Eric?
Yeah, mic check. Can you hear me okay?
You bet.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council, and good morning, participants. My name is Eric Cord, and I am a patrol captain with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I will be reading the enforcement consultant statement this morning in lieu of our chair, Greg Bush from NOAA, who is unable to be here this morning. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the documents pertaining to agenda item C1A, the supplemental report from the National Marine Fisheries Service regarding Groundfish fixed gear logbooks, and we have the following comments. First, the EC recognizes the Council's recommendation to the National Marine Fisheries Service to indicate a mandatory logbook requirement for the limited entry and open access fixed gear vessels. Per the report, the National Marine Fisheries Service intends to implement a fixed gear logbook requirement for both targeted and incidental open access fisheries that use fixed gear in federal waters, for example, 3 to 200 nautical miles from the mainland coast. And this includes the directed halibut fishery that retains groundfish under open access trip limits. Several fixed gear vessels retain groundfish in both state and federal waters on the same fishing trip and are required to adhere to the cumulative limits regardless of where groundfish were taken. These groundfish are required to be landed and documented on a fish ticket. The vessels retaining groundfish in federal waters are also to have vessel monitoring system installed and in use. There are also fixed gear vessels that fish in state waters only for groundfish and are also required to land and document their catch on fish tickets as well. The EC is concerned with logbook requirements that only applies to fish caught in federal waters, and we would prefer consistent logbook requirements for both state and federal waters. Enforcement would not be able to enforce the quality and completeness of the logbook when a portion of a trip included catch in state waters. Fish tickets would remain the only accurate accounting of the landing, and enforcement would be reliant on VMS to determine which vessels had fishing trips in federal waters to ensure logbook entries were completed. That concludes the EC statement for this agenda item, and I can take questions on this as needed.
Thank you very much, Eric. Questions for Eric on the enforcement consultant's report? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Eric. I just wanted to welcome you to the council table. It's great to hear from you here. Great to have you as a member of the enforcement consultants. Long history working with Eric Cord in Southern California fisheries issues. So it's great to have you present this report today. Just want to acknowledge the EC's discussion and recommendations here, and I appreciate you adding this to the EC's agenda somewhat on short notice. It's a very important topic and appreciate your advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy.
All right. Any further questions of Eric? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that completes the reports. I don't see any signups for public comment here. I'm sure I'll be corrected swiftly if I'm wrong. And so that will take us to council discussion on agenda item C1. Okay, Chuck Tracy, followed by Maggie Summer.
Thanks. I didn't think anybody was going to jump in there, but I just had a question, perhaps for the West Coast region on the logbook issue. So there's some discussion about the requiring this on halibut vessels that retain groundfish. I was wondering if there's been any discussions about requiring it for all halibut vessels, given the nature of the transition status of managing that fishery here rather than through IPHC, and then the utility of requiring that for that logbook for all halibut vessels. Just wondering if those discussions had occurred and if that had if there's any updates on that. Thanks.
Ryan, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Chuck, for question. No, we have not had any discussions on that to date. I do note that that there's already an IPHC logbook, but I'm not quite sure off the top of my head all the information that is specific on that. So the answer to your question is no, we had not had discussions on that to date.
Maggie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll follow along on the logbook topic here and just appreciate the intent expressed by the National Marine Fisheries Service to work with states as they proceed through this and look forward to that. I know that ODFW's fixed gear logbook was mentioned, but for example, we have yet another commercial nearshore groundfish logbook that we require of our state limited entry participants, and in fact, some open access participants, depending on the species they're targeting. So lots of need for coordination there to ensure that there are not duplicative logbook requirements, as you noted, and I think that would also relate to the IPHC logbook comment that was just made. Thanks. My hand was originally up for a whole different topic, but I will save that until after the council's had any further discussion related to logbooks that we might want to.
All right, that's sensible. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have a few thoughts on the logbook topic. First, I appreciate the early effort on the part of NMFS to coordinate even offline before this agenda item came to us in the briefing book. I think engaging the states in these discussions is hugely important, as Maggie referenced, and we appreciate the opportunity to coordinate. California's open access fishery is incredibly diverse, and it's also got an awful lot of participants. And groundfish taken incidentally or in a directed sense in the open access fishery occurs in quite a number of fisheries and using quite a number of gears. We have a set gillnet fishery in Southern California that targets white sea bass and halibut and angel shark that is often straddling or co-occurring in state and federal waters. They incidentally take, or even as secondary targets might pursue open access groundfish opportunities consistent with the trip limit authorizations. They include a number of species that we don't really hear a lot about or focus a lot on in many of our discussions. So I just want to stress that, there's a diversity of activities that go on in the open access fishery. We also know that we have rod and reel fishing activity on the commercial side that I think we had a question in the GAP discussion about the applicability of logbooks to that, as well as salmon troll. That's hook and line gear, but because it is remaining fixed to the vessel, the definition wouldn't fit under fixed gear. But what has come clear to us is that there's really going to be a need when this program rolls out to make sure that there's clarity in the instructions and the application. We want to make sure we do this right the first time, and spend time, I think, up front making sure that we answer all of those questions about who this applies to, on what trip the log requirement applies, who is the universe, so that it's clear to our participants, as well as those participants that don't need the log. On the state side, we do have other log programs similar to Oregon that apply to some of these different fisheries. So we'll want to coordinate and make sure that there is adequate communication to the fleet and with the industry representatives and with enforcement. I really appreciate them raising their concerns with the clarity in the application. One thing we've learned from the VMS program and having it apply only in federal waters is that there are an awful lot of questions and a lot of opportunity for folks to fish exclusively in state waters and avoid the VMS requirement. But as the EC mentions, they're still filling out fish tickets. So I think it would be worthwhile to refresh a little bit on the goal of what this information collection program will entail. I'm not looking to recreate the wheel here, but I think just a refinement of the goal in light of the time that's passed since the original council recommendation might be useful. Also acknowledging that now we have this log requirement coming in the form of 2 different incidental take statements, I believe, in the humpback whale biop and the seabird or the albatross biop as well. So refreshing the goal might be useful so that we can, in fact, build this and do it right the first time. Mentioned the federal versus state waters situation. I think enforcement said it well. I think the state of California would prefer that any vessel that's landing groundfish be required to complete the logbook. That makes it clear. Now I know that's not just fixed gear. That would be all gears. So I think that's worth a discussion. Again, recognizing there's this mention about halibut. We know that halibut is pursued by a number of gears. Fixed gear, yes, predominantly, but also there is some take in non-fixed gear by troll vessels, salmon troll, as well as rod and reel vessels. So I think some discussion and recommendations from the council about how wide a net we need to cast to get the information necessary to best inform our management of the groundfish fishery into the future. So I also like the idea that the GAP suggested to have some focused regional discussions. I think that would be useful, especially recognizing the diversity of the open access fleets, particularly in Southern California. I realize that adds time to the timeline, and there's interest in getting this program up and going. So I think sticking to what the GAP has recommended is a good kind of a good guidepost as to the outreach opportunity, and maybe host a series of workshops, one in each area, and then additional recommendations come from the GAP to the council in a standalone agenda item that we might look to later in the spring. Those are just some thoughts, but I appreciate the opportunity to explore this a little more, and we very much are supportive of the approach brought to us here today, and look forward to participating. Thanks.
Thanks, Marcy. Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The comments I'd make are just, I agree with a lot of what Marcy said as well, and others, but I'm really kind of excited to see this logbook finally come to fruition. We hear a lot of, the non-trawl RCA issue is a big issue in access to there, and in that context, we need some accountability. That's been expressed as well, and to raise that bar so we know what's happening. And I think this would be a way to do that, to help that along and get more certainty in what is happening in those fisheries. And I think that that it could be that combined with observer coverage could give us a greater amount of certainty of the discards and the disposition of fish. I like the fact that it's an electronic logbook. We can get, at least in the way I understand it, we'll get data in a much more expedient manner and be able to make decisions based on that of catch. And I think that would be a very useful tool. But I hear a lot of, listening to the GAP yesterday and comments about it maybe being onerous. And I think it's important that the goal of the program and what the use of this data, how it could improve management of these areas that we're not allowing people into, that it's a positive move, not a punitive move. And I think that's really an important thing to get across. So I would hope that would happen. And I also hear maybe exemptions because of electronics. I mean, I don't know many people that don't have an access to an iPhone or an iPad or some type of electronics. We're not in the 70s anymore. So I will remind folks that we had exemptions to observer coverage in the trawl sector when the ITQ program was enacted, and those vessels that were non-observable were no longer allowed to fish in the fishery. You had to have an observer. So I think as we move forward, we need to keep an eye on that. Understand the limitations of small hook and line boats and things like that, but I think there are ways around that. This data to me is important. It's the way we move into the next century and on this and the next phase. I think electronics is the way to go. We get data quicker, and I think it's important to do that. So I'll stop there, but I'm very supportive of this logbook.
All right, thank you, Bob. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I was about to say 2008 was a long time ago, and then Bob mentioned the 1970s. So maybe what wasn't that long ago, but yeah, thanks for the thoughts. We've at WDFW always agreed, and we're supportive of this logbook. And yeah, maybe we could have, the council as a whole could have been more clear on what sectors it would apply to. I guess I have a question for Ryan on NIMS's viewpoint on the gap suggestion. Sounds like a good one. Talking to folks would be good. But the other thought I have, I don't know where we are process wise. As the action was a long time ago, and if we want to slow it down or not. But I'm wondering if we could somehow, Marcy brings up very good points about the diversity of the fleets down in California. We don't have that same issue up in Washington. So I'm wondering if we might, take up the sectors that are obvious, like Oregon's had a logbook for a long time that, tested and true. So the main sectors we have are the non-nearshore sectors, as they've been called, targeting sablefish, and the impetus, what got momentum behind the logbooks this time was whale entanglements in the seabird, and better efforts, estimates on efforts related to albatross in particular. So I'm wondering if we might prioritize sectors that have those connections, those bigger risks to the seabirds and whale entanglement, and then so not try to do everyone all at once. Why don't we pick off the easy ones first? So those are, not sure we're giving guidance, having discussion here. So I guess Ryan, one, what did you have time to think about the workshop idea? I generally think it's a good idea as well, but two, could we maybe peel off the easier sectors for a first round here?
So that was a question for Ryan. Go ahead, Ryan.
To the chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. I'll take the gap request first. So yes, we are supportive of that request, with the caveat that those workshops or forms of outreach may need to be virtual for obvious reasons, but we definitely acknowledge that additional outreach to the fleets is necessary. Also acknowledge the previous points about continued coordination, very close coordination on a number of the issues raised previously by the states and by OLE. But I'm a little bit unclear about your second question. I mean, are you proposing that we move forward with less sectors than we are putting forward? I mean, is that your question? I mean, if you could expand, I mean, because if you're proposing a subset of what we have proposed here, then I think we need to potentially reevaluate or pause moving forward. So a little bit more clarification, Corey, would help.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ryan. Yeah, and sorry, what I hear Marcy saying, and Marcy, correct me if I'm wrong, please. Yeah, the concerns, and Bob brought it up too, are more with the incidental open access sectors, particularly in California. So it seems that the directed, our limited entry and the directed open access sectors are not as problematic in terms of the concerns Marcy's raising. So could you do the rulemaking, design the logbook for those first, and then move into the discussions about the incidental open access? And Marcy, apologies if I've got my sector definitions aren't matching what you say, but the limited entry sablefish fixed gear sector is one where whale entanglements and seabirds are a concern, and already follows the model that Oregon and Alaska use logbook wise. So that one would be an easier thing to accomplish in my mind than these sectors Marcy's talking about.
Marcy.
Sure. If I may, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Corey. Yes, you're right. I think the largest area of discussion will be in our open access sector. However, I think I have further challenge with trying to distinguish between directed open access and incidental open access, because on any given trip, that might be somewhat different, depending on fisheries with multiple targets. You know, our set gillnet fishery is a good example where you might be co-targeting a white sea bass and halibut, but you happen to make more money on a trip on your federal groundfish, which could happen if you strike out on the sea bass and the halibut. So then is it a directed trip for federal groundfish? So I think, you know, because of the definitions and the kind of moving target, you know, that's why I think we want to nail down what the very clearly up front, who the requirement applies to. As enforcement has described, I mean, that obligation will fall to the states to assist the fleets with outreach and helping them ascertain if the log requirement applies to them. And, you know, potentially they'll be required to fill it out as they begin a trip. And, you know, we want there to be some certainty as to whether or not the requirement applies. So I think having, you know, that resolution for us is going to be necessary. We have inshore, nearshore fisheries that straddle state and federal waters. For the VMS requirement, recall too that you are required to carry VMS if you are transiting federal waters with groundfish aboard. And so there's going to be a logical question if this rule works the same way. And for example, folks might fish with stick gear, which is a floating type of hook and line gear that's not necessarily anchored to the bottom. I mean, is it fixed gear? Is it not? I mean, and similarly, we have inshore drift gillnet gear that might take nearshore groundfish. So, you know, I think those types of things could be explored in these regional meetings that then would lead to some recommendations from the council and from, you know, NMFS in terms of, again, how wide a net we cast on these kind of more incidental sectors. But Corey, I hear your point. Your point is, why don't we focus on the low-hanging fruit first and take seriously the new priorities established in the ITS to get going on the requirement now for the fisheries that, you know, are most likely to have interactions with the listed stocks. So I'm hearing you. But I'd also note that, you know, I mean, humpback whale, we don't know, you know, but they certainly come inshore and have the potential to interact with our open access groundfish fleets. So I hear your suggestion, Corey. I'm not sure. I think I'm open to your suggestion. And there may be value in addressing the easiest sectors first and doing this in a stepwise fashion, which I think is what your suggestion is. So I guess I'm open to both approaches, but I do see value in the discussion about how far to apply the requirement to the open access and incidental sectors.
Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for the points. I just am still looking for a little bit of clarity here of what the guidance is from the council. You know, we're proposing to have a logbook that applies to anyone using fixed gear in federal waters to retain groundfish, as we've outlined here in our report. also very cognizant of the additional discussions that have to happen, the outreach that has to happen, the coordination, and it's possible that scope expands or changes in the future. In our view, that doesn't need to stop this rulemaking timeline, as those can be addressed in subsequent or even parallel rulemakings. However, if the council is now giving us guidance that they do not want us to move forward with the scope that we have proposed, then I would rather pause moving forward at all until some of these issues are addressed. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ryan. That's helpful. Marcy?
Thank you. And thank you, Ryan. I guess, I was keying in on the exchange I had with Lynn about the timeline of the rulemaking. My own opinion is that I would not want to see us rush ahead with a rulemaking that applied to federal waters, fixed gear fisheries, do one rule, have to deal with the implementation questions that would surround that requirement, again, because it's unclear and the state will be left having to answer those questions. And they're not easy, and we're talking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of participants. So from a workload perspective, our position is that we'd like to see some investment made up front to get some clarity around who the requirement applies to, so that we can have a nice consistent message that's easy to follow. So I think it's worth a little investment up front to be able to refine that description. I don't think the federal waters piece works all that well for us, because we know we have so many trips that co-occur in state and federal waters. If we have to answer that question for every operation, it's going to be very tedious. And as the EC speaks to, the quality of the data will be compromised. So I think it's worth a little investment of time up front to help clarify the application. And again, I don't feel like we have to recreate the wheel or start over, but applying the requirement to certain fisheries specifically will, I think, allow for that clarity. Like, for example, does the requirement apply in the California deeper nearshore fishery? Doesn't matter where you go, but does it apply? So, that's federally managed fishery. There's federally established trip limits. So anyway, I just think that discussion would be useful and will help refine what exactly we're talking about on the application side when it comes to implementing the program.
Chuck?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, this agenda item is I think we're getting pretty far into the weeds on this. I think the intent here, as proposed by National Marine Fisheries Service, was that if the council's fine, then we don't have to do anything. If the council's not fine, then we ought to schedule something under workload planning to pick this up and decide what the council might want to do differently, or if they want to just explore things further. So I guess I would, at this point, it seems pretty clear that there is some interest in doing something besides exactly what the council passed in 2008. So I suggest the council establish some time on the agenda to deal with this in a measured manner in the future, and do that under workload planning. That's my advice for this particular agenda item, this particular topic for this agenda item.
Thank you, Chuck. Yeah, this is a 30-minute agenda item that's gone on a lot longer than 30 minutes. So is it Chuck's characterization accurate? And I think it is, that we ought to schedule some time to further discuss this. Phil?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't disagree with that. I did want to just acknowledge my appreciation for the work that went into the NMFS report on the groundfish, the estimated discard and catch, the mortality reports, the halibut bycatch, and tables. I thought that information was presented in a way that was really easy to look at and very useful. And when I think back to where we were 10 or 20 years ago relative to having this kind of information, we have gotten ourselves in a much better place in terms of understanding what the impacts of the fishery is on all of these species. Similarly, here when we're talking about logbooks, and I think Bob Dooley spoke to it, this is another chapter in how we're going about documenting and quantifying the mortalities that are the groundfish mortalities that are taking place in these other fisheries. So while I'm not going to suggest that we not take a pause here and answer the questions, that these legitimate questions that are coming forward. I just hope that we not lose momentum here. It doesn't seem to me like these questions are overwhelming in nature in terms of coming to some answers on them that will allow us to move forward with the program that National Marine Fisheries Service is bringing forward as a recommendation.
Thank you, Phil. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I agree with exactly what Phil said. I think, I've fished for a long time in my lifetime and filled out logbooks for a long, long time. And it's just, to me, it's price of admission. I think we need to move into that. I hear the burden of a logbook. It's not that big of a burden, particularly if it's electronic. And everybody has a role to play in getting certainty and accountability into our fisheries. And I think I'm really supportive of this logbook. I really worry that we're making a big deal about the ability to fill out a logbook. I mean, I just think it's not that big a deal, particularly if it's electronic, and the usefulness of that data is important. So I would not want to stall this program out or this movement out because of that. I do agree with taking the time to get it right, but I would like to do that in the most expedient manner we can and keep the ball moving. So it's been a long time we've been working on this logbook. So thank you.
All right. So to try to bring at least the logbook portion here to a conclusion for this agenda item, the sense of the council is to schedule some time, workload planning, but to keep the ball rolling. And if I've mischaracterized that, please let me know. And I'm not seeing any hands. I'm going to go back to Maggie. Maggie, you had an issue you wanted to discuss apart from logbooks.
Thank you, Chair. I do. It's just a brief comment for the council. I will echo Phil's appreciation to the Science Center for the mortality and bycatch reports. Those are very informative. I note in the executive summary in the document, as well as in the presentation we received today, I'd observed that the Oregon black blue deacon rockfish complex was among the highest ACL attainments in 2020 at 76% of the ACL for that complex. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to remind everyone that the state of Oregon manages to the black rockfish component of that complex with sector-specific harvest guidelines and management measures and state rule and very intensive in-season monitoring and management. We manage to all of the species-specific components, but black rockfish is the key one there and the highest attainment. And in 2020, attainment of the black rockfish component of that complex ACL was 86%. So we are successfully managing to that. That had been a concern some years in the past, so just wanted to relay that information. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Further discussion, guidance on this agenda item? Not seeing any hands. Todd, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the council has had a vigorous discussion over the topics that were presented today by the National Marine Fisheries Service, both the West Coast region and the Science Center. I believe that you have completed you've completed this agenda topic appropriately. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Todd. Before we go to lunch, I want to call on Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I did want to make a clarification from this morning, and my apologies for having to do so. But we did administer the oath to our new council member, Corey Ridings, as well as Bob Dooley, who had moved from an obligatory seat to an at-large seat, which is why we redid the oath. But I was remiss for not acknowledging our three council members who were reappointed and thus to their existing seats and therefore not needing to take the oath. And that would be Phil Anderson, Krista Svensson, and Joe Oatman. So I wanted to congratulate them as well. And my apologies for that omission this morning. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Ryan. So we'll take our lunch break here and be back at 1 o'clock. Hopefully that's acceptable to everyone. We've got a full afternoon of work, it looks like. So we'll take our lunch break now. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Well, welcome back, everyone. It is 1 o'clock, and we are in Groundfish. We've completed agenda item C1, and I just want to give Chuck an opportunity for any announcements, just in case.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No announcements at this point.
All right. All right, so agenda item C2, and that agenda item belongs to Vice Chair Brad Pettinger. So Brad, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Chair Grolnick, and welcome back, everyone, from lunch. See, we're in a good spot as far as time. And with that, we'll go straight to John DeVore and get us started off on the C2. John. I think you're muted, John.
Okay, well, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. Agenda item C2 concerns stock assessment methodology review, in which the council will choose methodology review topics to be formally reviewed next year. We've had two proposals in the briefing book for this agenda item. One is a methodological review of a species distribution model written in TMB for index standardization. This is a index standardization framework that is analogous to VAST, but would be used in lieu of VAST. And the second one is a repeat proposal from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for a methodology review of their combined visual hydroacoustic survey. This was endorsed for review in 2019 to be reviewed last year, but due to the pandemic, we didn't get to that. So just to make sure that that didn't get lost in the queue, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife produced their proposal again. We have a supplemental SSC report on this with their recommendations. So if there are any questions on that very brief overview, I would suggest that we take up the SSC report.
Okay, thank you, John. Any questions for John on his overview? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the SSC and John Budrick. John?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great, and good afternoon, council members. For the record, my name is Dr. John Budrick. I'm the California Department of Fish and Wildlife representative to the Scientific and Statistical Committee and the chair of the Groundfish Subcommittee. I'll be reading to you from Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Stock Assessment Methodology Review. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed 2 proposals for new methodologies to inform future groundfish assessments and management. On the use of SDM-TMB for index standardization, the SSC discussed the proposal submitted by Drs. Johnson and Ward of Northwest Fisheries Science Center. Recently, the Vector Autoregressive Spatiotemporal Framework, referred to as VAST, has been used for index standardization in Pacific Fishery Management Council stock assessments. At the same time that VAST was adopted, the species distribution model in TMB, or SDM-TMB framework, was developed, tested, and published. The SSC does not consider a formal methodology review necessary for the SDM-TMB because it uses the same core algorithms as VAST. Therefore, the 2 frameworks are very similar. Instead of a methodology review, the SSC recommends a groundfish subcommittee meeting to review the details of the SDM-TMB framework to obtain a better understanding of features, strengths, and the weaknesses of the method with a view toward endorsing SDM-TMB for use in stock assessments. On the combined visual hydroacoustic survey of Oregon's nearshore semipelagic black, blue, and deacon rockfish, this request for review was previously endorsed by the Scientific and Statistical Committee and approved by the Council in September of 2019. A review was planned for fall 2020. However, the survey and methodology review were delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife began the survey in August 2021, and completion of the at-sea work is expected in September of 2021. There are no changes to the proposal for review that was previously endorsed. The SSC endorses conducting a methodology review for this survey, noting that the Center of Independent Experts Reviewers should include someone with expertise in acoustics. On recommended workshops, 3 future workshop topics are recommended for next year to inform the best practices for stock assessments document. First is examining approaches for applying the approved ROV methods in stock assessments. Second is developing methods for constructing abundance indices based on hook and line surveys. And the third is exploring approaches to deal with large closed areas and other spatial issues in stock assessments. And with that, I'll take any questions that the council might have.
Yeah, thanks, John. Questions for John on the SSC report? Okay. Oh, Corey Niles. Corey?
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Couldn't find the button. Yeah, and thanks, Dr. Budrick. Got a question, and maybe it's for John DeVore, but a question I've had in mind for a while. I don't remember when they were developed, but is this matter of the category 2 and category 3 sigmas that the SSC recommends for scientific uncertainty. And my understanding is the category 1 was based on analysis of stock assessment and how they change, but then category 2 and category 3 are doublings of that. So I've always been expecting and hoping that an evaluation could take place at some time, and those have been in place for a long time now. Maybe this is the wrong type of methodology review, but would that be a potential? Would this be the place if the council were to be interested in having that evaluation? Would that be scheduled under this methodology review?
Through the vice chair. Well, the SSC didn't discuss that at all. The idea of re-examining the Sigma framework. We did that recently last year, as a matter of fact, for this management cycle, but we haven't. There has been no recommendation from the SSC to revisit that anytime soon. So, I mean, you could ask the SSC to take a look, but in fairness to the SSC, they're not going to be able to respond at this meeting unless you ask them to report on the feasibility of re-examining the Sigma framework under future meeting planning or something to that effect. They're still in session, so we could ask them to discuss that if you'd like.
Corey?
Okay, thanks, John. Thanks for that. Thinking of that option. Appreciate it.
And thank you, John. Maggie Summer? Maggie?
Thanks, Chair Pettinger. I lost my place, I confess. Perhaps we're still in questions and not on to discussion yet. I have something that might be more appropriate for discussion.
Okay. With that, any questions? More questions for Dr. Budrick? Okay. I guess that would take us to public comment, and I don't see any public commenters listed. So now we go to council discussion action. So Maggie.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is following on the exchange that Corey and John had. I noted that the SSC makes recommendations on 3 workshop topics for the future, and I wonder if the council does decide at some point that we are interested in asking the SSC to consider a reevaluation of the Sigma framework. It doesn't seem like we are constrained to a schedule of when we can make that request of the SSC for something like a workshop, unlike the more rigid scheduling of formal methodology review requests. So I guess maybe that's a suggested pathway for further consideration of Corey's idea, and looking for confirmation from Mr. DeVore.
And I think John's going to give it to you. John?
Yeah, on the timing of that, I might suggest that if that truly is the council's desire and the SSC is okay with that, then we should probably schedule that workshop before June of next year, because I think the Sigma framework could influence the council's decision on stock assessment priorities, and that decision will be made next June. So as far as the timing is concerned, I think that's what I would recommend.
Thanks on that, John. Okay. Further discussion? Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, John. Yeah, I guess I'm in. If on your earlier idea, I would be interested in the SSC's feedback under workload planning. If and to be clear, I wasn't suggesting a complete overhaul of the framework. It's just those category 2 and category 3, which was just a doubling and then a doubling, not based on any evaluation. And so it just is. Can we do? Is there data that can analysis can be brought to bear on whether that the doubling and the doubling are still sensible? And I just happened to come across my email the other day as a article in the ICES journal where I don't have the article because it's not open access, but the last line is caution against indiscriminate use of arbitrary risk limits without scientific evaluation to analyze their impact on stock yields and sustainability. And it's an article on data limited stocks. And so Europe and others have many years now of experience with these data limited as well. So I'm just wondering if it's time, and it's unfortunate sequence here that we don't have input from the SSC, but if there is something feasible, I think the council should hear that. Whether it can be done by next June or not, another question, but we don't have the information in front of us. So yeah, the suggestion there was if it were possible to have them comment on workload planning, I would be interested in that.
Okay, through the vice chair, between John Budrick and I, we can ask the SSC to discuss that and include something in their E7 statement under future workload planning.
Okay, sounds good. Further discussion? Seeing no hands, I guess, looking for a motion here, I guess. Maggie.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd be pleased to offer a motion.
And we'd be pleased to accept that.
I move the council adopt the visual hydroacoustic survey of Oregon's nearshore semi-pelagic black, blue, and deacon rockfish proposed in agenda item C2, attachment 2, September 2021 for methodology review in 2022, and task the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee with reviewing the SDM TMB for index standardization framework proposed in agenda item C2, attachment 1, September 2021. And Sandra or Chris, if you wouldn't mind removing that last stray close parentheses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
It does, thanks.
Very good. Looking for a second. Second by Mark, or Chairman Gerolnik. Okay, Maggie, you want to speak to your motion?
Thank you very much. These are the recommendations of the Scientific and Statistical Committee. Both of these have some potential to inform and/or improve stock assessments in the future. As noted, ODFW's proposal and survey is the same proposal endorsed by the SSC and approved by the Council 2 years ago, and we appreciate the SSC's re-endorsement of it. It will hopefully provide an Oregon coast-wide fishery independent estimate of abundance, which has been identified as a significant need in past assessments. We hope that it can help reduce uncertainty in estimates of scale in upcoming assessments. Also noted that the SSC recommended that their Groundfish Subcommittee review the details of the SDM TMB framework rather than a full methodology review, with a view toward endorsing it for use in future stock assessments. And in addition, I will just acknowledge the SSC's recommendation in their report on 3 specific future workshop topics for next year, laid out in bullets in their report, and I would support that recommendation as well.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Discussion on the motion? Okay, moving right along. So seeing no hands, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passed unanimously. And with that, I will go back to John DeVore. John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I believe that you've completed this agenda item. You've adopted the two review topics that were recommended by the SSC, and you've also endorsed these recommended workshops that the SSC recommends be conducted next year to explore some of these assessment type issues that they've outlined in their statement. And there's one more follow up that I and John Budrick will bring back to the SSC this afternoon, and that is to ask them to report on the feasibility of adding to this workshop a re-examination of the Sigma framework for Category 2 and Category 3 species. So I'm sure the SSC will be happy to make their recommendations under E7 for that particular piece. But other than that, you've completed all of the tasks under this agenda item.
Well, thank you, John, for that. And I guess with that, moving along here, we will look to Brett Reedoff and to take us off on C3. Brett?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vice Chair. We are under agenda item C3, Pacific Whiting Utilization in the at-sea sectors. Jessie Dorpinghouse is here, and her and I will provide you a PowerPoint for this agenda item discussing C3 Attachment 1. In the briefing book, you do have supplemental reports from the GMT, the GAP, and the SAS. And there may be some public comment. I haven't checked the portal lately. So under this agenda item, we have a council action, and I'll go through that in the PowerPoint. But so I'd rather just go ahead and turn over the controls to Jessie Dorpinghouse real quickly if I could, and then we can roll through my PowerPoint unless there's any sort of overarching questions that the council has right now.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. Questions for Brett on his overview? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Jessie. Jessie, are you there?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Chair, just getting this set up real quickly. Okay, you should be seeing the right screen, I hope.
We do.
Awesome.
All right, thank you, Jessie. I'm going to kick this off, and then I'll turn it over to Jessie then to finish up the information that's being provided here. Next slide, please. So we just want to provide you just a little bit of background on the action. We've been working through these issues for quite some time, so I'm not going to get into the details of that, but we really want to just focus on giving you an overview of C3 Attachment 1. That's the main analytical document that we've put together. I do want to recognize NMFS staff and many other people that are listed in the preparers that have really done a lot of work on this since the March meeting and even previous to that. But what we want to do is focus on just presenting the alternatives that are at hand here, and then talk about some preliminary impact analyses we've done. We do want to focus a bit of the details of some of the salmon impact analyses, but the modeling effort that is fully described in Appendix A and B. And so you can turn to that to take a look at what was done. We basically summarized that information in the impact analyses section. We are planning to just pause only a couple times through this presentation just to take some clarifying questions. And so we want to just be able to give you a full breadth of the information and then take some questions. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. Recall back in March 2021, you adopted the purpose and need statement that was developed by the industry, and then we've swirled around that, and the council adopted a final purpose and need statement, really trying to address the underattainment that's happening in the mothership sector. We then look to try to identify and maybe revise some regulations that might be constraining the fishery and try to really increase operational flexibility in the whiting fishery as a whole. So the goal, of course, trying to increase the mothership sector's ability to utilize its whiting allocation. Next slide, please. The range of alternatives that were adopted in March 2021 for public review was focused on 4 topics: season start date, which is quite a robust analysis regarding that and the impacts to salmon. That was more, that is what is pretty comprehensive right now, what we feel is anyway in the document. There's 3 other administrative alternatives that were developed, focused on the obligation process, the processor cap, and the processor and CP permit transfer. We'll talk about those in more detail when we get to these different topics here through the presentation. Next slide, please. So the action here in September is to adopt a range of alternatives and a preliminary preferred alternative as appropriate. We analyzed the information you provided in the range of alternatives in March 2021. And so then you, in 2021, you also scoped out and decided that you're going to select the final preferred alternatives in March 2022. That is on the year at a glance. It is right now unshaded and scheduled to be March. So we will take whatever is provided here as feedback and information, whether you adopt a range of alternatives or the preliminary preferred. We'll take that information and we'll analyze it and come back in March 2022. That's what is expected. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn this over to Jesse, but I'll just pause for a second there on the background of information that I just provided, and then we can move to Jesse if there aren't any.
Okay, questions for Brett? I think you're good, Brett.
All right, thank you very much. Jesse, go for it.
Awesome. Good afternoon, council members. So I'm going to start off here before we get into the analysis of our proposed range of alternatives for March. We wanted to do a quick overview of whiting sector management and the purpose and need for action. So first up, a high-level overview of each whiting sector's key management measures. And this is very general. And so for more details, I'd recommend that you take a look at the scoping document from March or read the informational reports that are submitted by the co-ops annually. Links for all of these can be found in attachment 1 in your briefing book. So starting on the left-hand side with the mothership sector, the mothership sector has operated as a co-op since 2011. There are 6 mothership permits and 34 mothership catcher vessel endorsed trawl permits that limit participation in the fishery. The mothership co-op operates as a pool system, and generally that means that over the season, there are 5 pools in which vessels can fish. Whiting and bycatch species are apportioned across those pools based on how the vessels wish to participate in that year. There are 3 control limits that govern the mothership sector. We have the processing limit at 45%, which is up for consideration for change under this item today. And then there are 2 limits for the catcher vessel side. So we have the mothership catcher vessel catch limit, which is 30%. So that's the amount that an entity can catch of the allocation. And then you have the CHA or catch history assignment accumulation limit at 20%. And this is the amount that an entity can own of the catch history assignment, which is how the allocation is split up. For the CP sector, the PWCC or the co-op has been in operation since 1997. There are 10 CP endorsed permits governing participation. There are currently no accumulation limits for the CP sector. However, if the co-op were to ever dissolve, the CP sector would turn into an IFQ program in which there would be a 5 permit ownership limit. For the shoreside whiting fishery, it's actually operating within the shore-based IFQ program. So all catch, whether whiting or bycatch, must be covered by quota pounds. There are 2 limits I wanted to cover for the shoreside whiting fishery. So there is the quota share control limit, which is 10% for Pacific whiting. And then you have the annual vessel limit at 15% for Pacific whiting. And finally, I did want to note that while it's not formally recognized in regulation, the shoreside whiting co-op has about 2/3 of shoreside whiting boats voluntarily participate every year. The purpose and need identifies that the mothership sector is under-attaining its allocations for whiting and has experienced lower than average attainment than the other non-tribal whiting sectors since the start of the trawl catch share program, and particularly since 2017. Specifically, the mothership sector has under-attained their 2017 to 2019 post-reapportionment allocations by over 36%, compared to the CP sector averaging 90% attainment and the shoreside IQ sector at 83% attainment. However, it is important to consider these attainment trends in concert with the recent tax, or the total allowable catch. As tax have increased in recent years, the ability for each sector to capture that growth has varied. Comparing the periods of 2014 to 2016 and 2017 to 2019, the percent change in catch for the shoreside and CP sectors, noted by the arrows on the screen, was greater than the allocation growth. On the other hand, the mothership sector percent change in catch was actually less than the change in allocation. And one factor that appears to be contributing to the underattainment for the mothership sector is that there are some mothership catcher vessels that have been unable to deliver for a season or multiple seasons. So now that we have that background, we're going to move into our analysis. So attachment 1 was set up in the style of this analytical document, and so each of the alternatives were evaluated individually. After selection of the PPA, the cumulative impacts of that PPA would be assessed, although I'll note that Chapter 4 provides some preliminary insights. So first up, we're going to start with the season start date. So currently the primary whiting season start date north of 4030 is May 15th. And alternative 1 for this action is looking at moving that to May 1st. The current season start date of May 15th has been in place for the at-sea sector since 1997 and for the shoreside fishery since 2015. And one of the largest considerations of moving the start date is related to the salmon biological opinion. Specifically, the ITS states that for the duration of the biop, that the earliest the whiting season north of 4030 can start is May 15th. For our methodology in assessing impacts of moving the season start date, we have 3 general areas we assessed. So we have our Pacific whiting impacts, and that looked at both the biological side and then looking more at the socioeconomic impacts to industry. We looked at impacts to non-whiting groundfish, and then, of course, salmon. Because the fishery has not began prior to May 15th for over 2 decades, we decided to use the adjacent period of May 15th through May 31st as a proxy for May 1 through 14. First up, Pacific whiting impacts. For our analysis, We used a baseline period of 2017 to 2019, which is the most recent 3-year period outside of COVID conditions. This also represents a time when midwater rockfish stocks were rebuilt and therefore less constraining, and also when the at-sea sectors were operating under set-aside management as opposed to allocations for certain species like dark-blotched. While these years are also representative of high tax, there are more qualitative considerations described in the document on if the tax and allocations were to decline towards lower levels. Given the high attainment of over 90% on average of initial allocations seen in the CP and shoreside sectors, we assumed that under Alternative 1, there would likely be similar impacts as it would be expected that the sectors would continue to have high attainment. There also could be additional increases not quantified depending on the quota and conditions. So on the screen here, you can see the average catch, attainment, production value, jobs, and income impacts for each of these sectors under no action and Alternative 1. For the mothership sector, average attainment has been 71% from 2017 to 2019 of their initial allocations. So to understand the impacts of Alternative 1, we looked at what the sector has typically taken in the first 2 weeks of the season as an indicator of what could hypothetically occur if the season were extended by 2 weeks. The first few weeks of the season has historically had a high CPUE for whiting and significant effort by the fleet. Additionally, given the timing of pollock A and B seasons, it appears as though the May 1 through 14 time period could be utilized effectively by the MS sector, as well as the CP sector, I'd like to note. If the fleet had retrospectively taken the same amount of catch from May 1 through 14 as they did from May 15th through 31st over our baseline period, this would have led to an increase in catch of nearly 18,100 metric tons, a production value of over 18 million, 243 jobs, and 16 million in income impacts. Therefore, assuming that the CP and shoreside sectors would likely see a neutral to positive benefit compared to no action, and the mothership sector is likely to have a significant benefit, Alternative 1 is expected to have an overall positive effect on the 3 whiting sectors. Moving on to non-whiting groundfish impacts. Bycatch for the at-sea sectors is accounted for through set-asides for the majority of species, whereas shoreside whiting is within the IFQ program and individual vessels must cover any bycatch with quota pounds. With 2 additional weeks in the season, Alternative 1 may lead to additional impacts compared to no action. However, depending on processor availability and fishing conditions, if the sectors were able to shift more of their effort and overall catch to the earlier part of the season, it would likely result in fewer overall impacts in the fall for most species. Even with the potential additional impacts, it is projected that we would still be within ACLs for these higher bycatch species, given the management measures that are currently in place. As previously mentioned, one of the biggest concerns with moving the start date was the potential impacts to salmon. Under the 2017 biological opinion, we need to consider impacts to both Chinook and coho salmon. So starting with coho, while take of coho has been increasing in recent years, the whiting fleet, both tribal and non-tribal, has averaged only a take of 16.1% of the 494 coho threshold since the ITS was issued in 2017. The at-sea fleet has only taken 13 coho in total since 2016. The shoreside sector has taken fewer than 3 in May over that same time period. For our methodology, the 2017 biological opinion utilized recent bycatch levels to assess potential impacts from the fishery. We utilized the same approach for our analysis, and based on the values I just mentioned, the data suggests that there would likely be little to no impacts by moving the season start date. For Chinook salmon, the whiting fisheries, again, both tribal and non-tribal, have averaged less than half of the 11,000 Chinook threshold since 2017. Less than 4% of total Chinook bycatch for the non-tribal fleet on average is taken in May based on 2016 to 2020 data. With the help of Dr. Sean Matson and Dr. Paul Moran, we were able to assess the impacts to Chinook utilizing a similar approach as was done in the 2017 BIOP in determining overall and ESU-specific impacts. Similar to the economic analyses described earlier, we used May 15th through 31st haul level data to inform potential impacts for May 1 through 14. Projections from this analysis were then added to recent levels of bycatch for the entire whiting sector, tribal and non-tribal, in order to provide final projections. To determine the impacts to Chinook, we took the same two-part approach as was done for the BIOP. First, by assessing the overall impacts to Chinook, and then looking at ESU-specific impacts. So first, we're going to take a look at our overall impacts. Using the same bootstrap methodology from 2017, we projected a range of potential Chinook salmon bycatch estimates under 4 scenarios based on catch amount and CP fleet distribution. Low and high catch scenarios for each sector on what could be taken in the additional 2-week period were developed based on industry input and catch data in that adjacent period. With regards to distribution, ESU impacts vary by latitude. While the BIOP included a southern and northern distribution scenario for both at-sea sectors, in recent years, there was only an observable northern and southern distribution for the CP sector. The mothership and shoreside sectors tended to have a more dispersed distribution across years, and therefore there is only a single spatial scenario in our analysis. The figure on your screen shows the range of projected salmon catches for all 3 sectors combined from May 1 through 14 under each scenario. So you can see our low catch scenarios in green, the high catch scenarios in blue, and the CP distribution scenario noted on the x-axis as north or south. The 80th percentile estimate is noted in the red line. The risk-averse approach used in the 2017 BIOP and in this analysis identified the 80th percentile of the projection distribution as the preferred estimate of Chinook salmon bycatch, given the protected or endangered status of ESUs. Overall, the impacts to salmon were slightly higher under a southern distribution, which was the same as the conclusion in the 2017 BIOP. However, even if these amounts were additive to recent levels of Chinook harvest, it is still projected that we would be within the impacts of the 2017 biological opinion and the threshold of 11,000 Chinook salmon for the entire whiting fishery. Further, it is important to consider that one of the main assumptions of this analysis is that salmon would be additive to the recent take. But given attainment trends, this may not be the case. Any shift in effort towards early season catch is likely to decrease total Chinook bycatch numbers if it trades off with fall effort when most of Chinook salmon bycatch typically occurs. The likelihood of that shift depends largely on current attainment trends and the resulting ability to accommodate the expected additional early May catch within the available allocation. So now that we understand the overall estimated impacts to Chinook of the 2 additional weeks of fishing opportunity, we'll now look at the ESU specific impacts. Utilizing a similar approach to what was done in the 2017 BIOP, Dr. Moran provided an estimate of the ESU level impacts that may occur based on the 80th percentile estimate from the previous analysis. As was described in the BIOP, specific stock impacts depend on the catch level of the fleet and the distribution of the effort, with latitude being the biggest driver of interactions with stock complexes. For example, there are likely more impacts to California coastal stocks under a southerly distribution of the CP fleet, while a more northern distribution may impact Lower Columbia or Puget Sound. Given the lack of data for the May 1 through 14 time period, examinations of coded wire tag and GSI data from historical periods was analyzed to assess if the stock compositions used in the BIOP and our genetic model were appropriate and captured those stocks of concern that may be encountered in the 2 additional weeks. Based on this analysis described in Appendix B, the genetic model used in the BIOP did appear to be representative of the stock composition occurring in May 1 through 14. Therefore, based on the conclusions of these 2 analyses presented in Appendix A and Appendix B, the analysis suggests that the overall impacts of moving the start date to May 1st are within those described in the biological opinion. And this is both in terms of overall Chinook catch and ESU impacts. While there are uncertainties with this analysis, it is important to note that all management measures would still be available. For the Council and NMFS, these measures include block area closures, selective flatfish trawl requirements, and salmon mitigation plans, as shown in the table on your screen. Related to SMPs and not listed here are, of course, the voluntary measures taken by the co-ops to mitigate bycatch. Examples can include hotspot closures and move-along rules. Additionally, with the 100% monitoring of each of the whiting fleets, genetic sampling would continue to occur. This would help inform any uncertainty in the stock compositions from May 1 through 14th, and therefore, over time, we can better assess the impacts to specific stocks. And I'm going to pause here to see if there are any questions on this portion of the presentation before moving into the more administrative alternatives.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse. Questions for Jesse on her presentation so far? Marcy Urumko. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jesse. I'm hoping you can set me straight on the different start dates south of 4030. I believe that the presentation you just outlined indicates that for the shoreside sector south of 4030, the fishery can open April 15th or does open April 15th as of 2015. Okay, thank you for the slide. So yet the proposal is to align all of the start dates for all 3 sectors to May 1st. Is that correct?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Rizzo, yes, so it would be moving the 3 whiting sector start dates, the primary whiting season start date north of 4030 from May 15th to May 1st.
Marcy?
Oh, thank you. So then regarding south of 4030, there would be no change for shoreside.
Through the Vice Chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Pete Hasselmer. Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jesse, for that information so far. My question relates to the modeled salmon bycatch, and I think you addressed a big issue I had on my mind, but I just want to clarify. Your assumption was that the salmon bycatch is additive. That is, when it was modeled, what would occur in that May 1 to 14 period. Nothing, yeah, that's the slide, that those amounts were simply added to what, or could be added to what was already occurring in the fishery. And I think my question then might be related to the CP sector. Based on its attainment, my assumption or view would be that it is operating pretty much at capacity. It's at a high level of attainment, and there is not likely to be an increase in overall effort because the May 1 through 14 period would become open. So if that were the case, the estimates we see there would likely be reductions in bycatch somewhere else because it would require an effort shift to fish May 1 to 14. It wouldn't occur somewhere else. Whereas in some of the other sectors, like the mothership sector, where one of the reasons we're getting at this is vessels have not been able to fish, that would be new effort. So maybe the question here is, looking at the CP sector, what we're really seeing is maximum estimates, because right now the bycatch is treated as if it were new effort occurring in that period and not a shift of effort that reduces fishing in a different time period.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Hasmer, I think you've got it pretty well spot on. So there's actually a discussion, if people were interested in the super details, starting on page 26 of attachment 1. But based on this model that Dr. Matson run and that was approved by the SSC for the 2017 biological opinion, it functions based on an amount of whiting that we give it, and it draws hauls until that level of whiting is reached. So there was no way for us to model how much whiting we think might be caught earlier than later. So we created these scenarios of different catch levels of what might be taken in the spring if we move the season 2 weeks earlier. But you're right, with CP trends how they are and with TAC levels the way they are, it is likely that if they were to shift their effort, we would likely see less effort in the fall. And given that salmon bycatch rates tend to be higher in the fall, we could see actually lower overall Chinook impacts for like the CP sector. For the mothership sector, it would depend, again, in the shoreside sector, depend on, fishing conditions, TAC levels, and things like that. So there's a lot of variables that go into, how we might see effort shift around. But hopefully that answers your question and confirms what you were thinking.
Yes, thanks very much. I might have something later, but that's all for now.
Thank you, Pete. Further questions for Jesse? Okay, seeing none. Jesse, back to you.
Perfect. Thanks. So we're now going to move on to our 3 administrative alternatives. So here we have the obligation deadline, the processor cap, and the MSCP permit transfer alternative. And I'll note that these alternatives are likely to have no biological or physical impacts beyond those disclosed in the Tier EIS or the 21-22 Specs EA. So first up, the mothership obligation deadline. So under no action, the mothership processor obligation, which is when a mothership catcher vessel declares which processor they will deliver to in the following year, must be made by November 30th through the LEP renewal process. Under alternative 1, the idea would be to remove this obligation from regulation. So some background on the obligation deadline. The initial purpose of the deadline was to provide some short-term certainty for mothership companies and business planning. Currently, a mothership catcher vessel can be released from a processor obligation through a mutual exception agreement and then commit to a new MS permit for their delivery. Under Alternative 1, mothership catcher vessels would obligate their CHAs through individual agreements or within the WMC, or the Whiting Mothership Co-op. Some considerations for the council, as described by industry in Informational Report 4 from 2020, Alternative 1 could provide flexibility for catcher vessels in finding a mothership to take their catch while removing discomfort of obligating during the current year. And in terms of cost of this action, we assessed kind of the administrative cost, and the only differences you might see for the National Marine Fisheries Service, there's likely little to no change, as the LEP renewal process for MSCB permits would still have to occur. For industry, however, there are likely fewer costs under Alternative 1, as participants would not have to notify NMFS each time of the obligation change throughout the season. And so I'll note that even with that, it's hard to quantify that difference in administrative costs to NMFS, as they're not tracking, if they don't have to track that change in season. So next, moving on to the mothership processor cap. So the mothership processor cap is the amount of the mothership allocation that an entity can process. Currently, the limit is 45%, but there are 3 action alternatives under consideration. There's 65, 85, and then removing the processor cap from regulation. Background on this item. So the mothership sector is the only sector with a processing cap. And it was initially intended to inhibit consolidation by ensuring that at least 3 mothership companies would participate in the fishery. Like other accumulation limits, it is assessed via the individual and collective rule. This means that each individual and every company with ownership stakes in an MS permit is evaluated and how much they can cumulatively process in a year. So what exactly does that look like? I have a quick example for us to run through to kind of see how to assess with the individual and collective rule. So let's say in a year, Mothership Permit 1 is owned completely by Corporation A, and Corporation A is owned equally by individuals B and C. And in our example year, let's say MS Permit 1 processes 40% of the allocation. This means that Corporation A would be associated with 40% and individuals B and C with 20% each. However, we need to consider ownership interest of other permits that are associated with processing. So let's take a look at Mothership Permit 2. In our example, it's owned completely by Corporation E, and Corporation E is owned equally by individuals D and C. If MS Permit 2 processed 20%, that means that Corporation E is associated with 20%, and C and D are associated with 10%. Now, when we take a look at these totals cumulatively, for our businesses, Corporation A would be at 40%, E would be at 20%. And then for our individual owners, we have individual B at 20%, D at 10%. But for individual C, we have to take into account their ownership interest in each permit. So you have the 20% from MS Permit 1, 10% from Permit 2, and this results in a 30% level by individual C in our example year. So again, the idea behind this limit was to inhibit consolidation. Yet based on public records, it appears as though there has been no consolidation of permit ownership. 2 entities own 2 MS permits each, and 2 companies own a single permit each. In assessing the actual processing limit, there have only been 6 occurrences, which here is noted as an entity year combination, where there has been more than 20% processing attributed to an entity. And these occurrences have only been at the group level, and you can see this on the left-hand side of the figure on your screen. And so groups here are defined as businesses, LLCs, things like that. There have been no individual owners above 16% processing in any year from 2015 to 2020. This does suggest that there is not a current constraint of the processing limit. However, this may not be the case in the future, and it may contribute to mothership underattainment. The level of the TAC would affect the overall amount of whiting that an entity could process. In recent years, the TAC has been at a historic high, and in fact, it's been higher than what was analyzed under Amendment 20. But recent stock assessments have shown lower recruitment, suggesting that the TAC could start to decline. Amendment 20 noted that fewer vessels may be more appropriate under a lower OY, or now ACL, year. So to assess the potential impacts to the current fleet, we looked retrospectively at processing limits under a range of TACs compared to recent fleet activity. Based on that analysis, it appears as the fleet has the current capacity to process above the 45% level under a low TAC year. It is also important to consider that these conclusions are under the assumption that recent conditions are representative of the future. For example, the public comment has noted that there's a potential for a mothership to stay on the West Coast and process hake throughout the year. When this occurs, it may increase that entity's likelihood to get closer to the current no action limit, particularly if tax were to decline. Overall, impacts to processors and catcher vessels under the action alternatives will depend on the distribution of whiting processing. For example, processing entities who choose to participate could have higher overall profits under one of the action alternatives compared to no action. However, other processing entities could be outcompeted by another and therefore be negatively impacted. For catcher vessels, the impacts are less clear. On one hand, under the action alternatives, MSCVs without a processor may be able to deliver to a processor that would have been previously unavailable due to the processing limit. These benefits may be greater under lower TAC conditions when it may not be as profitable for mothership vessels to process in favor of other opportunities like pollock, and there are fewer mothership processors available. Alternatively, no action may promote more competition, which could lead to higher prices being paid to catcher vessels compared to Alternative 3, where a single entity could theoretically control the pricing structure for the fishery. In Council's discussion in March, there was a discussion raised about the implication of changing the processing limit with respect to National Standard 4 and the allowance of excessive shares, as proposed action alternatives would allow as few as 1 to 2 processors to process the entire allocation. So there are 2 lenses that you could consider this provision under. You can look at it within the scope of the mothership sector itself and then across sectors. Looking at this guidance under the mothership sector alone, while an entity could theoretically process the entire allocation, it does not guarantee that they would have the mothership catcher vessels to deliver. One reason why this is the case is that the other accumulation limits for catcher vessels would still be in place, meaning that while an entity could process the entire allocation, they would actually only control 20% of the allocation at most and could harvest up to 30% of the allocation if they were to own a catcher vessel. If you're looking at the cross sector level, even under a limited processing cap, an entity may not have control of the entire product market because of competition from other whiting sectors and whitefish substitutes. However, it is important to consider that it would allow for more control across the sectors. So in selecting the PPA, the council will need to consider these factors and if there are concerns of excessive shares by increasing or removing the processing cap. And finally, our last item today is the mothership CP permit transfer. So currently, a vessel cannot be registered to an MS and CP permit in the same calendar year. Under Alternative 1, a vessel could act as an MS and a CP permit in the same calendar year. And there are 3 sub-options for how often this could occur. So sub-option A is 2 times through permit transfer, B is 4 times, and C would be unlimited transfers. So within this item, there are really 2 issues for the council to consider. There's the ability for a mothership to be a mothership and a CP in the same year, and then there's the number of times a permit can be transferred. So on our first item, the prohibition to be as MS and CP in the same year dates back to 1997 when the whiting allocations were established. The prohibition was intended to ensure market stability within the sectors. In terms of the transfer limit, within the at-sea sectors, there's currently a limit of 2 transfers per permit, and that second transfer must be back to the original vessel. The intention behind this restriction was to help limit participation, maintain stable relationships between motherships and catcher vessels, but allow for flexibility in cases where a vessel couldn't process. So I want to kind of walk through the mechanisms on how no action in Alternative 1 would work. And so starting with no action, we have our diagram here. So under no action, a vessel cannot operate as a CP and a mothership processor in the same year. And then there is that 2 permit transfer limit within the sector that I just described, which means that a permit can go to another vessel in the sector, but the second transfer must be back to the original vessel, or it can be unregistered from a vessel and not count towards that limit. Now, to walk you through the mechanics of how Alternative 1 would work under implementation, I'm going to use sub-option B, which is a 4 permit transfer limit, as an example. And you can note the count of the permit transfers in that red box at the top of your screen. So here we have our vessel that starts off in the mothership sector. The owner would, to change sectors, unregister that mothership permit from the vessel, and then the vessel could move to the CP sector and register a CP endorsed permit. This could continue throughout the season, unregistering and registering permits until the ultimate 4th transfer under sub-option B. Ultimately, this option would lead to a vessel being able to participate in the mothership sector up to 3 times and the CP sector 2 times in a given year, for our example. Now, one thing we did want to highlight for this alternative was the implementation differences between what's being proposed and what was done in the emergency rule, as there has been some confusion. So for the emergency rule, which allowed a vessel to be a CP and a mothership in the same year, it was implemented in both 2020 and 2021, and it allowed for joint registration of CP and mothership permits. So a vessel could have both a CP and a mothership permit registered to it at the same time. To switch between fisheries, the vessel would declare into a fishery prior to leaving port. In 2020, one vessel did dual register to both types of permits, but only fished in one sector. In 2021 to date, there have been no dual registrations. Under the proposed alternative in this package, a vessel could only have one permit registered to a vessel at a time, either mothership or catcher processor. And then the actual ability to switch between fisheries would be done via permit registration, as I showed in the previous slide with the animation. So impacts for vessels being able to operate as an MS and the CP in the same year. Under no action, recent attainment trends are likely to continue for each sector. Under alternative 1, processing capacity for the mothership sector could increase, potentially allowing for more delivery opportunities for catcher vessels that have been unable to deliver catch for a season or even multiple seasons. Consolidation could occur across sectors, although, as we noted earlier, there has not been a lot of consolidation in terms of ownership of permits. One thing to consider is that typical CP vessels may be able to outcompete typical MS vessels for catcher vessel deliveries, as MS operations are generally more costly. Finally, in terms of equity of opportunity, all current CP vessels could become motherships, but only half of our typical mothership vessels could be catcher processors. However, as was described by industry in March, it is not likely for typical mothership vessels to go operate as a CP, and there have been few, if any, latent CP permits available. And finally, looking at our permit transfer sub-option impacts. With the additional number of transfers, there could be slightly higher costs administratively. The council should consider the likely number of transfers to occur given operational logistics of each sector and seasonal constraints, such as prioritizing Alaska pollock. Overall, and I did want to note that consideration of changes to the within sector permit transfer limit of 2 may need to be considered depending on the council's PPA. So just a reminder, your council action for today is to adopt a range of alternatives and a PPA as appropriate. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on the latter half of the presentation or anything else that you thought of from the first half.
Thank you, Jesse. And I see Pete Hassemer. Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry, Jesse, of course, I have a couple of questions, 2 at this time. One of them, if you can go back to slide 35, I think as it was numbered in your presentation, that's it. So the count of occurrences over there and the percentage processed is, I read the analysis and now I just can't remember, is that based on the actual or absolute processing amounts, or is it indexed in some way to represent what could have happened if the shoreside, or excuse me, the mothership sector were at full utilization or 85 or 90? The reason I asked, there were a couple years recently, the mothership utilization was in that 60 to 70% range. So those percentage process are going to be low if they're using the actual processed amounts, and depending on the motherships that were active at the time, the shape of those bars could change substantially if there were greater utilization. So are they the raw values or indexed values?
Through the Vice Chair, these are the actual values from 2015 to 2020. So we took into account each mothership permit that was active in those years, and then utilizing the ownership data that is submitted to the fishery service. I actually went through, that my kind of simple example of that, like how much each person and company would be associated with. And I figured that out for every different combination of company and individual. And so that's what's represented on the screen.
All right, great. Thank you. And Mr. Vice Chair, one more question, if I may.
Please.
Thanks. Jesse, the 2 slides further forward, slide 37, when you talked about excessive shares consideration, this is something that was in the back of my mind I wasn't going to bring up, but you triggered my question. And it's when you mentioned, the cross-sector considerations. I understand within the sector and the excessive shares and the intent of the 45% in that, but I hadn't heard any discussion up to this point about cross-sector considerations. So when I look at that, and maybe let me qualify this, this might not be a question for you, but maybe something, consideration for NMFS or General Counsel about application of that MSA language describing excessive shares. But if we look at across the sectors, shoreside is 42% of the non-tribal allocation, catcher processor is 34%, and the mothership is 24%. So already at that level, in your statement there, you say, you mentioned competition from other whiting sectors. So some of that could be addressed at this non-tribal allocation level, not the sector level, but the species level, I will call it that. So I haven't been able to find anything in my research regarding prior discussion or application of MSA standards regarding excessive shares and where they apply. Are we required to look at the sector level? Can we also consider the species level or that cross-sector level here? Is there any guidance? And if you can't answer that, that's fine. Later, we can bring that up again. Thank you.
And through the Vice Chair, I think those are excellent questions and ones that we were kind of teeing up for the council. And I would definitely lean into GC and NMFS to kind of weigh in on the actual interpretation of the National Standard 4 guidelines. In terms of our analysis, we were just trying to point out that, depending on how the council, like where your concerns may lie, is that, obviously the mothership sector is the focus of the processing cap. So are you comfortable with allowing potentially one entity to process the entirety of the mothership allocation if that were to happen under alternative 3? But also, considering while that could happen, if you look at the broader whiting market, you have a lot of interests that own, they might own whiting interest in the CP sector as well, or the shoreside fishery. And then if you look at the broader whiting market, which a lot of economists at the Science Center do, and we've had some interesting discussions on this, is that, whiting is a smaller it is only a piece of this whitefish market. So even if one person were to harvest or were to process the entire mothership allocation on the broader scale, is that really an issue? And maybe I just raise more questions in your mind. And like I said, I'd look to GC and NMFS on the actual standard itself. But that was kind of the questions we wanted to kind of pose back to the council, given your discussions in March.
Oh, thank you. That provided the clarification I needed at this point. And as you said, I think the rest of this might be more appropriate for discussion than clarification at this time. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Pete. Further questions for Jesse on the presentation? Marcy, Urimko, Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jesse. I will take you up on your offer to go back further to the beginning of your presentation. If questions came to mind, I have one. Thank you on slide 16, coho salmon. First, I want to thank you for highlighting coho in the analysis and in your presentation today. This topic is of new interest and importance to the state of California, so I appreciate the look that you've given us here and the discussion in the analytical document. I'm hoping you can reconcile for me the information here on the slide. You say the recent 5-year bycatch for the shoreside fishery is less than 3 in May. But then I go to the analytical document and table 8, which is page 22. And you have a table of coho salmon bycatch. And then in the shoreside sector, we see recent 5 years, 5 fish in 2016, 27 fish in 2017, 11 fish in 2018, 168 fish in 2019, and 86 fish in 2020 against the guideline of 494 that's contained within the BIOP that's presumably for the entirety of the groundfish fishery. So I'm just trying to understand, it's looking like in your slide that the average shoreside take is less than 3 fish across those 5 years in May. But the shoreside fishery, in fact, opens in April in some areas. So I'm hoping maybe you can just help me understand a little more if there's a seasonal distribution to this coho catch, and if there's any geographic trend or points of interest with regard to these coho impacts in the shoreside sector.
Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I'm sorry. It definitely could have been a little bit clearer. So I was the factor on the screen, the less than 3 in May. Here, I was really trying to point out what might be the most applicable when we're considering moving back the season start date. And so as we've kind of been doing, we've been looking at, what has been taken in the last 2 weeks in May as a kind of proxy of sorts for what we might see in the first 2 weeks of May. So you are spot on in that the table 8 on page 22, those are the year-round estimates for the shoreside fishery. And we actually see very little effort for the shoreside fishery in general in May. A lot of those vessels are cross-participating in the mothership sector, as well as, we have some that participate in midwater rockfish. So there just hasn't been that complete transfer over into the shoreside whiting fishery, and dealers aren't necessarily ready to take on whiting. But we have had a few boats participating, and I point you to table 3 to kind of show you the trends that we've been seeing ever since the start date was moved from June 15th to May 15th in 2015 to kind of see that change in effort of the shoreside fishery that we've seen in the last 5 years. And as far as south of 4030, to my recollection, and I can definitely do a double check on this, but I do not believe there has been any whiting landings south of 4030 in, I want to say, a decade. It's been a significant amount of time based on my recollection. So this is really whiting catch north of 4030. But I can definitely double check that and get back to you on when the last time there was landings.
Thank you, Jesse. That's extremely helpful. So you're saying that the coho numbers that are reflected in the table here really are almost certainly coho impacts from shoreside activities north of 4030.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I will look forward to hearing from you on the sidelines, but that definitely answers the question. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Jesse? Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Jesse. I just have what I think is a clarifying question on slide 36. Thank you. The third sub-bullet from the top where it reads, the fleet has current capacity to process above 45% limit under a low TAC year. Does that mean there are individual motherships in the fleet that have that capacity to process more than 45%? That's not a fleet-wide statement, is it?
Right. So this is based on an analysis that we were trying to, through the Vice Chair, sorry, trying to double look at papers and speak at the same time. So we were trying to look at what the impacts of the TAC and the processing cap would be. And so we went through and looked at, how much a vessel might be able to process under a lower TAC year, or an entity rather. And based on the recent data we have, there have been occurrences where a entity and a vessel would have actually has processed more than 45% if you looked retrospectively at what 45% would have been under a low TAC year like 2012, excuse me. So this was just kind of saying that there are vessels that have the ability, if the tax were to decline, to process above 45%.
Thank you very much. And that suggests to me that under a low TAC year in the future, those entities might be constrained by a 45% processing limit. Is that a correct interpretation of the flip side of that statement?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Summers, yes, you're exactly correct. And that's what really we tried to get through with this analysis, is that it appears as though the processing limit is not an issue now, but there are factors that could make it be limiting in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maggie. Any more questions for Jesse? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Jesse, for a very thorough presentation. With that, we will go to the GMT report and Whitney Roberts. Whitney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Whitney Roberts, and I will be reading the agenda item C3A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on Pacific Whiting Utilization in the at-sea sectors. The Groundfish Management Team reviewed the materials in the advanced briefing book, including the draft analytical document, and received a briefing from Mr. Brett Wiedoff and Ms. Jessie Dorkenhouse from Pacific Fishery Management Council staff. The GMT commented on the issue of Pacific whiting and specifically mothership utilization during the September 2020 and March 2021 council meetings. The council's action under this agenda item consists of two parts. Number one, adopt a range of alternatives, and two, select a preliminary preferred alternative as appropriate. Most of the report I'm about to go through is on the ROA and PPA. Given the GMT's considerations outlined below, the team believes that all proposals and alternatives listed in the Attachment 1 analytical document should be included in the ROA, and that prior analyses support the following actions for PPA. Adjusting the whiting season start date to May 1, removing the obligation deadline from regulation, increasing or removing the MS processor cap, and allowing a vessel to be registered as both a mothership and catcher processor in the same calendar year. The GMT does not provide specific guidance on the appropriate level of the mothership processor cap or the number of permit transfers allowed, but we offer comments to inform the council's decision. Regarding the season start date, under this proposal, the no action alternative would be to maintain a May 15 season start date for all three whiting sectors, and alternative 1 would adjust the season start date for all whiting sectors to May 1 with annual cooperative applications and salmon mitigation plans due 45 days prior to the season start date. Regarding salmon bycatch, much of the analysis for this proposal centers on potential salmon bycatch impacts. The GMT notes that existing salmon bycatch minimization measures will remain in place. In addition to closure of the fishery in the event that the 11,000 Chinook salmon threshold, plus the 3,500 fish reserve, if applicable, is met, several other regulatory tools exist to minimize salmon bycatch in the Pacific whiting fishery. The Council recommended in June 2020, and the National Marine Fisheries Service implemented the salmon bycatch minimization rule in response to the 2017 NMFS biological opinion. As part of the rule, block area closures, or BACs, in other words, size and time variable closures, were made available as a routine management measure for midwater trawl vessels coastwide. The final rule states that NMFS may, quote, close or reopen BACs pre-season, for example, before the start of the fishing year or before the May 15th start of the primary season for Pacific whiting fishery, or in season. Secondly, NMFS created the ability for vessel groups, 3 vessel minimum, to submit proposals for SMPs, which are defined as voluntary agreement by a cooperative or group of vessels in the non-tribal Pacific whiting fishery to manage Chinook salmon bycatch. All vessels in the CP and mothership sectors and a subset of vessels in the shoreside sector have submitted approved SMPs in 2021 and plan to do so on an annual basis. SMPs serve as formal documentation of the mitigation measures that Pacific whiting sector cooperatives or groups of vessels are using to minimize salmon bycatch. The internal tools that the whiting fishery cooperatives currently use to minimize bycatch of salmon include information sharing that allows for daily reports and hotspot guidance, area closures based on haul level bycatch data, movement rules that require a vessel to relocate based on high bycatch, voluntary salmon excluders which allow stronger swimming fish like salmon to escape the net, and co-op specific internal Chinook salmon bycatch guidelines, such as season pools in the mothership sector. Additionally, each co-op is required to submit an annual postseason report by March 31 of each year in order to receive that year's co-op permit. Regarding non-whiting groundfish bycatch, tables 6 and 7 in the attachment 1 analysis demonstrate that, with the exception of yellowtail rockfish, bycatch rates for non-whiting groundfish stocks tend to be higher in fall months than in spring. The following analysis includes all 3 sectors of the whiting fishery, mothership, catcher processor, and shoreside whiting, since the whiting season start date would be adjusted for all 3 sectors. Pacific spiny dogfish bycatch in the whiting fishery is extremely variable year to year, with a minimum of 0.2 metric tons in 2016 and a maximum of 640 metric tons in 2018 for the time period between 2011 and 2019. A full stock assessment for Pacific spiny dogfish is currently being considered by the Council, and further analysis into uncertainty around the survey catchability parameters is also being explored. The draft assessment under consideration estimates that the Pacific spiny dogfish stock has been below the management target since around the year 2000, and if adopted, management of the stock will likely be given close consideration during the upcoming harvest specification cycle. The GMT considered potential expected changes in Pacific spiny dogfish bycatch in the whiting fishery under different effort changes with a May 1 start date. As shown in Figure 1 below, the amount of Pacific spiny dogfish catch related to Pacific whiting, or in other words, bycatch rate, during the month of November has increased in recent years for all 3 sectors, while rates have remained similar in the month of May. And you can see the figure there. Assuming that moving the season start date earlier would result in effort shifting from fall to spring for the CP and shoreside sectors, as the analysis indicates could be the case for those high-attaining sectors, annual Pacific spiny dogfish bycatch in the CP and shoreside sectors combined could be reduced by an estimated 103.5 metric tons. If effort increases in the spring but remains the same in fall for the low-attaining mothership sector, annual Pacific spiny dogfish bycatch in the mothership sector could increase by an estimated 3.4 metric tons. Table 1 below shows these potential changes in Pacific spiny dogfish bycatch, assuming different effort changes for the whiting sectors. And there are a couple of footnotes there that just describe the method used to calculate those estimates. And I won't go into them, but I'm happy to answer questions on them if there are any. Industry has noted, however, that whether effort is likely to shift or experience a net increase will ultimately reflect the decisions of individual vessels. Additionally, if fishing intensity shifts from one month to another, in addition to time spent fishing, These bycatch estimates may not be as representative of likely changes. Regarding mothership obligation, under this proposal, the no action alternative would maintain the November 30 deadline through mothership catcher vessel endorsed limited entry permit renewal. And alternative 1 would remove the mothership processor obligation from regulation. The attachment 1 analysis points out that Council heard substantial amounts of testimony and considered analysis which indicated the rationalization would tend to benefit harvesters, but without a provision to specifically address the interest of processors, opportunism existed to shift the balance of power in the industry toward harvesters' favor at the expense of processors. The processor tie was viewed as one mechanism which may work at striking a balance between the harvester and the processor when a fishery moves to rationalization. The original intent of Alternative 1, removal of the obligation deadline, was to ensure that the balance between harvesters and processors would not be disrupted. If this alternative is included in the ROA, the GMT notes that further likely qualitative analysis should assess whether this original intent would be achieved. The GMT has heard from industry that existing harvester-processor relationships developed since the establishment of this requirement have made this regulation redundant. Mothership processor cap. Under this proposal, the no action alternative would maintain the status quo 45% mothership processing limit. Alternatives 1 and 2 would adjust the mothership processing limit to 65 or 85% respectively, and alternative 3 would remove the mothership processor limit from regulation. The attachment 1 analysis indicates that a higher processing limit would likely be most valuable to the industry during the years in which the Pacific whiting TAC is lower than current levels. The industry has experienced a relatively high TAC since 2017. However, the 2021 Pacific whiting stock assessment estimated a drop in the stock abundance from 2017 to 2021, suggesting that the industry could see lower allocations in the near future. Between 2020 and 2021, the coastwide ACL was reduced by 16%. The GMT anticipates little to no difference in impacts between alternatives 2, 85%, and 3, removal. In a hypothetical scenario, if one mothership platform processed the full 85% under alternative 2, which is unlikely due to processing capacity constraints, the remaining 15% may not be enough to motivate an additional vessel to participate in the fishery. Such a scenario is unrealistic given that no vessels are currently even reaching, let alone exceeding, the existing 45% processing limit, and that in general, 5 to 6 mothership vessels participate each season. Yet it demonstrates that a processing limit of 85% cannot guarantee that the initial purpose of the processing limit, quote, to prevent excessive concentration of catch allocations, would be fulfilled. If the Council does not think that excessive concentration of catch allocations is likely under any of the alternatives, as discussed below, the Council may wish to consider the greater administrative benefit of full removal from regulation compared to an 85% limit, given the low likelihood that an 85% limit would differ in operational flexibility from full removal. National Standard 1 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act instructs that an allocation scheme must be designed to deter any person or other entity from acquiring an excessive share of fishing privileges, and to avoid creating conditions fostering inordinate control by buyers or sellers that would not otherwise exist. During the August 31 GMT webinar, NMFS indicated that the term excessive is intended to be interpreted on a fishery-by-fishery basis and at the discretion of each council. The attachment 1 analysis prompts the the council to consider whether there is a likelihood that removing the processing limit would create excessive shares either within the mothership sector or across the whiting fishery. Within the mothership sector, catcher vessels will still be held to the 20% catch history assignment ownership limit and the 30% harvest limit. Across the whiting fishery, the analysis points out that there would still be competition from other owners across the other whiting sectors and other fisheries that produce whitefish. A whiting vessel that prioritizes the Alaska pollet fishery, thereby reducing the number of mothership platforms participating in the Pacific whiting fishery, is not driven out of the fishery due to competition, but rather is making a business decision based on market variability. National Standard 4 instructs councils to avoid creating conditions fostering inordinate control that would not otherwise exist. These varying market pressures that determine processor participation year to year do otherwise exist, regardless of the existing allocation scheme. Additionally, the whiting fishery is a mature fishery that since the original implementation of the processor cap has internally established self-organization mechanisms and created long-standing business arrangements between mothership catcher vessels and mothership platforms that lower the likelihood of excessive consolidation compared to at the start of the fishery. Therefore, the GMT does not consider the fishery at risk of any person or entity acquiring excessive shares. Mothership processor and CP permit transfer. Under this proposal, the no action alternative would maintain that a vessel cannot be registered to a mothership permit and a CP permit in the same calendar year. And alternative one would allow a vessel to be registered to both a mothership and CP permit in the same calendar year. Sub-options A and B would allow a vessel to transfer permits up to 2 or 4 times respectively in a calendar year, and sub-option C would allow for unlimited transfers. The rationale behind this restriction, namely that it would prevent higher capacity vessels from harvesting other sectors' allocations, was based on the implementation of a new program in 1997, but the whiting fishery is now a mature fishery structured into cooperatives that have a history of internal management practices. The GMT views this restriction as no longer necessary and potentially administratively burdensome. The GMT does not provide a recommendation on the number of permit transfers allowed. However, we do note that the likelihood that a vessel could or would transfer greater than 2 times in a calendar year is currently low. But similar to our discussion under the processing cap, there are potential future scenarios in which a vessel could be motivated to transfer greater than 2 times, as noted in Arctic Storm Management Group's public comment letter. Synergy between proposals. The GMT recognizes that codependencies exist between the 4 different proposals and that there may be additive benefits to increasing operational flexibility in a combination of ways, together as a package. The final council-adopted purpose and need statement identifies that a potential driver of undertainment is the limited availability for available processors to accept fish for catcher vessels, leading some catcher vessels to be stranded without a processor for a season or year. Industry has indicated that even without a processor obligation, pre-season arrangements between mothership catcher vessels and mothership platforms will still be made to minimize uncertainty. Removing or increasing the 45% processing limit could maximize flexibility and Pacific whiting attainment gained from also removing the processor obligation. In the event that a mothership platform chooses not to participate in the fishery after having already made arrangements with mothership catcher vessels, a processing limit higher than 45% or none at all would allow another mothership vessel that would otherwise be unable due to the limit to accept those otherwise stranded mothership catcher vessel deliveries. Likewise, if no other mothership is able to accept those deliveries, for example, due to processing capacity limitations, the ability for a CP vessel to transfer their permit to the mothership sector provides another route through which the mothership catcher vessels would be able to make their deliveries. Second to lastly, comments on appendices. The GMT notes that the analysis in Appendix A outlining the simulation-based bootstrap model to project bycatch distributions was previously used in the 2017 buyout and recommended by the Scientific and Statistical Committee for this type of analysis and is therefore considered best available science. The analysis uses the risk-averse 80th percentile to provide a conservative estimate of Chinook salmon bycatch. In other words, there is an 80% probability that the actual number of Chinook salmon bycatch will be at or lower than that level. Appendix B investigated whether the modeled stock compositions were representative of the stocks that may be encountered in the first 2 weeks of May and the potential impacts by evolutionarily significant units based on the 80th percentile estimate from Appendix A. Despite focusing on the compositional forecasting on the genetic data alone and using the coded wire tags only to double-check representativeness of the genetic data, the analysts drew the conclusion that their methods were the best available science and they found little evidence of impacts on listed ESUs that were not previously captured in the 2017 buyout. For determining the ESU impacts, this was done by inputting mean latitude of anticipated bycatch and the total number of Chinook salmon potentially taken in a season for specific time periods and sectors. Genetic data was used in 2 separate models, and given the different model strengths and weaknesses, conclusions were drawn based on the arithmetic mean of the 2 models. The GMT agrees with this conclusion and reiterates the importance of continued genetic data collection, in other words, observers, so as to have greater confidence when investigating and tracking ESU-specific bycatch in the future. Lastly, this time, Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report. The SAS is scheduled to meet and discuss this agenda item after the GMT's deadline to submit our report. We anticipate the SAS submitting a report concerning potential salmon impacts of these proposed actions. However, we are unable to review or discuss the contents of the SAS report in time for inclusion in this report. We may have additional thoughts or input after reviewing their report. At this time, the GMT notes that the existing salmon bycatch mitigation measures in the groundfish fishery will continue to be used regardless of decisions made under this agenda item. The GMT anticipates that these tools will ensure that salmon bycatch remains within the 2017 biological opinion thresholds. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Whitney. Questions for Whitney on the GMT report? Okay. Oh, there's Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair Penninger, and thanks to the GMT for the report. We have a question about the GMT's discussion under the National Standard 4 excerpt on excessive shares. And the GMT's, the second paragraph below that, where the GMT is observing that varying market pressures that determine processor participation from year to year do otherwise exist. Certainly that's the case. But I guess, haven't made the connection between that and the statement about avoiding creating conditions fostering inordinate control. It seems to me that the current processing cap prevents conditions that that could foster inordinate control of processing capacity in the mothership sector. And removing it might allow those conditions to exist, kind of unrelated to the separate market pressures. So I guess I'm looking for maybe a little bit more on the GMT's thinking there and the relationship between those two things that you guys have tied together in this statement. Thanks. Thank you.
Sure. Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Summer, for the question. The GMT didn't discuss this particular language to a great extent. I will say mostly around the word excessive and how that would be interpreted. And in terms of the correct interpretation of the rest of the language, I would also echo Jesse and lean to the National Marine Fisheries Service on the exact intended interpretation. However, to the best of our ability to interpret that phrase, we are simply pointing to the fact that these business decisions are being made now, regardless of the allocation scheme in place, and they are leading to this issue. If this processing cap is removed, it's unlikely that those business decisions will change greatly as far as we're aware of based on industry discussion. And so, again, in terms of specific interpretations of individual words in this phrase, I would defer to NMFS. And I don't know that I answered your question very well, Ms. Summer, but that's my best attempt, recognizing that the GMT did not have a lot of time to discuss a lot of the finite details of this report, given the short turnaround on getting it in. And so I hope I answered that question, but I'm happy to elaborate if you need more.
Thanks, Vice Chair, and thank you very much, Whitney. That did clarify it for me, and I appreciate your answer.
Okay. Thanks, Maggie. Pete Jasmer. Pete?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Whitney, for that report. I have a question on bycatch rates again. On page 3 of the GMT report, the first paragraph under figure 1, I know this section is specific to spiny dogfish, but I'm asking a question more in the context of overall treatment of bycatch. I understand the first sentence in that paragraph as it pertains to the CP and shoreside sectors, but the second sentence says for the MS fishery, if effort increases in the spring but remains the same in the fall. And similar to what the questions I asked under the analytical document, with that qualification that effort remains the same in the fall, then the bycatch rates really become additive, and it's not considering potential changes in the fall portion of the fishery that could occur from an implementation of a suite of different actions. The question, I guess, is did the GMT talk about the potential results of decreasing effort in the fall in the MS, the mothership fishery? And if you look at the spiny dogfish and the figure there with bycatch rates in the fall, the trade-off that some of that effort would move from the fall, October, November into an earlier period would actually, it could cause a reduction in bycatch, in this case, the spiny dogfish, rather than the 3.4 metric ton increase that was modeled. So just the depth of consideration in modeling those impacts with changes in efforts. Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Hassmer, for the question. We did not specifically explore the possibility of the mothership sector shifting effort away from the fall into the spring, simply because we were trying to look at what is a reasonably likely scenario given the current attainments. And I think Jesse addressed this earlier, but given that the mothership sector is trending a lower attainment than the other two sectors, it could be reasonable that that sector would see a net increase in effort across the whole year. And so that's why we suggest that there could be a likely scenario in which the mothership sector alone takes advantage of those 2 additional weeks, but then still continues to fish through the fall in a similar manner as they have been. Whereas you look at the CP sector, and they have consistent high attainment in recent years. So they could, if they take advantage of those 2 additional weeks, they could hit their whiting allocation before the last 2 weeks of fall. And so that's why we broke it up into the different sectors shown in the table there. But if you're interested in that number, I'd be happy to provide it. It would be a simple recalculation that I could provide sidelines. But we really wanted this to be a little bit of an overestimate for the mothership sector, but also just a more likely scenario. And you're absolutely right. It is. It could be variable. There could be other impacts. For example, there is the new mothership platform that's online and is expected to prioritize the Alaska pollock fishery, which could free up a vessel to stay in the whiting fishery year-round. I'll let industry speak to that more if they want to later, but that could potentially create a scenario where the mothership sector is able to hit their whiting allocation earlier in the year. And so possible scenarios could vary the outcome. But again, we were trying to tap into what is most likely based on what the attachment analysis suggested would be most likely for each sector in terms of effort. Yeah, and I'll stop there. Hopefully I answered your question, Mr. Hassmer.
Thank you very much. That answered my question, and I won't ask for any new calculations at this time.
Thank you, Pete. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Yeah, thanks, Brad, or Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks, Whitney, and to the GMT for their report. I'm also looking at this question about processor cap and how it's performed over time. And the GMT suggests that the cap might be more of a problem in years of lower abundance than we've seen in recent years. And looking back at the data since 2011, certainly in the most recent 4 years or so, we've been at very high levels, in the 400,000 plus tons of the coastwide TAC. But during that history, we've also seen years such as 2015, where the TAC was the overall TAC was 193,000, and we've been down in the low 200s back in 2012. So I'm just wondering if, looking back at that range, and if you just want to look at the U.S. side, where we've been up in the 300s, low 300s, even mid 300s, but all the way down to 154 in 2015. If you look back and whether you saw this 45% as being a limiting factor in terms of the utilization of the U.S. Quota by the sectors.
Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Anderson, for the question. I would point to the analysis in attachment 1 to fully answer the question. And we were pointing to that analysis when we commented on this. But I believe that that's exactly what they did. The analysts they looked back at past years where the TAC was low, like I think Jesse said, 2012 was an example, and determined whether it was constraining for some vessels. And she did comment earlier that some vessels could have taken more than 45%. And so I think that hints to it. I'm not sure what else to add to that. The GMT found the analysis around that topic to be sufficient, and we were simply commenting on it. And I hope that answered your question, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Phil. Further questions for Whitney on the GMT report? Okay, seeing none, we've been going at this for quite a while. It's almost 2:54. Let's take a break and come back at 3:10. I think we've earned it. I think we're doing well here, and we'll be back here at 3:10. Okay, we'll get started here just shortly. Okay, my clock says 3:10, and I think we're going to go start out with the gap report and Brent Payne. Brent, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, I am here. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great, great. Well, staring at my computer here. I don't know where the microphone is, but I'll just look at it. Anyways, I was asked by the GAP to give the presentation on item C3A. So it's available. The GAP finished up their work on this issue yesterday afternoon, and so I'll just read it. The GAP received the presentation and overview from Mr. Brett Wiedoff and Jesse Doppenhaus from the council staff, and then the presentation of the analysis. The information was also provided to a session before the council meeting on August 31st, a joint session with the GMT. And then the GAP also wants to really acknowledge the efforts and the hard work by the council staff that worked on this document for the very useful information and the analysis that was contained in the analytical document for this meeting, as well as the information that was contained and presented in the scoping document at your March 2021 meeting. So the GAP recommendations, the GAP believes that the analytical information contained in the draft analytical document, combined with the purpose and needs statement that was adopted at the March 2021 council meeting, meets the requirements for the council to make an informed decision for selecting a preliminary preferred alternative for the 4 elements contained in the analysis. The GAP urges the council to take the following actions at this meeting. 1, specify that the analytical document is complete and does not require additional work. 2, adopt the range of alternatives that was approved at the March 2021 meeting. 3, establish PPAs for each of the 4 alternatives as recommended by the GAP. And 4, maintain your current schedule for taking final action on this issue at the March 2022 council meeting. The range of alternatives, the GAP just used the range of alternatives from the analysis and chose PPAs, and those are bolded in bolded text for the GAP's recommendations. So for the first element, the whiting season start date, and this is for all whiting sectors, there's 2 options: the status quo of May 15th, and 2, alternative 1 is starting the fishery on May 1st for all sectors. That alternative 1 is the PPA that the GAP would like the council to move at this meeting. The second element, the mothership processor obligation, the council, again, it's the same, like there's a status quo and then there's alternative 1. We ask that the council remove the mothership processor obligation from regulation as the PPA. The third element, the mothership processor cap. Here there were 3 alternatives besides status quo. The GAP recommended that you choose alternative 3 as your PPA, remove the mothership processor cap from current regulations. And then the fourth element, mothership processor and catcher processor permit transfer. The GAP asked the council choose the sub-option C as unlimited transfers as your PPA. And then we provide another section for the rationale for the choice of these 4 PPAs. And relative to the first issue, the whiting season start date, the GAP urges the council to select alternative 1, May 1st, as its PPA for a new whiting fishery start date. As discussed in the analytical document, moving the start date of the whiting season to a May 1st date could provide significant improvements in mothership sector utilization because it would allow an additional 15 days for whiting operations. It would also have benefits for the catcher processor and short size sectors as they would move that date forward as well. And the GAP recommends retaining the common start date for all 3 sectors. One of the primary benefits of moving the start date to May 1st is that it would provide additional days to harvest whiting between the Alaska Eastern Bering Sea pollock seasons. Most of the at-sea processors, including motherships and catcher processors, and some of the catcher vessels, head north to Alaska in January to participate in the pollock A season, and then they return to the West Coast in the spring around March or April to fish the spring season of whiting, and then head again north in June or July to participate in the pollock B season And then after the beach season's over, they return to the West Coast in September or October for fall hake or winter shipyard work. By moving the whiting start date to May 1st, the at-sea processors and trawl CVs will be back from the Bering Sea pollock season fishery and be able to start fishing for whiting on May 1st. This will provide an additional 15 days. The analysis points out there is evidence to suggest that fishing in early May exhibit high effort and catch and thus achieve the problem statement objective of increased utilization of the whiting fishery. Table 5 on page 18 of the analysis indicates a possible increase in harvest value of about $16 million. Table 4 on page 18 predicts an increase in total catch attainment by the mothership sector of 21% on average for their initial allocations and 19% for post-apportionment if there is a reapportionment of the tribal set-aside amount. The GAP appreciates the efforts of staff and the use of a simulation-based model to estimate the potential impact of harvesting whiting in the first 2 weeks of May on West Coast salmon stocks. The projections in the analysis conclude that the whiting sectors would likely stay within the 11,000 Chinook salmon threshold. The analysis indicates that the Chinook bycatch with the additional 2 weeks of fishing for the entire whiting fishery, that's all three sectors and the tribal and non-tribal, are between 4,178 and 7,550 Chinook salmon with a middle value of 6,098 per year. And that's found on page 25 of the analysis. These estimates are well below the whiting bycatch threshold of 11,000 fish. The GAP notes that the estimated range of Chinook bycatch and the composition of stocks expected to be caught with the additional 2 weeks of fishing in May result in an estimated Chinook bycatch amount that is the same as the biological amount examined in the 2017 Chinook Endangered Species ESA biological opinion or BIOP. That the overall impacts are likely to be within those described in the 2017 BIOP and the approved measures that govern incidental salmon harvest in the groundfish fisheries. The whiting sector will continue to employ its salmon minimization tools and management measures, including its salmon mitigation plans, voluntary block area closures, the co-op move-along rules, and the real-time bycatch reporting to the trawl fleet, hotspot reporting. Overall, the GAP supports the May 1st start date as one of the most impactful elements of this amendment package. Moving on to the second element, mothership obligation. The GAP urges the council to remove the mothership processor obligation deadline and select the alternative one as its PPA. The analysis outlines the origin of this requirement when Amendment 20 was adopted and the stated reason of providing some certainty to both the mothership processing companies and the mothership catcher vessel harvesting companies when annually organizing the whiting mothership cooperative harvest and business plans for an upcoming fishing year. As the Amendment 20 catch share program has matured over the past decade, participants believe that this obligation deadline requirement of November 1st of a previous year really has no benefit to either the mothership processing companies or to the mothership catcher vessel fleet owners. Rather, it could limit the flexibility of a catcher vessel wanting to deliver to another mothership vessel company if it that had previously obligated to and would like to obligate to a different company. As noted in the analysis, the whiting mothership catcher vessels currently obligate their catch through private agreements and indirectly within the whiting mothership cooperative agreement. The processor obligation is a unique feature of this fishery that does not occur in other fisheries, and the GAP agrees that this could instead be handled through private arrangements between the catcher vessels and processors. There's also a NMFS cost-saving benefit with the elimination of the processor obligation, in that NMFS would not need to track the annual obligations of the mothership catcher vessels and processors, nor receive the annual obligation applications from the catcher vessel owners, saving on lap fees. So moving on to page 4, it is worth noting that in testimony to the GAP, the processing companies that hold all 6 of the current mothership processing permits, as well as representatives from the mothership catcher vessel fleet, all support removal of this obligation provision. Moving on to the third element, the mothership processor cap. Similar to the discussion on the obligation item, the GAP believes that the mothership processing cap is an artifact of the original concerns expressed in the development of Amendment 20, and that as time has shown, this cap is irrelevant and perhaps even an archaic measure. The GAP urges the council to select alternative 3 as its PPA or no cap on processing, no limit percentage, and remove the limit on the amount of whiting a mothership processor can process in a given year. You know, the original intent of the 45% cap expressed at the time of Amendment 20 was to ensure that at least 3 mothership processing companies participated in the fishery. So the mothership catcher vessel fleet had multiple markets to choose from to deliver their co-op whiting amounts. As presented in the analysis and in public testimony, removing the current 45% cap on processing by an individual mothership company will provide flexibility when conditions of the fishery might warrant that one of the current mothership processing companies will process more than 45% of the sector's harvest amount. The processor cap is a unique feature to the mothership sector and does not apply to other sectors, such as the inshore sector or the catcher processor sector. While the original intent was to ensure that at least 3 entities participate, in reality, this cap does nothing to ensure participation. However, it could serve to limit participation if a catcher vessel was prevented from delivering to a mothership processor that had been capped out for right now at the 45%. So ownership among mothership processors has also changed since the start of the trawl rationalization program. There's been a little bit of consolidation. The GAP appreciates the discussion and the analysis found on page 38 and 39 on excessive shares, as this is a requirement under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, National Standard 4. The GAP believes that the removal of the processing cap for mothership processors will not result in any one mothership processing company having an excessive share of this sector. Note that the other 2 whiting sectors do not have a processing limit, and this lack of processing limit has not resulted in one company in those sectors acquiring an excessive share status. In addition, other accumulation limits remain in place, such as the 20% ownership limit and the 30% harvest limit. Moving on to the 4th element, the permit transfer between mothership processors and catcher processors. The GAP recommends that the council adopt sub-option C, unlimited transfers, as its PPA. Currently, a vessel cannot be registered as a mothership and a catcher processor in the same calendar year. Through the trawl rationalization program development, this prohibition was intended to keep the sectors separated and not create potentially unfair advantages between the different companies. Since the pool of available at-sea hake processors is limited to the current mothership and catcher processor participants, and the most likely entrant to the mothership sector, if a traditional mothership vessel is not able to participate, would be a vessel that participates as a catcher processor, through registration to a mothership permit. The analysis points out that the action alternative, as written, would both allow a vessel that has been a catcher processor to enter in the mothership sector by becoming registered to a mothership permit in the same calendar year, and allow a vessel that had been a mothership permit to enter the catcher processor sector by becoming registered to a catcher processor permit in the same calendar year. The GAP supports this provision. Allowing an unlimited number of transfers provides the fleet with the most flexibility to support increased mothership sector utilization. Whereas a permit transfer limitation would likely deter a vessel from entering or exiting a sector if there was no way to return to that sector at a later date. The GAP is unclear what purpose or goal limiting the number of transfers serves. Last paragraph, assuming the council moves forward with this action, an overarching outcome of this mothership utilization action is to facilitate fleet flexibility to support increasing the utilization in mothership sector. The GAP thinks that it is counterproductive to create regulatory boxes that provide no discernible benefit to the purpose and need of this action and limits fleet flexibility. Additionally, over time, the number of participants in the mothership and CP sector can change, as well as the whiting total allowable catch. In some years, it is likely that a limitation of transfers will result in a vessel not entering the mothership sector, as the vessel would not be able to exit that sector. Thus, a transfer limitation could be counterproductive to the purpose of this action. Therefore, the GAP supports unlimited transfers as the PPA. Mr. Vice Chairman, that is the end of the GAP report, and I can hopefully answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Brent. Questions for Brent on the GAP report? Marcy Uremko. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Brett, for the report. Appreciate the level of detail that the GAP put into their statement and their interest in the analysis on the salmon forecasting tool. I guess I'm wondering if you can tell me, it sounds like the focus of the work on that simulation-based model was for Chinook salmon. Was there any look at coho projected impacts? And maybe you can tell me about any discussions the GAP might have had about coho.
Yeah, through the vice chair. Thank you, Marcy. I got to say, my recollection is the GAP focused its attention on Chinook. We did receive the information from Jesse on the coho information that was presented and that was discussed in her report to you today. As she gave that same report to us yesterday. But I don't think we did discuss anything that had to do with possible increases in coho bycatch in the whiting fishery by this action.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I may, one follow-up?
Please.
Thank you. Okay, understood. Thank you, Brent. Similar question on the whiting sector's salmon mitigation plans. I know that you've been using these tools now effectively for a number of years. Can you tell me if those plans include thresholds or mentions of coho, or are the same, like, I think they involve numeric limits, high bycatch tow thresholds, and those are things that, again, you've worked very effectively at minimizing the bycatch of Chinook. But are there similar provisions in those salmon mitigation plans addressing coho, or are they just the same limits?
Through the chair, I'm going to have to take a pass, Marcy, on this one. Basically from a GAP presentation, the GAP didn't discuss the mitigation plans contained by the different cooperatives. I would say that one of the first people that are going to testify to you in public testimony is the shoreside and mothership co-op manager, Kristen McQuaw, and she can speak directly to the mitigation plans because she's the the author of those plans. But relative to your question, if you meant by mitigation plans the voluntary measures that the co-ops take, the mitigation plans that I think you're referring to, I'm not sure if you mean those are the requirements under the new salmon measure or the biological opinion, or if those are the kind of the voluntary measures that the industry has taken upon itself just to manage Chinook. We are aware of coho. We primarily have our voluntary measures, our move along rules and our pre-season closure areas, our hotspot areas, and our daily reporting, our PERSA reports, focus primarily on Chinook.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Brent. I'll follow up more in the public testimony. Appreciate the info. And yes, you did answer my question. I was interested in the voluntary provisions and if they just said salmon generally or Chinook specifically. So appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Brent? Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Brent. Yeah, and as I've said, hopefully before, thanks to the GAP and you all in industry for working on this for so long and framing it up so well. I guess one question I continue to have is about this elimination of the processing cap. I understand what the GAP is saying is really that the original intent you don't think is there anymore. Yet I guess what and then in some limited cases it could be a barrier, which in the analysis doesn't look like it has happened often, if at all, as a barrier. So what's the cause and effect of how this is going to prove utilization? Are you expecting processors to invest more, spend more time in the fishery? I think I see what you're saying. It might be a barrier in some years, but what's going to happen if it's removed? Why would it improve utilization? I hope that came out somewhere there, Brent.
Yeah, Mr. Niles through the vice chair. So the GAP spent more time on this issue at previous GAP meetings than yesterday's meeting. So. And there was a more fuller discussion on this issue about the necessary, why they were asking for it. but if I'm speaking kind of as the GAP representative, I think that we are relying more on the analysis. So Jesse's report to us yesterday did indicate that, like she said today to you, there's not been a situation where one mothership processing company has exceeded the 45%. There was discussion last year at the GAP about one company in particular did bump right up against the 45% and made decisions to stop buying fish because they didn't want to go over the 45%, and that was, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. And that, I think that was the origin of why that particular company had brought on some of the independent catcher boats that didn't have markets, or their markets were let go for various reasons just before the season started. You might recall the testimony by the owner of the Pegasus or the Raven in particular. And I think it was that testimony from the owners of the Raven and the Pegasus that kind of was the origin of this request, in that if one of the major mothership processors just wasn't going to buy fish, then the 45% could be a constraint for vessels that had obligated to that market and then got released. So they needed another market. If one of the mothership processors was really aggressive and wanted to buy fish and be out on the grounds, why should they be constrained by that 45% number? I think that there are 6 mothership processor permits. They're not going away. Those are owned by 4 companies. I think I hope that answers your question, Mr. Niles. It's more of something that might happen in the future. We don't know if it will or not, but it did happen once or twice before. The other thing is that one of the companies, Premier Pacific, used to just own the Ocean Phoenix. And the Excellence, the company that owned the Excellence, used to own the Excellence. And a few years ago, those 2 companies decided to merge and form one corporation. And so now those 2 mothership vessels are now under the 45%, where previously there was 2 companies individually that were individually under the 45%. So that was a change as well. So I think that's where we're at with this. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thanks, Brent.
And thanks, Corey. Further questions for Brent? Okay, thanks, Brent. Next up, we have the SAS report given by Richard Heap. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be reading from agenda item C3A, the supplemental SAS report 1, titled Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report on Pacific Whiting Utilization in the at-sea sectors. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel was briefed on the analysis of the proposed actions by Mr. Brett Weedoff at our September 9 meeting, and some of our members attended the Groundfish Management Team meeting where this item was discussed. Of particular interest to the SAS was the whiting season start date and the potential increases in salmon bycatch as described in agenda item C3 attachment 1. The SAS is supportive of efforts to fully utilize whiting allocations in all sectors of that fishery. However, the SAS is concerned about salmon bycatch in general, and particularly for Klamath River Fall Chinook. The stock was declared overfished following the 2017 escapement and continues to meet the criteria for overfish status in 2021. In addition, Klamath River Fall Chinook have been managed under de minimis fisheries provisions for 4 of the past 6 years due to forecasts for low natural spawning escapement. In addition, if and or when the 4 hydroelectric dams on the Klamath River are removed in 2024, increases of adult escapement requirements may be necessary, which could change how the stock is managed. Low abundance of Klamath River Fall Chinook constrains both commercial fisheries south of Cape Falcon and recreational fisheries south of Humbug Mountain, which has a significant negative economic and social effect on fishing families, businesses, and coastal communities. Additional SAS concerns include the ongoing Endangered Species Act consultation on the control role for Southern Oregon, Northern California coastal coho, the recent California State ESA listing of Klamath River spring Chinook, the current drought conditions, and juvenile mortality of outmigrants in the Klamath Basin due to poor freshwater environments. Should the council choose to adopt alternative 1 to allow the whiting fishery to open on May 1st, the SAS would recommend the following actions, which would be intended to allow the whiting fleet to attain the allocation while providing additional protection for salmon stocks of concern. Number 1, recommend that a block area closure covering the Klamath Management Zone be implemented for the 3 whiting sectors from May 1 through May 14th. The Klamath Management Zone is described as the area within the exclusive economic zone from Humbug Mountain, Oregon, south to the 4010 line near Cape Mendocino, California. Second, implement a block area closure as described in recommendation 1 during years when the Klamath River Fall Chinook stock is categorized as overfished, or the Klamath River Fall Chinook stock is managed under de minimis fisheries provisions, or when the effects of the Klamath River dam removal have not been fully documented and analyzed. Council consideration of implementing the block area closure would be most appropriate at the March meeting when specific stock abundance estimates are available. The SAS understands that the Klamath River Conservation Zone surrounding the mouth of the Klamath River will remain closed to the midwater trawl sector. Some members of the SAS would like the salmon technical team to review the salmon bycatch analysis found in appendices A and B of attachment 1 under this agenda item if the council deems appropriate. The SAS remains very supportive of the industry efforts to avoid bycatch and their prompt response to any salmon encounters that do occur. We realize that even with season expansion, the total salmon bycatch will remain well below the existing guideline of 11,000 Chinook and 494 coho salmon. We would point out that in the case of the Klamath stocks, at their current depressed population levels, every spawning adult is important, and even minor non-directed removals of juvenile salmon are at times critical. That concludes our report. Entertain any questions.
Thank you, Richard. Questions for Richard on the SAS report? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Richard. And with that, that concludes the reports. It takes us to public comment. And I believe we had four signed up. And so with that, looking to hear from Kristen McGraw. Kristen, are you there?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me all right?
We can.
Great. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Kristen McGraw. I manage the Shore-Based Whiting Cooperative, and I'm testifying to you today on their behalf. We support moving the season start date to May 1st. The Shore-Based Co-op has 20 catcher vessels, all of which are bound by our membership agreement to uphold our bycatch avoidance rules. Furthermore, the co-op submitted an SMP, which was approved by NMFS for 2021, providing additional incentive to uphold the integrity of our plan and mitigate salmon encounters. Unlike the offshore sectors, our members fish from May 15th until the end of November without stopping during the summer. The shoreside sector also has the largest allocation of the U.S. whiting TAC, thus spending more time on the grounds. Taking this into consideration, the co-op maintains a proactive approach to salmon bycatch. For example, in 2019, the co-op authorized 2 area closures off the coast of Washington when a Chinook hotspot became apparent during the summer. The co-op represents the majority of shoreside whiting catcher vessels. On an average year, roughly 5 or 6 boats fish whiting that are not members of the shore-based co-op. However, all of them are members of the mothership cooperative, and most of these vessels start their season by fishing offshore. Both sectors are relying on the same pool of catcher vessels. It's all the same players. Oftentimes, a handful of boats will start the season delivering shoreside, while others will start offshore. At some point, many of these boats will switch, all while real-time catch data is being shared. Everyone is accountable. There is additional overlap between MTC and UCB membership, where Heather and Brent relay information. I'm confident in the shore-based co-op and the structure of our 3 whiting sectors that we can continue to responsibly manage our fishery under a May 1st start date. And I can be happy to take any questions. I heard some earlier, and I would be happy to speak to that. So thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Questions for Kristen on her testimony? Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the testimony, Kristen. Wanted to follow up on your example of Chinook hotspot closure areas. I think you said off Washington that you implemented. Can you give us a sense of the timing in which that happens? I know we've heard in the past, about the real-time or near real-time data sharing, and I think it would help me just to understand how quickly are you finding out about these bycatch events and implementing that closure to your participating vessels?
Through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Summer. Yeah, so through the cooperatives agreement, as the co-op manager, I have automatic authority to make these closures as they come through. So I'm getting the fish tickets essentially as soon as, faster than PACFIN, to be honest. And so I'm reviewing the data, and when I see a collection of these come through, I'm able to start sounding the alarm, sending out emails and calling boats and getting kind of just a little bit more information on just how big of a hotspot or bycatch event are we dealing with. And then if, just shows that we need to slow the brakes, or, we let the data catch up and reevaluate, I can put in that area closure, within 24 hours of getting that information. And then most of the time, at least in this case, for this example, then the board will come together once I've had, we kind of halt the brakes, put in an immediate closure, bring the board together, provide all the data for them to look at, and they can either expand that box or make it, adjust it as necessary. And then the timing of this, generally we see our salmon bycatch uptick in, July, August, September, at least for Chinook. And for coho, for the shoreside sector, we really have only seen coho encounters in the month of July, and again off the northern Oregon and Washington coast. And hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Maggie. Marcy Yarenko. Marcy?
Can you hear me now?
We can now, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Kristen, for your testimony. I appreciate you being willing to talk a little about your salmon mitigation plan in a little more detail. With your 20 catcher vessels, you discussed your kind of real-time review of their reports to make a determination if a closure or a move along type of a measure is warranted. Maybe you can speak, you mentioned July and in the Oregon, Northern Oregon, Southern Washington areas where the coho observations occurred, but maybe you can characterize the plan in the sense of what threshold kind of triggers you to establish a move along measure or a notification to the fleet of a high bycatch event, and maybe you can speak to whether it is applicable to instances of all salmon or just Chinook.
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Yaremko. That is a good question. So for the salmon mitigation plans, they specifically address, I believe, the terms and conditions in the biological opinion in order to meet the requirements to access the Chinook Reserve. So much of the focus is on Chinook, mitigating Chinook bycatch. However, all of the tools described in our plans are also applicable and readily to be used for coho as well. However, we haven't had instances where we have needed to use those for coho at this point in time. Hopefully, we don't ever see those bycatch numbers. As far as determining, what's a lot of coho, pretty much any number of coho to me is a lot. We have such a low 474 fish is not a lot. And we look at, the shore-based sector's pro rata share of that, which is, I believe a little around 200 or something off the top of my head. So we're looking at not very many fish. So we take any amount of coho that is being caught very seriously. And so any amount, I am sending emails and alarms to my guys, telling them to move or, use extreme caution, and then kind of go up the flagpole of, what is, worrisome. And then, okay, now we need to shut things down. So hopefully that can answer your questions. But yeah, all the tools that are spelled out in our S&P are in place to be used for coho or other, species of concern. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Kristen, I really appreciate the detailed explanation. That does help give me a lot of confidence that the plans and the measures are certainly applicable to coho just as they are to Chinook. And I appreciate your watchful eye. These are a work in progress, but the work is working, and it's great to see the success that we've seen to date. Since you're so familiar with both Chinook and coho events that occur, and I know you're in rapid communications with your folks. Also, I was wondering if you can characterize for us what and I'm just looking for sort of your subjective assessment. How frequently are these fish being intercepted and collected by Pacific States samplers? I know what the protocols are, and we've heard from them, but I'm just trying to get a sense of how well it all comes together. And I know it's one fish here, one fish there, and somebody's not always available to collect the sample, or they're not assigned to collect. But maybe you can characterize your kind of experience just with the process of getting those salmon into the scientific hands that then will take a look at those fish and analyze them for the biological and stock comp data. As you know, fundamentally speaking, we are very, very interested in knowing the stock composition of the bycatch in the fishery. So I'm just wondering how well we're doing with that side of the plan.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Uremko. And that's a good one. And unfortunately, I am not knowledgeable enough to provide comment on that. Heather at the end or Brent might be able to speak to that in the shoreside sector. And so unfortunately, I can't help out too much here. But thank you.
Understood. Appreciate you being willing to just at least say that much. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Kristen? Okay. Oh, Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Kristen, thanks so much for coming forward. It's been very informational, and I appreciate it. I had one question for you. You mentioned you had 20 vessels in your shoreside co-op and 5 or 6 that were not in the co-op. However, you indicated they were members of the mothership co-op. And I'm curious about how, when they are participating in the shoreside sector and not under the mothership co-op rules, do they regularly communicate with you as a shore-based whiting cooperative, and are they amenable to the various instructions and various warnings and closures that that you send out as to avoid bycatch? I'm just curious to hear about that.
Through the vice chair, thank you, Mr. Dooley. Yeah, those boats, when they move onshore to start their shoreside fishery, they're still getting, information or catch data from the mothership fishery, which by default through our intercooperative agreement, all cooperatives get reports from each other, and so those boats that are not part of the shoreside fishery or the shoreside co-op, but are members of the mothership co-op, continue to get that catch data all year long, regardless of which sector they're fishing in. So information is being shared and freely, and then those boats are definitely in communication, and I believe in the past have and Brent have in years where the alarms needed to be sounded across every whiting participant, they've reached out, and those boats were willing to heed the warning and take part. Anyone wants to be the responsible party for shutting down a fishery or someone else, or so we do have a lot of communication lines in place, and boats are all aware of what's going on. Nobody's in the dark here, and the importance of salmon mitigation is there and realized across everyone. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, it did very well, and I really appreciated that. Cleared up a lot, and I'm glad that you shared that information. So thanks for coming forth with testimony, and hope to see you soon.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. Further questions for Kristen? Okay, thanks, Kristen. Next up is Dan Waldeck, followed by Brent Payne. Dan?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair Pettinger. You can hear me, yes?
We can.
Thank you. Dan Waldeck, Executive Director of the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative. First, I want to thank the Council for the attention that you have given to this important topic. This action is on a through line of related actions you have taken to improve the whiting fishery. These actions have not only improved the fishery, they have also provided a solid foundation for industry participants to build collaborative and positive relationships. This is important because when we work together, we help ourselves and we help you. In that vein, the industry brought forward a consensus set of recommended options. After careful consideration, the Council adopted that range of alternatives earlier this year. Those options have now been carefully and comprehensively analyzed. The analytical documents provided under C3 provide a sound basis to confirm the range of alternatives and to adopt a PPA. The GAP report provides a set of recommended PPAs along with solid supporting rationale. We support the PPA recommended by the GAP, and we agree with the rationale they've provided. I don't have a lot more to add, except for a few specific comments based on some of the questions that have come around. But I do, in closing, kind of want to again thank the Council for your work on this topic. I also sincerely want to acknowledge the incredible work of Council staff, both Ms. Dorpinghouse and Mr. Wiedoff, and particularly the salmon analyses by Dr. Mattson and Dr. Moran. I think all of those provide a resounding amount of information for you guys to base your decision on here today. So between your previous actions, the GAP report, the analytical documents you have in front of you, I think you have the necessary information today to confirm the range of alternatives and to adopt a PPA. So the request in simple is to confirm your range of alternatives previously adopted and to adopt the PPAs as recommended by the GAP. And then 4 additional points, since I have the time, and I think these were really good questions raised by council members earlier. And so I want to elaborate a bit on information you've received. And Mr. Hassemer asked about shifts in effort and making the point that it appeared that if there's more spring effort, then there's less Chinook overall. And I think that's a salient point, and I agree wholeheartedly with that sentiment. And I think related to that is that early in the season, we often see that fish are less spatially constrained. They're more spread out along the coast. And this provides more areas, more options for the fleet to move to find areas of cleanest fishing and lowest bycatch. In contrast, late in the season, especially in November and into December, hake is much more concentrated in specific areas. And so the fleet has fewer options when we're out there trying to find places to fish. And so again, I think there's several different benefits to shifting effort toward the spring when that's possible. And I think the May 1 start date is a significant move in that direction. And then I think related to that, and again, this is, I think, a conversation that Mr. Hassmer had with Ms. Dorpinghouse, or no, I guess with Ms. Roberts and the GMT. We've had a lot of attention on salmon bycatch, and that is important. But I think there will be likely, concomitant benefits in reducing bycatch of other species as we shift efforts into May. That was demonstrated in the GMT report, and my sense of the fishery is our bycatch rates in general are much lower in May. And so I think, again, if we have a finite amount of fish to catch. So if we catch more of our fish in the early season, we have less fish to catch in the fall, and our bycatch rates will be lower. And then I wanted to touch on the question that Mr. Remco asked, a couple questions that Mr. Remco asked about coho and the SMPs. And I guess I would first by saying that as Ms. McQuaw just mentioned, that coho generally is very low in the hake fishery, particularly low in the catcher processor fishery, because I think the depths that we fish at. As Ms. McQuaw noted, the SMPs are focused on Chinook because they are satisfying reserve rule requirements in regulations and in the biological opinion. But just looking at the catcher processor data from 2008 to 2020, of those 13 years, 7 of those 13 years, there were 0 coho. In the 6 years where we did encounter coho, the average number per year was less than 6 coho per year. And so again, I think that demonstrates that coho generally in the CP sector is not an issue of great concern, although it is something on our list, as Ms. McQuaw spoke to quite well. And then lastly, I think there was a question that I think Ms. Marenko asked very well on the question of genetic sampling. And just looking at the at-sea Hake Observer Program sampling manual, coho is listed as one of the species where they take sex and length, they take weight, they take the adipose fin, or they look for adipose fin, they scan for coated wire tags, they take a fin clip, they freeze 2 of those whole, and then they photograph 3 of them. So coho and Chinook are both sampled comprehensively in the at-sea Hake Observer Program. So I will end there. I hope my general comments, again, supporting the analysis, supporting the work you've done before, supporting the recommendations of the GAP, and requesting that you adopt the GAP's recommended preferred alternatives. And then hopefully these last 4 bits of additional information are informative as well. So I will answer questions to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Questions for Dan on his testimony? Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Dan, for the testimony. I am thinking about the Salmon Advisory Subpanel's recommendation of a closure during the May 1st to 14th period in the Klamath Management Zone. I wonder if you are able to give us a sense of the geographic distribution of catcher processor fleet fishing in that time. Is it relatively predictable at that time, from year to year, or not so much?
Ms. Summer, thank you for the question through the Vice Chair. It is unpredictable in the fact that we need to the boats will take a left turn out of the Strait of Juan de Fuca. They will do some prospecting up in Washington. If bycatch is high, if fish is low, they will keep moving down the coast. And in recent years, the early part of the season has been focused in Southern Oregon, and fishing rates have been good. Bycatch has been low. And I think when we are fishing in that area, in the KMZ, north of the Oregon-California border, we are doing that throughout the entire range of the KMZ, from the shoreline, not all the way to the EEZ, obviously, but out into fairly great depths if that's where the fish are. So, I mean, hopefully that provides you a general sense of it. It's hard to know until the boats are on the grounds and we understand what the conditions that we're facing. And again, trying to find those cleanest areas. And oftentimes fishing off Washington means we're going to catch more rockfish bycatch or sablefish bycatch. And so we would like to move out of those areas and find clean fishing. And often that clean fishing is down in Southern Oregon in the KMZ.
Thanks.
Thanks, Maggie. Further questions for Dan? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Next up is Brent Payne, followed by Trent Hartle. Brent?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Members of the council, my name is Brent Payne, the Executive Director of Net Catch Boats. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great, thanks. So UCB has, I believe, of the UCB 70 boats that are in our membership, I believe we have 17 whiting permits and then 13 active vessels that fish, with those permits. So we're fairly involved in the West Coast whiting fishery. Today, UCB encourages the council to just basically accept the gap statement, I guess. We think that the analysis has just been excellent for this particular issue. We really want to appreciate the analytical efforts by the council staff. We believe that you have the information available to you now. It's the best available scientific information specifically to the salmon issue that you're going to get to make an informed decision. And so we ask that you adopt PPAs at this meeting that will kind of signal to the public that that's your kind of intent at this point. And also schedule a final action on this meeting next spring. We believe that the purpose and need statement was well crafted and approved at a previous meeting, and that we also believe that the 4 alternatives, you don't need to modify those or change those or add to them. That I think those do address the problem statement. So relative to a couple of the alternatives, the big issue has been the moving the start date to the 1st of May. You might recall that the original scoping document had a few more alternatives that bumped that fishery earlier in the year, even perhaps in January, but, in April. And the council at a previous meeting deleted those alternatives. And so we're looking at just a 2-week period. And that was prominent concerns of possibly, salmon interactions earlier in that year. So what actually is the effect of moving the fishery 2 weeks earlier? Well, on a good day, the mothership sector, on a really good day, can catch and process a little over 1,000 metric tons. It can range from 200 tons up to about 1,400 tons, but if we're seeing reports of 1,000-ton day delivery and processing by the fleet with a handful of mothership processors that are out there, that's people have got smiles on their faces. So what does that mean for 2 weeks? The maximum amount really at 1,000 tons is 15,000 tons. I just don't see that happening. If that 2 weeks, if we can harvest 10,000 tons in that 2 weeks, that would be a real big benefit. Our allocation under a real high TAC year is roughly about 70,000 metric tons for the mothership sector. So that would give us, as far as achieving the problem statement, 1/7 of that. So, and what's that going to cost in terms of salmon? I asked the Sea State to give us some information on the amount of salmon that was taken south of the 42 line since 2008. And I'm sorry I couldn't add this to my presentation here, but this year, as it turned out, kind of following on Dan Waldeck's statement, the mothership catcher vessels early in May realized that there was some really, really clean fishing south of 42. So the mothership processors parked themselves on the Oregon-California border, and about a dozen boats were fishing south of the 42 line. They caught about 5,000 metric tons of fish, and they caught 29 salmon. The previous year, in 2020, we caught about a little less than 6,000 metric tons of fish south of 42, and we only caught 4 salmon. And how do we know that 4 salmon or that 29 salmon is accurate? Because our mothership processors have 2 observers on board. They're whole haul sampled. Like Dan told you what happens to those salmon. They're enumerated, the genetic samples are taken, and that information through the WICOP program is analyzed. And I would say that the data that was presented in the salmon biop in 2017 heavily relied on the genetic sampling and the coded wire tag sampling data that came from those at-sea observers. And you can ask that program what they actually have for protocols, but it's pretty robust. So we feel that the accuracy of the salmon that accounting or enumeration is quite accurate and precise. So if you look at how much fish we caught, say 5,000 tons south of the 42 line, we're not going to catch the 10,000 tons I was referring to south of 42. We're going to look up and down the coast for that. So that's, you know, and then in terms of the area that we need and kind of speaking against the recommendations by the salmon subpanel, you know, the captains need choices. They need choices, and the choices are greatly benefited by having the greatest area possible. If you start closing areas and not allowing the captains to look for clean fishing areas, you're going to force them into areas where they possibly will catch higher bycatch rates. So they need a larger area. So this is why I kind of disagree with the SAS's recommendation to shut part of the Klamath area zone down for part of the year. Relative to the second issue, you know, I guess these are 4 issues here that was unified, the strong unification and consensus by all the sectors and participants in the whiting fishery. You know, there was a proposal in here to allow the motherships to go south of 42. That was removed. There was a proposal to, like I said, have the April start date. That was removed. There was a proposal early on in our early industry discussions to allow more motherships to have permits, to allow more motherships on the market. That was removed. And there was a couple other elements that by the industry that we negotiated that were removed as well. So what you see here, we kind of thought was kind of an easy lift. It wasn't a really big, heavy lift. You have very strong consensus support by all 3 sectors, the processing sector and the harvesting sector, to move us forward. In terms of the element about removing the processing 45% cap, you know, I guess I would just say that the inshore sector and the CP sector does not have that processing cap in the gap statement that I read earlier. You know, there's no concern of excessive shares or consolidation there. In terms of the mothership sector, it was interesting when we were discussing Amendment 20 many years ago. There was concern by the catcher votes that they wanted to have numerous markets to be able to you know, kind of use them as a way to get the ex-vessel price up, but that doesn't exist anymore. We've had kind of a shift in I don't think that having more markets results in the ex-vessel price going up because there's competition. The structure of the ownership of the industry and the maturity is such that the negotiation of prices is something. We're just looking for having more mothership processors out on the grounds, on the water, when we can catch our fish and deliver it to them. The chokehold of this mothership sector is the limitation on processing capacity. And looking at these 4 alternatives is kind of looking at ways of getting more mothership processors to be on the grounds to be able to process the fish that we can catch and deliver to them. So if it results in just one mothership that can catch and process, I mean, one mothership buying all our fish, because the other ones don't want to be out there, that might happen. So I guess that's the reason for that alternative. And that's the reason for the mothership catcher processor permit switching is that flexibility. We just want to have more markets out there when we need them to be there. So there's a synergy of all 4 elements here. I think the GMT statement nicely summarized that and is also in the analysis. So we ask you to move this thing forward. And we look forward to final action this spring. Hopefully, it's been over 6 years since we kind of came up with these ideas, and we do really appreciate the amount of time the council staff and the council has spent on this and your advisory committees. Thank you very much for giving us this attention.
Thanks, Brett. Questions for Brett? Butch Smith. Butch?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Payne. Great testimony. I'd like to ask you a question about the SAS report and requiring or asking for a closing an area off down the Klamath Zone. It's my understanding about 7 years ago, the salmon industry came together with the whiting industry and really started a good working relationship and open and transparent and moving, the minute, forget about the overall caps, but just moving when it appeared there was, a hot spot or more salmon than the industry thought. And it was, reported not only through the proper channels, but also to the salmon industry leadership. That hasn't changed, has it, in the last 6 months? I mean, it's still going on as it, as it got worked out, and there's nothing that's changed in the whiting industry. Obviously, is the sensitivities to salmon stocks, certain ones, and I'm certain that if we're still under that same scenario, if you got into an area, the same, the salmon leadership would be told, and that particular boats that were fishing in that area would simply pick up and move. That still goes on, correct? Is that a fair statement, Brett?
Yeah, through the Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, very much, Mr. Smith. I'm just going to answer this in a little bit, but if you look at table A7, on page 67, that's really the proof is in the pudding here in these numbers. For the mothership sector, 2019, we took a total of 791 Chinook. In 2018, about 2,500. 2017, 721. 2016, 396. In 2015, 261. I think in 2020 it was a very low amount. I don't have that number with me, and how do we get those numbers? I mean, you've got a number, a guideline number in the buy-up of and we get our share of 11,000, but we are so far below that number. And that's that, and Kristen kind of alluded to it, but the tools we use are based on what we learned in Alaska for poly Chinook bycatch management. We have the move along rules, and we have the closure zone rules, and we require use of an excluder to exclude salmon that we've been working on and developing primarily in the poly fishery, but we require it to happen down here. And then we also have no night fishing restrictions. But the most important tool is the data that comes from the observer program that's given to our co-op manager, and that is in real time gets put back out to the captains so they know exactly what everybody's bycatch rates are at any given time. And then they use that information to make decisions, about where they're going to set their nets. It's not just about where you see a lot of whiting, it's where the chances are that you're going to encounter a bycatch rate that's greater than what the average that the fleet is occurring. And we also, in our co-op rules, determine what our bycatch rates are. And really, we have these rules that you have to move along if you go above that average bycatch rate. And that's not only for salmon, but it's also for those 4 constraining rockfish species. So that's ingrained in what we do through our cooperative management. We're not giving up on that. We're doing it just as much as we had been. And I think you were kind of referring to the time period leading up to the 2017 biological opinion and those management measures that are, the formal rules that we submit to the agency just incorporate what I just kind of talked about, that were voluntary measures that we use through our cooperative structure. So, for example, we know exactly how many Chinook we took south of 42 on a daily basis. So the fishermen that are fishing south of 42 in May knew exactly what kind of Chinook encounter rates each individual vessel, each co-op was each mothership vessel was experiencing on a real-time basis. So we watch it extremely closely, and we do move along rules, and we have preseason closures or closures during the season to keep people out of areas that we know that they will encounter high rates. So I hope that answers your question. I was a little bit long-winded.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So yeah, Mr. Payne, and that has been my experience, being someone in the salmon world. And then the question has come up about coho bycatch, and it's been my experience, even when there was a huge amount of coho swimming around back in the day, that typically that wasn't, that normally wasn't taken, simply because coho swim in the different part of the ocean usually, and at a much higher level, and I believe that's still the case, and that's why the information bears out that there's not much coho bycatch, and probably the attention wasn't given to it even 25 years ago when some pretty good catches of Chinook. And that's still true today, correct? It looks like to me it's still true today anyway. Is that correct, Mr. Payne?
Through the chair, yes. I'm reflecting upon. I think what brought coho to light for us was the biological opinion, and that 400 and some number that we have to use as a guideline to stay under. And like Ms. McQuaw testified, that information, and I'm thinking back, I get the co-op reports that our co-op manager sends out, and there was, it's mostly on the inshore fishery. I started seeing reports, and I was looking at these coho numbers, and they're like 4 or 3 or 2 or 6. And I'm thinking, man, that's an alarm, because it's, heck, I fishing out of Westport on the rod and reel, I can catch 50 coho in 3 hours real easily. And here we're the inshore sector or the mothership sector has less than 200 fish to be managing. So yes, coho is a concern. We watch it, but I think you're right. In the Ms. McQuaw's statements, we know exactly where the trend is happening, where we see that coho, and that information is presented to the co-op members in real time.
Mr. Chair, you were probably fishing out of Oahu for those coho, but I'll accept that mistake. Thank you, Mr. Payne, and thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thanks, Butch. Further questions for Brent? Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Brent, for the testimony today. I put enough miles under my butt from watching whiting on the screen and pollock and all that, and understand a lot about the bycatch issues. But I got a question, because I haven't been out there in a while. I remember the characterization of pollock fishermen or whiting fishermen, in this case, that there were very few of them left, because we don't typically fish for whiting particularly anymore. We fish to avoid everything. Is that still the case?
Yeah, through the chair, actually, we've had a pretty good year this year. If you look at the data that has come in on our bycatch amounts, I think the captains are feeling like, wow, the amount of times that they had to digest has been minimized, but it hasn't always been the case. I think it depends on when we get into situations. Like, for example, the short belly issue that popped up a couple years ago, that was stressful. The constraining rockfish species that we've been trying to manage over the years has caused a lot of stress. It's not easy. I mean, again, like I testified, when a whiting captain is going to choose where they want to set their nets, it's not so much what they see, the scuzz on the screen and the big schools of whiting accumulated. It's, well, maybe that's not a school of whiting. Maybe that's a school of rockfish, or maybe that we don't know how much salmon is interspersed within that school of whiting. And it's a lot of test tows and a lot of movement. Really defines I think what I'm hearing most from the captains that I'm talking to is, well, we just moved. Oh, we did this test tow. We heard this information, so we just moved. Oh, we just moved again. So it's kind of a fishery of movement now. And that is because of really watching these bycatch rates and working closely with the cooperative. So hope that answers your question.
It does, Brent. One follow-up, if I could, Mr. Vice Chair.
Please.
Yes. So, Brent, you mentioned something about other species, and I seem to recall that, particularly in the short belly, that the alarm was rung about the short belly encounters actually by, I believe it was Heather that brought it up to the council and to the agency. And if I recall, because there were already avoidance measures that were voluntarily being taken, knowing that was an issue. And is that common, that you don't need a warning that something's going to happen? There's a general awareness within the co-op structure to, hey, this isn't on our list, but it looks like we better get out of there. Is that kind of a common practice?
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Dooley, there's, the co-ops have really been a cool tool. I mean, when we first started out, we were focusing just on the 4 constraining rockfish species and salmon. And then the salmon biop came up, and so we were able to intensify our efforts to look at salmon, and then added coho. And then we added another column to the report from Sea State that included short belly. And then when sablefish kind of had to be dealt with, we added another column on sablefish and what those rates were and where spatially and temporally we were experiencing those species as bycaught species or incidental caught species. So yeah, it's flexible. We are able to adapt, so I think that, yes, that answers your question.
Okay.
Thank you, Brent.
Thanks, Bob. Further questions for Brent? Okay. Thanks, Brent. Seeing none, we'll go to Trent Hartle and followed by Heather Mann. Trent.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Council members, my name's Trent Hartill. I work for American Seafoods. We participate in both the catcher processor and the mothership sectors of the whiting fishery. I'll try to keep my testimony brief, as I think my previous testifiers have hit on a lot of good points. At a high level, we support the GAP's recommendation for the PPA. This PPA that they produced is a product of many years of industry negotiations and a compromise across sectors, as you've heard. It's also an effective suite of alternatives. It will get the job done in increasing mothership utilization. But not all of the alternatives are, equal in their benefit of producing a result of increasing the utilization. There's two elements that will by far do the most to achieve that goal, and that's the start date and the permit transfer. Without an earlier start date, we don't see anywhere near the benefit to the mothership sector as compared to having those additional 2 weeks. Brent mentioned, estimating about 10,000 tons of additional fish caught in those 2 weeks. Page 26 of the analysis estimates 10 to 30,000 tons. My crystal ball, I see a bit more than 10,000, but these are good estimates. That's a meaningful increase in the utilization in just those 2 weeks. The other element of the permit transfer, being from a company that operates in both sectors, I'm seeing this as I'm looking one transfer in advance, not the transfer right in front of me, but the next one. I know that the GMT indicated that, they're providing the council the ability to make a policy call on this, but, if there's a consideration of a limit, that will have an impact on the ability to get more fish out of the water. If we as a company don't have an ability to return from the sector in which we're leaving, we may not make that move. And so that's why we support having, no limits on the number of transfers. Mr. Vice Chair, I'll conclude there and, make myself available for questions, but, we support moving forward with the PPA as outlined in the GAP statement. Thank you.
Thanks, Trent. Questions for Trent? Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Trent, for the testimony. I'll follow up on your comments about permit transfers. Can you give us a sense, do you have any sense at this time of how many transfers might be expected or you might be interested in a year from your company? I'm just trying to quantify this range with an unlimited, and are we talking about enough transfers that it might become an administrative burden, or you may not have some idea, but wanted to give you the opportunity to share any thoughts on that with us if you do.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ms. Summer, through the Vice Chair. It is a difficult thing to put a number on. And so I'll share how I think about it. When I look at potentially, making these transfers, the factors that are going to be pertinent to that decision-making matrix, is the CPUE, the TAC, catcher vessel availability, our CP operations, our Alaska Pollock operation schedule, and our shipyard schedule, et cetera, among the so I can create a scenario in my mind where we would use very few transfers. In an ideal scenario, the Ocean Rover, which has been operating as a mothership for many, many years, would start as a mothership and end as a mothership, and we would not transfer at all. I can also create a scenario where, we have a very high or a higher tax scenario. We have some challenging conditions. We have some operational hurdles, and we need increased flexibility. And we may use, that permit transfer, a number of times. I don't know what that number is, but it's those factors that are going to drive it. And, I advocate for an unlimited number because I don't see any benefit of, putting a limit in and how that serves increasing at-sea utilization. If there was a benefit in some way, to the sectors of that limitation, I could understand. But because it's murky, because we haven't gone through this, it's just difficult to definitively or even forecast what that would look like. But, I hope that helps in kind of frameworking what the factors are that, will drive our decision. And, low tax scenarios, probably no transfers. High tax scenarios, probably more transfers.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Maggie. Further questions for Trent? Okay. Seeing none. Thanks, Trent.
Thank you.
And lastly, but not least, is Heather Mann. Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, council members. My name's Heather Mann, and I represent the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC represents 29 trawl catcher vessels. 23 of those participate in either the at-sea or shoreside whiting sector or both. All of the MTC vessels participating in the at-sea fishery except one are independent vessels, meaning they are not owned by a mothership processing company. As you've heard, it's been clear since prior to 2016 that the mothership sector has not performed the way it was intended. And as you've heard over the years, it is costly to participate in the catch share program. Vessels in the mothership sector are required to pay for 100% observer coverage. Additionally, CVs who deliver to motherships are required to surrender 4.8% of the ex-vessel value upon each delivery to the federal government to cover the buyback loan payments and the cost recovery fees collected by NMFS to manage the fishery. At the same time, the mothership sector has consistently underperformed in terms of harvesting their allocation, and some individual vessels that are large holders of mothership catch history have been unable to deliver any fish in some years. And I would reference for the record previous oral comments from the owners and captains of boats like the Raven, the Pegasus, the Marathon, and the Predator, to name a few. They have all at one time or another left fish swimming in some years. So MTC members unanimously support the PPAs recommended by the GAP. And before I describe the rationale for each recommendation, I'd like to provide a few overall comments. First, I think it's really important to understand and state again that these PPAs recommended by the GAP are a whiting industry consensus across sectors, including harvesters and processors. You know, we have worked for several years to come to unanimous agreement on these recommendations, and this has not been an easy process. I'm hopeful that you all as council members will recognize the give and take it took to reach these recommendations and in turn support our recommendations. If you choose to recognize our expertise in having these conversations and determining what's best for our businesses and support those recommendations, it's a really great incentive to the industry to continue to work together, knowing that those that hard work will pay off in something beneficial. Next, we have removed contentious options. Brent did a great job describing those. I was going to refer to the mothership processor following its CV south of the Oregon border. You know, we really did that, remove that to appease the state of California. But requiring a catcher vessel that has clean fishing south of 42 degrees to drag a cod end of hake up to 20 miles back to the border, you know, it's inefficient, it's costly, it wastes fuel and time, it increases the carbon footprint of the fishery, but we still eliminated that idea from consideration because of the perception of negative impacts. So we have made a lot of compromises getting to this point. Third, the Magnuson Act national standards call for management measures that result in achieving OY on a continuous basis while avoiding bycatch to the extent practicable. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, and I can see Kevin Dunn like raising his eyes up in the air, but I think it's really important to reiterate that all three whiting sectors have gone above and beyond what is required to avoid bycatch of Chinook. We did not have to take these voluntary actions, but we did. And these voluntary actions are costly and they do make us inefficient. But we committed to them and we have lived up to our promises. Every year in the last 7 years, including 2021, the industry has consistently come in well under the amount of Chinook that the BIOP says that the whiting fisheries can take without jeopardy to any salmon stocks. So specific to the options, I'm going to address alternatives 2 through 4 first, and then I'll circle back to the season start date in my closing remarks. We fully support eliminating the CV requirement to commit to a mothership processor. While this does little to improve the sector utilization, it does remove an unnecessary regulation, which is in line with MSA standards 5 and 7 that promote efficiency and eliminate redundant or unnecessary regulations. We fully support eliminating the processing cap. As CVs, we are not concerned about one mothership dominating the fishery and eliminating our price negotiation options. You know, theoretically, this action could allow one processing company to process the entire allocation. The likelihood of that happening is remote. On the flip side, if only one processor were to choose to participate in any given year, as CVs, we would want them to have the ability to process as much hake as they could sell and not be held to an arbitrary cap. I would note that there is no processing cap in the shoreside processing industry. I know some council members are concerned about this and unintended consequences, and we have spent a lot of time thinking about it. And our recommendation is no cap. We fully support allowing a vessel to be both a CP and a mothership in the same calendar year, and we would say unlimited transfers. The reality of a processor switching willy-nilly between sectors is unrealistic, as you've heard, and I don't anticipate a huge administrative burden. How many transfers would happen in any given year? My response would be as many as it takes to harvest the mothership allocation, and administrative burden would be cost recoverable. Again, allowing the maximum flexibility here will have the highest chance of achieving the purpose and need for this action. And lastly, we fully support moving the season start date for all whiting sectors to May 1st. Of the 4 options being considered, this one can provide the greatest opportunity to increase MS utilization. The analysis completed by Jesse and others and NMFS staff, which I might note includes well-respected salmon experts like Susan Bishop. This analysis uses up-to-date data. It clearly shows there is not a negative impact to salmon stocks, including specific river populations. This means we have a comprehensive buyout completed in 2017, which captures any impacts this action may result in, and we have current analysis with more recent data that reflects those same results. We heard this morning in the SAS that both the documents take a precautionary approach and they overestimate to ensure that uncertainties are accounted for. So I want to be clear that I am very sensitive to the plight of my colleagues and friends in directed salmon fisheries. I and the people I work for have repeatedly demonstrated that through our comments and, more importantly, our actions. And I've been thinking about the SAS comments, and I'm really struggling to find scientific support for any additional restrictions moving the season start date. Between 2020 and to date in 2021, there was 23.8 million pounds of whiting harvested in the mothership sector below 42 degrees. Along with that whiting, there were 33 Chinook intercepted. And we know that number is accurate because there are 100% observer coverage. If I refer to Table 6 on page 92 of Appendix B and try to assume how many of those 33 Chinook maybe came from the Klamath, under the high catch scenario, it looks like maybe 11 could come from the Klamath. I don't know how many of the 11 fish would die of natural mortality, but we do know that some would. So let's say 25%. So 8 fish would make it back. And that's an overestimate based on the analysis taking uncertainty into account. At the same time, if I look at pages 40 and 41 in the preseason 3 report, I can see a projected bycatch of 9,900 Chinook in the directed commercial and recreational salmon fisheries between the Oregon border and Point Arena, in a fishery that I don't think has observer coverage and no genetic sampling at sea. So I'm not trying to point a finger at the directed salmon fishery. I just don't understand how 8 Chinook that may not even be caught in the first 2 weeks of May has a statistical significance on how much Chinook is available to directed fisheries compared with the assumed mortality of bycatch in the directed fisheries. I would end with saying that the whiting industry has and will continue to live up to our commitments to the salmon industry. And I do know that those 8 fish that are projected to result in a 20% increase in mothership attainment, worth $18 million in revenue and $16 million in further economic impacts. That is significant. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, council members. It's late in the day. I appreciate your attention to this issue. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Questions for Heather? Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thanks, Vice Chair. Heather, thanks for the testimony. I heard earlier an opinion that the start date and the permit transfer provisions could be the most impactful. And I'm curious about specifically the permit transfer provisions. It seems like that could help to ensure that there is a processing platform available for vessels, catcher vessels who want to deliver. Can you kind of compare that with the processing cap? Could, for example, increasing the ability to transfer permits between motherships and catcher processors
in season kind of meet the need there, or is there something different or some synergy also with the processing cap that really makes them both essential components of this package?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Summer, thank you for the question. I think it's a two-part answer, and how I would respond is that first, in order of the priority that we see of the four alternatives, the season start date would be first. I actually think eliminating the processing cap is probably second, the permit transfer third, and then the obligation fourth in terms of meeting the goals and objectives of the program. But as Trent did a really good job explaining, there are so many different variables that go into the decisions that mothership platforms make in determining when they're going to participate in the fishery. And we as CVs are kind of at the mercy of all those other competing priorities, and CVs have those priorities as well, although not the same to the same extent as the processors do. So I really think that eliminating one over the other is not a good idea. I think that they're both important, and as Brent mentioned in detail, and as I started to talk about, there are a lot of options that could have had a much bigger opportunity to increase mothership allocation attainment that are just not on the table. And in order to see some real movement, we really need those three in the package. But if I were put up against, a firing squad, I think I would pick the processing cap first and then the processor transfer. But I think they're both really important. Maggie, I have a hard time picking both, and I don't think other people would necessarily agree with my recommendation.
Thanks, Heather. Not intending to put you up for a firing squad.
Okay, thanks, Maggie. Pete Hasper. Pete?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Heather, for your testimony. And I know over the past years, you've talked to us quite a bit about this subject, and my question relates more to refreshing my memory and understanding of some of the things that came up in the past. I'm thinking of this more in the context of a suite of recommendations that get at increasing the utilization, removing these constraints, rather than picking at the individual recommendations or alternatives that we have right now. So, and related to how the current fishery operates versus this suite of recommendations. In the past, I believe you said that there have been some of those vessel operators, and it was skippers or captains also who testified before us, but some of them were not able to fish or deliver fish at all. There was that one group, and there was another group that, because of the way the fishery was being executed and these various constraints, that the only time they did have to fish was very late in the season, October and November, I believe. And I understand that fishing can be productive in those months in some year, but what I remember was, in general, fishing is less productive at that time. Vessels need to motor or steam more to find fish, spend more time with the nets in the water to catch a unit of fish. So it's less efficient to fish at that time of year. And also that the weather, as we get into October and also November, is deteriorating in terms of when they can safely fish, get into this, and as opposed to fishing earlier in the year. So the simple question, I guess, is, am I recalling those things correctly in terms of efficiency of fishing or productivity of fishing, some of the safety issues that occurs for those that are having to fish later versus under this suite of alternatives, they might be able to fish earlier or they have some flexibility? Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Hassemer, thank you for that question. You are recalling quite a bit of the rationale and justification that's been given in the past. You know, weather is certainly an issue in the fall. One of the things that I think is important to remember, and Jessie talked about this in her presentation, is that the mothership sector operates under a pool system. And so in some cases, there are catcher vessels that only fish in the spring, and the rest of their dance card for the year doesn't include a fall fishery. There are some that have shipyard visits in the fall, which you schedule years in advance to be able to make that happen. And those have to fit in to make sure that you're keeping up, you know, maintenance and things on your vessel that go toward, you know, both catchability, but also more importantly, safety. And then generally the trend in Chinook bycatch is that the further you get into the fall, the higher that bycatch has been. And so any opportunity to avoid that is good. And so all those things together, an unsafe fishery, potentially in bad weather where you can't find fish and you're catching Chinook and you're knocking on your due date at the shipyard, you know, they're not ideal times for catcher vessels to be out fishing. So I would say that you're capturing that correctly.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Pete. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Heather, for your testimony and that of the others who've come before you. I just want to, I guess, acknowledge and your leadership, along with several of your colleagues, in bringing this issue forward. We asked you, I think the council asked you to go back. I don't remember how many years ago, but three years ago or so, and come back to us with some solutions to the issue of underutilization of the mothership allocation. And the industry really stepped up, and you were a big part of that in coming back to us with some recommendations that had a consensus built around them. So I want to use this opportunity to thank you for doing that, as well as your colleagues. I want to be respectful of your recommendations. I want to be respectful of your expertise that you all bring to the table. And when you mentioned you were aware of some council members that had some concerns about eliminating the processing cap. I am one of those, as you know. But I, at the same time, want to be again respectful of your expertise and your perspective and the consensus that the industry brings forward. I was struck by a word that was used in the GAPS report on the topic of processor cap, that it was irrelevant. They said it was archaic too, but the term irrelevant seemed to mean to me that whether it was there or not, it really didn't have relevance in terms of increasing the potential utilization of the mothership allocation. And I am burdened with concerns about unintended consequences of council actions, and knowing that once the processor cap is gone, in my view, it's gone forever. And I am a bit puzzled, I must say, by the lack of any concern by the catcher boats that a single company could monopolize that portion of the mothership sector. So again, thanks for all your work. I did want to acknowledge all of your work as well as your colleagues, and I want to be respectful of what you have brought forward. But at the same time, I just wanted to express why I had some concerns around that particular element of the package.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, thank you so much. The acknowledgement for the work that we've done, I really appreciate. I will say I think I was a little surprised when the council directed us to get the industry all together outside the council process. I had hoped to just battle it out in front of the council, and I figured I'd win because I had the catcher vessels were the ones that were disadvantaged, and we were gonna figure this out and we were gonna prevail. But I have to say in retrospect that your direction and leadership from the council to pull us all together to really understand the challenges that each side faces above and beyond price negotiations was really helpful. And I think it has created a much stronger whiting industry across the sectors. And so it was painful, but I think it was well worth it. And I'm glad it went that way. So I thank the council in retrospect for having us go through that process. When you mentioned the words that were used in the GAP statement, irrelevant and archaic, for a second, I chuckled because that's how my children describe me in general, and especially my computer skills. So I was laughing about that, but I would say that I don't know if I would use the word irrelevant. I think that the way Brent described it, that things are different now than when we went into the program, and we were really focused, on shoreside processors getting shares and tipping the balance of power there, and making sure balance didn't tip in the mothership sector, which is a closed class of processors. We were concerned about that. But the cap itself has not resulted in enough capacity being on the grounds, interested in being on the grounds enough of the year to take all the fish that is available to us. And I say that with the caveat that we do have, record high tax, as you know. But I do agree with the archaic to some degree because things are different now. If it was to be eliminated, I would say that it's not gone forever, potentially. I mean, if we had something catastrophic happen, and I don't expect that, but we will continue to have reviews of the catch share program, and that would be a component. But more so, if a company were to do this, they would be shamed and peer pressured, and we would make it so uncomfortable and difficult. I just don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. And I think they have made a commitment to work with us, to really prosecute this fishery, to increase the value for all of us. And I'm going to meet them halfway and take them at their word on that. And we would certainly be letting everybody know and broadcasting it if one company were to take advantage of it. But I see it the flip side. If there's one company that wants to be down there and nobody else does, we want them to be able to take all the fish that they can. And that is what helps us. Let us negotiate our prices with our processors, and let's not try to force it, even with the best of intentions. And I think that this is being done with the best of intentions. And I think we've learned through gear switching that unintended consequences, regardless of what side you're on that issue, unintended consequences are a serious thing that we need to contemplate. And so I really appreciate people thinking about that. The last point I would make is that this is not final action. Final action is in March. And if the council selects the PPA to eliminate the cap, that sends a message to everybody. That's where the council's leaning. That's where the analysis continues to focus. If there are some significant problems that we haven't thought of yet, chances are they will become apparent between now and March. But as of right now, and as someone who represents catcher vessels, we do not have those concerns. But I do appreciate people thinking about it and trying to prevent those unintended consequences. So I hope that answers your questions.
Yes, it did, Heather, and thanks very much for those responses and all your work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Heather, thank you so much for your tenacity. I mean, you have really been a leader in this issue from day one. And I know Brent has been involved as well, that, you know, you two have made a heck of a team to see this through. I remember I'm sitting here contemplating where we started on this. And it was the 5-year review. And I remember the hearings, the port hearings that were held in anticipation of the 5-year review to identify the items. And this was the one that I remember, the Newport meeting where it came up, and it was, wow, what a contentious issue that was. And I'm sure, I remember at the time I was at UCB, and it was contentious there. And I'm sure it was contentious in your boardroom as well. And there was a lot of problems with the mothership platforms in this whole movement. I remember our meeting down in the council meeting down in San Diego, standing toe to toe with Joe Birch and James Mize, and talking about this, and how upset they were about this whole idea of somehow, you know, changing the system to allow for more mothership utilization and other capacities. And then I was struck by, you know, Donna Parker as well was a big player in this for Arctic Storm, and some of the things we're talking about here I would love to hear her opinion on those, because she was so adamantly opposed to changing this program, all the hard fought standards that were put into it. And here we are. I see an Arctic Storm Management Group letter that's completely up, supportive of all of these options, the PPAs. And I hear, I just see the progress that was made and the challenge that was given to industry by the council to solve this problem. And now we come up with a program that looks like it might work, and really appreciate your acknowledgement that this is only a PPA and we've got till March to look at it again. But I really appreciate that. And what my question was, you said it, I believe, and I know you have, but just want to verify. Is there anyone in the sector that's against this? I haven't seen anybody come forward, and certainly the mothership companies have not been shy before, and I know they're in your boardrooms. I know they're in Brent's boardroom, and I'm just wondering where the opposition is, if there is any opposition to this from your industry that came forward with a really well thought out, well reasoned solution.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Dooley, as far as I'm aware, there is no opposition. I have taken the extra steps to reach out directly to the mothership processors, a job that Sarah would have done in the past, and unfortunately is no longer part of this team. Her replacement Anne, who's with the company and is taking on some of those duties, is getting up to speed. But I just simply, reached out to those other processors, asked them to join a meeting with the rest of us, just to confirm that we were still all on the same page. There's nothing worse than providing testimony and then having someone else get up and say, well, I actually object. So I wanted to make sure that we were still all on the same page. And I think the progress that you described is, I think it's just part of, it's the involvement of the fishery, but also the participants and the leadership. And without sounding hopefully really corny, I mean, figuring out that together we're really much stronger if we're all doing well, if we're all increasing the value of our businesses, and if we all take an honest look at the challenges that the processing sector faces, the challenges that a catcher vessel faces, the cost of operating one of these whiting catcher vessels is immense. So is a mothership processor. I mean, there's just so much that goes into competing on a world market. And I think that this exercise has really improved the knowledge and understanding of those challenges and provided even some additional trust. Believe me, it's still not everybody sitting in a circle holding hands, but we're at a place where we're understanding each other and trying to make things work within the confines that we have, which includes, you know, respecting our salmon colleagues and the challenges they face, understanding other things like short belly interactions and how do we mitigate those and other rockfish. You know, it's all we're fighting all of those things and trying to muddle through it, I think, together. So as far as I'm aware, there is no one in the three whiting sectors who is opposed to the PPAs that the GAP has put forward.
One follow-up, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Heather, one other question, and it just kind of similar. You know, we've talked about all the measures, and they've been discussed about the measures the co-ops take, the mothership co-op takes to avoid things, and some of them are voluntary, and most of them are voluntary. And I just wanted to know, are those voluntary measures, would they still be available and used if you ran into salmon in the first 2 weeks of the season south of 42? Would that still be the intention, to continue to do what you do?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Dooley, I see no reason that would compel me to say we wouldn't. What I would think is, based on the concerns that we have actually heard from folks in California, we would be hyper aware of it. And what we would likely do is, prior to the season, when we know more about what the tax are and what fishing plans are and what's happening with salmon fisheries, you know, we would consider whether there's some voluntary measures that we want to set up prior to the season start date. Otherwise, as the council knows, we operate in real time. And like on the short belly issue, you know, we were having emergency board meetings on a weekend before NMFS was even aware that, you know, we had an issue. And so we would be doing the same thing here. I see nothing that would compel me to say we're going to abandon those commitments. And so I hope that provides you with some comfort. I don't see them going away.
No, it provides me a lot of comfort. Thank you so much, Heather. I appreciate it. And thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Heather. I'll echo all the nice things folks have been saying about the work you've done with this. I guess along the lines of Phil's question and comments, and I'm understanding you're answering, there's a lot of consensus and goodwill going on in the sector, which is really nice to hear. You know, we have an obligation under the Magnuson Act. It's not just National Standard 4. It's in the LAP provisions of, you know, Section 303 capital A, to avoid to avoid excessive shares. And I'm very much in the thought process here, but, you know, if 100% isn't excessive, I don't know what is. But kind of what I was asking Brent, I'm just not seeing. I'm having trouble seeing the cause and effect of you know, a 65% is still a big jump from what we have now. 85% would be bigger. So why unlimited? What's the effect over and above a 65% cap or an 85% going to be? Is it anything more than just we might hit it sometime So it's better not to have a limit, kind of like Trent's argument for permit transfers. We're not going to use them unreasonably, but we don't know yet, so we don't need a limit. Is there more to it than that? I'm just still looking for that rationale of why unlimited is going to produce a bigger effect than, say, 85%.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Niles, thanks for that question. I guess I would back up and start by saying, the council you created a privilege for 6 processing companies. There are only 6 allowed in the mothership sector. So in some ways, you've already created a situation that limits the amount of companies or platforms that can process, and that is 6. There is no processing cap shoreside, and we haven't seen a situation where one company has then monopolized the rest of the coast. I think that 65%, 85%, those numbers are arbitrary. I think it's to me, it's whether, so if you have 65%, that means you'd have to have at least 2 companies process. But in reality, what I see in the whiting mothership sector is a situation where 5 of the platforms are going to stay up and fish pollock because that TAC has gone up. With climate change, it's flourishing. The whiting TAC maybe has gone down, and there's just not enough interest by the rest of the processors to come down because they make more money in pollock. And so we have vessels that have actually committed to being down here all year, potentially the new Arctic storm vessel. And then they're capped out at 65% or 85%, leaving the rest of the catcher vessels with no place to deliver and no opportunity to take that fish to either the CP sector or shoreside. So I think 65 and 85, in my mind, are arbitrary. To me, it's really eliminate that cap. Otherwise, there is the potential to constrain ourselves when we have a lot of uncertainty. As the ocean's changing, the whiting TAC's going up, down, is the pollock TAC going up? Who's going to be interested? Where's the money being made? Can we ship to the Ukraine? All those things, we need maximum flexibility. And that's why I think, at least from my catcher vessel perspective, why we support no cap. 85% still leaves the opportunity that some of the fish could be left swimming if there's only one processor. So that's, and if I'm overselling, I hope I'm not overselling the goodwill. I mean, it's a mutual respect and understanding, but we're still all in business, right? And so I just don't see, we're not going to just roll over and have one mothership company dictate to us to go fishing for, so that we're losing money. So, there's a lot that goes on in those price negotiations outside the council process, and I think should stay there outside the council process. But I don't see the benefit to keeping that cap in place. And I almost feel like the council members or that you're trying to help protect us from ourselves almost. And in this case, I think we've really thought through it. And this is what we want to see happen collectively. And I don't say that because I really appreciate that you've thought through this that much and that you care enough to try to protect us. In this case, I think we've done a lot of thinking about that, and we see the best chance to get more fish out of the water through, that component of eliminating the cap. So thanks for the question, Corey.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Further questions for Heather? Okay, seeing none, we've been at this for 2 hours. Almost 2 hours. And so we're going to take a break before we go to council discussion. And before we do, Chuck has something to say, and I'll let him say that, and we'll probably come back to how far he gets, how long he takes, and we'll select the time. So, Chuck.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I guess I just feel like we've had a pretty good start on council discussion already during public comment. There's been a lot of I don't know. I guess a lot of discussion type conversations that have gone on. So I'm hoping that we can have a very concise council discussion and get to action quickly here, because I feel like a lot of what should have been said in council discussion got said during this public comment period. So I just want to express my thoughts about that and maybe just a little bit of concern in that regard. So that's all I really have to say, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chuck. And with that, I'm thinking maybe come back at 5:20 unless somebody would like to go a little longer. Looking for a hand if anybody want more time to make sure that everything is goes smoothly here. Okay, seeing that, we will meet back here at 5:20. Okay, so it's 5:20, and we're back. And we finished public comment. And now we have a council discussion. And as Chuck mentioned, hopefully we got a lot of that out of our system earlier. And we'll get finished up here somewhat quickly. So with that, I'm looking for hands. Any hands will do. Aha. Maggie Summer. Maggie.
Right in the bottom of the barrel. I hope that we have some discussion. As Chuck noted, we have had some. If there is none forthcoming right now, I could perhaps jumpstart it with a motion.
That sounds like a wonderful idea, given what my screen is showing me.
All right, I am prepared whenever it appears on screen. I move the council adopt the following range of alternatives and preliminary preferred alternatives for Pacific whiting utilization for analysis and public review. Number 1, whiting season start date for all whiting sectors north of 40 degrees 30 minutes north latitude. Status quo May 15th. And alternative 1, May 1st, with annual cooperative applications and salmon mitigation plans due 45 days prior to the season start date. Select that one as PPA. 2, mothership processor obligation. Status quo, mothership processor obligation made by November 30th through mothership catcher vessel endorsed limited entry permit renewal. And alternative 1, remove mothership processor obligation from regulation. Select that one as PPA. Number 3, mothership processor cap, status quo 45%, alternative 1, 65%, alternative 2, 85%, alternative 3, remove mothership processor cap from regulation, selecting alternative 3 as PPA. And number 4, mothership processor and catcher processor permit transfer, status quo, a vessel cannot be registered to a mothership permit and a catcher processor permit in the same calendar year. Alternative 1, a vessel can be registered to a mothership permit and a catcher processor permit in the same calendar year. Suboption A, a vessel can switch between the mothership sector and catcher processor sector up to 2 times during the calendar year through permit transfer. Suboption B, a vessel can switch between the mothership sector and catcher processor sector up to 4 times during the calendar year through permit transfer. And suboption C, unlimited transfers. And selecting alternative 1 and suboption C here as the preliminary preferred alternative.
Okay. Thanks, Maggie. Does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does.
Looking for a second, Bob Dooley. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you. These are reflecting the range that was adopted in March of 2021. This motion would reconfirm that range and identify preliminary preferred alternatives to focus further analysis and public review. They have all been developed to meet the need for improving the mothership sector utilization that has been described in the purpose and needs statement previously adopted, as well as in previous and current scoping documents and input from the council's advisors and the public. These are the recommendations of the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, and which we have heard described in public testimony today as consensus among the whiting sector participants. Speaking specifically to the selection of the preliminary preferred alternatives. First, the May 1st season start for all sectors. We have heard and seen in the analysis that this alternative is the one with the most potential benefit to the mothership sector in terms of utilization. We have heard about the multiple constraints and challenges posed by the current opening date, overlap with Alaska fisheries, et cetera. I want to address the concerns about increased impacts to salmon stocks that have been raised here at this meeting and subject of much discussion. I'll say that in March, when I proposed a range of alternatives that included May 1st, I expressed hope that analysis of an earlier start date could help inform an evaluation of whether that modification to the fishing season is expected to cause an effect not considered in the existing biological opinion. I very much appreciate the subsequent analysis and the information we have in appendices A and B to attachment 1 in our briefing book, and note that the conclusion is that a May 1st start date would result in impacts within levels considered in the biological opinion, and that the impacts, as we had some discussion on earlier, were additive, were estimated conservatively. We also see in Appendix B a sense of the scale of stock-specific impacts. I want to recognize again that this fishery operates under the most intensive monitoring measures on the West Coast, including those required by regulation, such as observers or electronic monitoring, as well as the cooperatives own bycatch monitoring and information sharing, which have been described again today and on multiple previous occasions in public testimony and are available to read in the annual co-op reports. The suite of salmon bycatch mitigation measures already in place, including the voluntary salmon mitigation plans and the information sharing ability about bycatch events in real time, and the ability to change fishing behavior rapidly, are appropriate and adequate measures to minimize salmon impacts from an earlier start date in a flexible and responsive manner. I continue to believe that these represent the best suite of tools to minimize the whiting fisheries impacts on Chinook and coho salmon, and specifically the impacts of moving the start date to May 1st. I do want to acknowledge the comment from the Salmon Advisory Subpanel that every fish matters, and to recognize the constraints and very difficult conditions that some of these salmon stocks and fisheries, directed fisheries, are facing. However, seeing the information provided to us in the analyses at this meeting, as well as an understanding of the ability of the whiting sectors to monitor and respond to salmon bycatch events, make me comfortable moving forward, selecting the May 1st start date as a preliminary preferred alternative. Regarding the remaining items, I particularly appreciate the industry's efforts to present information and positions representing a consensus among them on those, as well as on the start date. Regarding the mothership catcher vessel obligation deadline. Let me find my spot on my screen here again. There it is. This we have noted would remove an unnecessary regulation, would remove the burden of on catcher vessels of making that obligation to motherships in advance, and would leave those arrangements in the hands of industry rather than controlled by a regulation, which is not achieving a management or conservation objective. Regarding the processing cap, we've had quite a bit of discussion. Recognize that the original intent was to ensure participation by at least 3 mothership processing vessels. And we have heard quite a bit of public testimony that that is not achieving benefits for the catcher vessels in terms of potential price negotiation leverage. It is not achieving a benefit in terms of ensuring that there is a mothership platform available. In fact, it may be to some degree working against that. We have heard that there was a concern by catcher vessels and when Amendment 20 was developed, that they wanted numerous markets, again, to potentially see some improved prices, but that concern doesn't exist anymore. There has been a shift, a change in the dynamics within the whiting, within the mothership sector as the fishery has matured and stabilized. And we have heard that there is no longer some thinking that having more markets means higher prices. We heard quite a bit that the key factor here is having more processors on the grounds to address the problem that has been created or could be created by a chokehold in terms of processing capacity. I think I'll just note that I think that there is some synergy between the various elements of this package and the processing cap. Removing the processing cap and providing that flexibility is an important element of that. It really struck me when I heard in public testimony several comments that, well, it's unlikely that there might be only one mothership vessel who wants to be on the grounds in a year. But if that's the case, it would be very important to have that platform be able to receive deliveries from catcher vessels. I will say I do have some reservations about this. I very much appreciate the brief discussion we had about the potential for consolidation and in particular for unintended consequences. I know we heard from Heather Mann that, well, this isn't necessarily permanent, and if we found it to be a problem down the road, we could make changes. I have to think that would be extremely difficult. We have seen, again, to use the gear switching example, that once something is in place and being used, it is a very difficult process to make changes to that. So I am under no illusion that that would just be an easy change back if it was found to be a problem in the future. So I think it is worth respecting the consensus recommendation brought to us here today, selecting this as a preliminary preferred alternative, recognizing that what we have heard so far, both in the analysis and from the GMT and in public comment, is that it is there are no vessels currently reaching, let alone exceeding, the 45% limit at current tax. There does need to be continued consideration of the issue of excessive shares. It doesn't seem, well, I think an important part of that will be to think about this question that was raised in the analysis and in the presentation we received earlier today about what's the context in which we consider that. Is it just the mothership sector? Is it the whiting fishery as a whole? So I have not heard anything that leads me to believe that removing the cap creates conditions that will result in excessive shares. But I do think that will be an important area for further consideration. And then moving on to permit transfers. Again, we've heard a fair amount, both in public testimony and in the analysis and from the management team and advisory subpanel on this. The original rationale that it would prevent higher capacity vessels from harvesting another sector's allocations was based on new program implementation in 1997, but we now have a more stable and mature fishery. We have the cooperative structures with a history of their internal practices, and we have some understanding of how the option for permit transfers can also help to provide opportunities for increasing the mothership utilization. So I'll just note that the GMT views this restriction on permit transfers as no longer necessary. And I would propose that we select the option of unlimited transfers, again, as a preliminary preferred alternative for further analysis. And I will conclude my remarks there. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Discussion on the motion? Marcy Uremko. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Maggie, for the motion. Just like to spend a moment, if I may, speaking in favor of the motion. Completely in favor of the motion. It's a great motion, and this represents a very detailed and lengthy body of work, and this is the next step in the progression of events. With each discussion on this topic, I learn more, and with each ask of the analytical team and of our stakeholders to evaluate new concerns, they've risen to the occasion. This meeting, I came into this discussion with some very new and very real concerns about coho in light of the agenda item that we're facing on SONC in the salmon world, and how that situation is evolving, and the concerns that are being raised there with the prospect of impacting our directed ocean salmon fisheries. I appreciate all of the detailed explanations that I've gotten from folks around the table here today on those concerns, and they're enlightening me on how the plans work in practice. Clearly, the mothership sector is under-attaining, and these suite of alternatives will help with attainment. I feel like, this is our fourth bite at this apple, and the industry has met every bar and exceeded each one. I also want to speak for a second about the three administrative measures separate from the start date. I want to thank Bob Dooley for really helping us in the delegation discussions back in March understand the origin of the processor obligation and the processor cap and the permit transfer situation and how it works and what the need is today, and sharing with us the origin of those measures and how they came to be. And that when we were building the IQ program, there was uncertainty with how the program would roll out. It's a very novel new program, and there was an interest on the part of the industry to have some measures in place to keep the playing field even. And so that once we took all of the sideboards off and the IQ program went about its way and morphed and became what it's become, that there would be protections in place that kept things on track. And that now we're going on 10 years later, and the IQ program has had its opportunity to evolve, and looking at these measures now, they impose inflexibility where it's not needed. And that really, to me, understanding the needs and recognizing the needs change, and that folks have evaluated the circumstances in this fishery and where we need new flexibilities and where we don't need to worry. I appreciate the interchange with Phil and Heather on the topic of the processor caps and the industry's assessment of need, recognizing that we are 10 years in, and I trust that they're also looking 10 years down the road from here. I also want to speak to the SAS's concerns here. I hear you, particularly in the Klamath zone, as we face yet another season of zero commercial fishing in the California KMZ and a paltry 5-week sports season. That the notion of expanding activity in this area by a fishery that has potential for bycatch of the stock that you can't go catch. I understand. I appreciate the efforts that council staff has undertaken here to sit down and work with the staff, the SAS, and evaluate prospective measures like block area closures and explain how those might work in the event that we do need to consider them. So I think, there's been a lot of good dialogue and understanding about what measures are there and how they might work and how we might use them in the event that they're needed. I appreciate the remarks we've heard a few times here today, as well as in the past, that this is the consensus package. I do recognize that, there were other controversial elements that were included earlier on, and that this is the consensus of what the industry feels is the best path forward for increasing our utilization. I am mindful on the coho side, now that I've taken a refreshed look at the BIOP and the ITS, those coho numbers are lower, and our focus when we built those BIOP mitigation measures was definitely on Chinook. But looking at them and looking at the impacts as well as the discussions here today, I feel very comfortable that the industry is working through its process with salmon mitigation measures and its own internal monitoring and management planning, that we can successfully avoid coho as well as we have for Chinook as well. So I guess with that, I want to say thank you again for the extra lift, and again express my complete support for the motion and the PPA. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy. Pete Hasmer. Pete.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Maggie, for that motion. I too want to speak in support of the motion. I do want to speak to two of the individual parts of that and then more globally. On the first part, the season start date May 1, the bulk of our discussion there and the analysis centered around the salmon impacts, and have to trust me that My antennae do go up significantly when I hear the word salmon and impacts, and so I consider that very carefully. I did listen very closely to what the Salmon Advisory Subpanel talked about, and especially with reference to the KMZ. I support the preliminary preferred alternative that's identified here, alternative 1, in that it meets the needs of what we're trying to achieve. I look back at our purpose and need statement. The purpose, of course, is identifying revised regulations that are constraining, provide increased operational flexibility, and increased utilization. And I thought if we implemented that recommendation they had with respect to the KMZ, it actually puts an additional regulation in place which is constraining. And what partially swayed me was when we heard public testimony from Mr. Dan Waldeck, who talked about clean fishing in that southern Oregon area and probably a little bit of Northern California, clean fishing in the KMZ earlier in the year. And if we put that type of closure in, that the May 1 opening did not apply to the KMZ, it would preclude fishing in an area where there was clean fishing possible to avoid impacts. And that was counter to what we were trying to achieve. And along with that, as others have stated, we have a long list of measures in place that are managing that bycatch management to prevent it, the block area closures, the hotspot reporting, the move along rules, the salmon mitigation plans, and then the communication daily amongst the skippers that we heard occurs about where they might be seeing salmon or where they encounter problems. So rather than building in another regulation, let's rely on the tools we already have in our toolbox, which have been extremely effective. And although it's more anecdotal information as we were going through that discussion, especially when Mr. Brent Payne was talking, I thought about it in respect to coho, and I thought back to March and April when we were dealing with our seasons and some of the preseason coho forecasts that were so large that people were alarmed something was wrong. But I guess I was just thinking about that. If the forecasts were that large, there must have been some cues that there were coho out there. I think the coho fishing on the coast, at least the northern part, has been fairly good, but we continue to look at the bycatch numbers and they're very low. So large numbers of coho in the water and the low bycatch seems to indicate that the industry is doing a good job of avoiding those. So anyway, I support that alternative 1 as it is stated. The other one I wanted to touch on was the processor cap. I spent a lot of time looking into this, and based on what I've read, some of the prior analysis that came along with Amendment 20, and then listening to our public testimony, I could go on for a long time explaining why, the reasons why the processing cap should be removed from regulation. I won't do that now. If I took the counter argument and tried to explain why we would have a cap of 85%, 65, or even 45, I cannot come up with a rationale that says why we should have a cap in place based on the testimony I've heard and the analysis what I've seen. So at this time, I don't have reservations of going forward with alternative 3 as our preliminary preferred here. I understand there could be unintended consequences. And so I look at this and realize that this is not our final action. This is putting a package together to go out for public review and comment. And if we are missing something there on these unintended consequences, why this removing the processor cap from regulation would fail us, then I want to hear that, and this is the opportunity. But as I said, I'm not seeing it right now at this point in everything what we've gone through. So I support that alternative 3 there. That's the 500 elevation look at 2 of those specific things. I support the others as well, but I just wanted to back up to maybe the 10,000 foot level and look at this as a package, a suite of actions. As I said, our purpose and need were identifying regulations that are constraining to increase utilization. And this as a package meets, I think, that objective we're trying to achieve of removing the unnecessary constraints and increasing utilization. The analysis bears that out quite a bit in the economic impacts it provides. When I take a step back and look at this as a suite of projects, there are a couple of other things that help sway me to support this. And one of them is related to, well, it's related to bycatch and a few other things that came out in some of my questioning today on that. As we have heard over the last 2 years, the way the fishery is executed or occurs under the current set of regulations, there are fishers who in some years are not able to fish or deliver fish to a processor, and there is a subset that their fishing operation ends up occurring late in the season when bycatch is high and it's less efficient. So I'm not keeping a national standards checklist here to make sure we check all the boxes, but there are a couple of things, 2 things I want to mention that don't come to bear in an empirical analysis when we look at economic benefits or poundage increases, but do meet some of those national standards. One of them is efficiency, that this suite of regulations could move some of that effort that currently occurs in October and November into more productive fishing periods and the guidelines under National Standard number 5, which deals with efficiency, specifically mention fuel as one of the items. And we have heard in the past from vessel skippers that when they go out and fish in October, November, they have to travel further, spend more time on the water, longer tows to catch the fish. They burn more fuel and it's more costly. So this suite of actions could move some of that effort to a time of the year when fishing is more efficient and more productive, and that meets the intent of National Standard 4. An extremely important one is National Standard 10, life, safety of life at sea. And again, if we can move some of that fishing effort out of that late period by moving some of the regulatory constraints, I don't know how much better the weather is in early May and June and July than November, but we have heard that we start risking some of those weather constraints. So at the individual level of each of these items, these 4 items we have here in the preferred alternatives, I support them as I view it as a larger package, a suite of things to meet the purpose and need we have. I think this is a very good package, so I support that. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And yeah, thank you, Maggie, for the motion. I'm gonna, and for Pete and for Marcy for those thoughts, I'm gonna try to stick to Chuck's advice here about being efficient. But I also note that during the chair's briefing, I'm pretty sure Chuck told us today was the most likely day to actually not go long. So somewhat deflate. I hope he was wrong, but I'm just going to focus on. I agree in most part with what's been said. I'm going to focus on just some differences in views on the processor cap. And yeah, I want to emphasize. I think Maggie said that this is the PPA. We're looking for more information, more thinking. Yeah, and it's interesting to see how folks can see things from a slightly different angle. I'm almost hearing folks say, "Well, prove that we need a cap. What does it do?" I'm kind of seeing it the other way around. Is the Magnuson Act says shall have prevent excessive shares, and as I said, 100% is excessive by definition in my mind. So I'm more putting the burden of proof the other way. Prove that we can leave it open. And while I tend to agree that it seems unlikely that it will happen, I don't see why we would leave the possibility open if there's no benefit, corresponding benefit, other than there's some scenario that we haven't thought of or it could happen in the future where the percentage will be limiting to one vote. That is not a very strong reason in my view to not worry about excessive shares. And again, just signaling here, I think some thoughts for thinking about later, and open-minded. And quickly to wrap up, people keep pointing out that this is the only sector with a processing cap. Yet we don't regulate the shoreside processing sector. It's not a closed class. It used to be said a lot more often that this is a closed class. I think only one person said it today. It's different because of the dynamic between the mothership, the processors, and the catcher vessels. And I hear Heather saying we don't thank you for trying to help ourselves, but that's not really how I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about our duty under the Magnuson Act. And the catching processors don't have a processing limit, but I think many of the council members were on the council not too long ago when we did take some action. We did leave that one open, maybe as an oversight. When we did Amendment 20, there was no limit at all, and what the council did was basically put some triggers in place if the co-op were to dissolve. So there are measures to address excessive shares in the catcher processors, at least a backstop. And we didn't issue laps or catch shares to the shoreside processors other than the processor allocation of whiting, which those are subject to excessive share limits. Yeah, I wanted to keep it brief. A lot of nice things have been said. This is so I'll not repeat it, and we'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Whew. Okay. With that, I'll turn to Brett and see how we're doing here. Brett?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think we've completed our council action here. We've adopted basically a range of alternatives and selected some PPAs for us to continue to analyze, and I expect to see you back here in March and present to you an enhanced analysis as well on these, and then finalize that for final preferred alternatives. So thank you, good work. I appreciate all the comments and the open dialogue and the cordial, meaningful interactions between everyone. I really do appreciate that with the SAS and the GAP. So I think it was very productive. All in all, it was a productive week, and I appreciate that time from them. So I think that completes and closes this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. And second that as far as all the good work that went into this. And with that, we're a little behind, but we've finished the day. And with that, I will pass the gavel back to our chairman, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brad. Good job on a tougher than expected agenda item, but we are on schedule. tomorrow we have 2 more Groundfish items, including the biggie for the meeting, for the start of gear switching topic. But before we break for the day, I'll go to our Executive Director, Chuck Tracy, for any announcements. And I guess we don't have any announcements from Chuck. So one more chance for Chuck. All right. So either there's audio problems or there are no announcements, and it's 6 o'clock, it's late. So we'll break here and we will be back bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 8 a.m. in the morning. So enjoy your evening.